friends or not?
We're good. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call us to order at 9:03. Could we please have the land acknowledgement from Trustee Toon?
Oki, welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Can we now please stand for O Canada?
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Zoe Nelson, right? Yeah. Zoe Nelson from FP Walsh. Thank you. All right, moving on in our agenda to the consent agenda. Recommendation that the January 28, 2025 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Yegas? Anything with the consent agenda? Trustee Yegas is asking to have the PD pulled? Okay. Is it a action item or discussion? Action. Okay, we will make that E4, or F4, sorry. Any other, Trustee Charchin?
Just for clarification, is a PD report action or discussion? Or does it matter in the consent agenda for PD?
Is it a discussion around PD or is there a motion that?
It's a PD report.
PD report, then it's just discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You wanted to have one pulled? Or was that the same one as Trustee Yegas?
No, there are two parts to it, I think.
Okay, yours is different than Trustee Charchin's?
I was going to ask if we could do it at the same time, because mine is for a vote to go to someplace, our PD, and then the report. Could we just do it at the same time?
Sure. We'll just pull both for the same one, same time, F4. Anything else? Okay, seeing none. Sorry, got to get back to my page here. Recommendation that the January 28, 2025 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Carried. Moving on to emergent changes to the agenda. Recommendation that the January 28, 2025 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Long? Any amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Recommendation that the January 28, 2025 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended, or as presented. All in favor? Carried. Declaration of conflict of interest. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to agenda items from the December 17th, 2024 board meeting, and if December 17th? Okay. I was like, board meeting, and if so, should declare them. January 28th, it should be, yes. So let me just reread that. That the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to agenda items from the January 28th, 2025 board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing none? Moving on to presentations. E1, Nutrition and Health Update. Chad Kuzik, Associate Superintendent, Programs and Innovation, will provide an update on the nutrition health supports in the Livingston Range School Division. Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome. So Nikki's ready to put that on there. It's very fitting that tech issues are in my presentation. Just want to mention that too. Okay, so I was hoping to do a little bit of discussion in general with wellness in the Livingston Range and some of the activities that are taking place across the division. This is the first time I've been allowed to lead this area, and very excited to see all the pieces that we're doing inside our schools and talking to all the principals and all that. So going to go over kind of the events that take place, the things that are available and what's going on, and then open it up for questions. So in 15 minutes as well. So next slide. So right now we look at each school has what's called a health champion, and asking around, moving around, and being in the school, seeing the things that are taking place, you will see activities that are taking place in the school that have to do with health. Sometimes you see a wall sit here in Livingston Range Central Office. Usually not Chad doing it, he should be doing it, but lots of different kind of wellness activities take place. It all starts with the champion at each school. So every school has one champion. They look for a team to work together to do it. It takes more than just one. So in that space, they're able to collect people that may be able to help them run some of the wellness activities in the school beyond just physical fitness and nutrition, those things, a wide array of different things available to them. So in that wellness team, it can be staff, parents, admin, and students, and maybe some of you have been a part of that in the past. So the roles of these people are to increase awareness and knowledge of health and wellness within the school community. And that goes beyond just the school itself. Like, it goes outside in presentations and those sorts of pieces to be able to support some of the awareness of wellness and what's going on in the school. So there's meetings and agendas for the school, and they meet at their own time, determine some of the activities that will take place in the school, staff, students, everyone involved. We also look at the assessments of those pieces, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but what does it mean? How are we getting better? What are things we're measuring? What activities are being carried out? So with the key contacts for Alberta Health Services and some of the supports that are in place, they reach out to that team to be able to provide some of those activities to them. And those communication channels are key. And then creating that idea of that ever active schools, we've had that in the past as well, and it continues on. So those are some of the resources that are already available to them. And the professional development and training opportunities continue. You see some of that in our ISC days, you see some of that in our divisional days, you see some of that in our PD council discussions. These are pieces that we advocate for that health and wellness in school, and continue to have those conversations with myself, with senior admin, and everybody to be able to be a joint effort on this. So next slide. So some of the stuff we do, these are some of the measurement pieces we look at with the Ever Active Schools and with the Health Champion. We look at a rubric. One of the rubrics we use is what's it like at the school? What's the climate like? What's success and learning look like? What's it like homeschool and community relations? All that in the school, there's a nice little rubric we use to measure those pieces and at a general level. And then we dive deep into the assurance measures, the MRA, and some local school data that we have to determine if we're making a difference in wellness at each school in the context that exists there. So next slide is some of the ways some of the examples of us and myself working with the schools, identify what are your goals, what are your actions, who's responsible, what's a timeline look like, and provide updates. So right now, schools in various degrees are working through that throughout the year. And in the spring, we collect all that information, take a look at it, and just have discussion on how we can move forward. So the schools continue throughout the 3 years or beyond, identify measures, define the wellness goals, and see how we're doing on those pieces. So we're not in this alone. We have Alberta Health Services in particular can support us with the health promotion facilitator, provides us opportunities for our staff and students to attend certain events and parents. And then we send that out through our health champions and our principals to make sure the school community is aware of those. Some of the ones that have already taken place is Move Your Mood Family Challenge. It's a 4-week program for families that have fun ways to connect and practice healthy lifestyle at home. After school specials, meaning there's these events that staff can take after school, and they include some that work towards navigating the cell phone guidelines and digital well-being. That happened in September. Navigating technology with your use, again, that continues in September, October. Supporting wellness, teacher wellness and grief, and supporting student wellness and grief. Both are taking place right at this particular week right now. So those are opportunities. We send them out, and we have staff and students that attend that most often virtually. And the next one is the last thing I wanted to bring to our attention is some of the work that we're doing with our social emotional wellness at Peaks. And through place-based consciousness, we were allowed to apply for a grant to be able to do a research study with the University of Lethbridge in collaboration with them to determine if some of that's the impact that place-based learning, being outside, that the Peaks campus provides in social emotional wellness. We're super excited about this. It's launched. We're doing it. We're doing the research right now. The implications of this is the why. What's the why behind place-based research, and how does it relate to wellness? And the evidence could connect learning experience with Peaks with social emotional wellness for teachers and students. So we're really kind of taking a lead on that. We'll present across Alberta and beyond about our results and what we see. And the team at Peaks has been very supportive, and the staff and students that bring their students to Peaks have been supportive. And the collaboration with the University of Lethbridge has been excellent to be able to shine a light on this and to see the impact that research will have. So basically, there's surveys, observation, interviews with staff and students to be able to determine the impact that this has had. So this is a quick light on some of the wellness activities we have in Livingstone Range, and I'll open it up for any comments or suggestions.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzik. Was there any questions? Trustee Charchin?
Thanks, Mr. Kuzik. Can you give us a couple of kind of new or innovative projects that schools are doing now, like actual?
Yeah, wellness pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give the one I bring Horace Allen up when I walked there on Friday and met them and talked to them. They have Walk Across Canada, so they have steps on their watches and devices. Not that they have all the devices in class, but they have ways to measure the steps in which they are walking in a day, and they promoting that healthy, active, get up, move around, that lifestyle for our K-3 students, and they map it across. They got a map of Canada. They've been mapping it across the country. So they're doing pretty well. I think they're in Saskatchewan right now, so that's pretty good. So they add that up with the goal to get across Canada with the steps they have in a day. So that's pretty innovative. Like I said, the Peaks piece extends to all the schools. Seeing some really interesting data coming from that piece. And like I said, I'll bring up the division office again, trying to lead as example. Every day there's some kind of fitness activity that's taking place. Susan's our health champion to be able to support us with that, and a variety of different things. From I think we have pickleball today, and there's certain things that they do inside there to bring that wellness piece inside this building as well. So yeah, those are two that come to mind. And there's lots out there. So
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Poitras?
When we're talking about the wellness project with the school, I know it's hard to fit everything into a day. Is this something separate and exclusive that it's like, okay, we're going to go do our wellness piece, or is it also like being paired with the curriculum? So if there's something in, I was going to say social, but I don't know. math or whatever, is it a goal of the teachers to get the kids outside to do both of these things kind of together and build them in together, or is it a separate piece?
That's an excellent question. And what I've seen this year, it's both. So you have always we're trying to use the curriculum as a conduit for student success, student wellness. There's pieces I would argue in all parts of the curriculum. There's a wellness piece that you could embed into what you're teaching the students with those parts. But there's also special events that take place too, like the one I mentioned, walking across Canada and demonstrating some of those healthy activities and choices and wellness choices that are out there. So the answer is probably both. You see big events and everyday events.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have a quick question. So you said there's wellness students and leaders within each school. Is it like a selection process, or is this something that the students are passionate about and they lead the way, or is it done with the wellness coaches with the teachers? And is it through also maybe a little bit of Livingstone leaders? I just kind of wondered how that process works.
Well, I'm remembering the sale activity we had in September where the Livingstone leaders took direct action for that wellness piece and that awesome piece we had out at Peaks. The answer is, again, is both. In some circumstances, the students are taking more of a role, especially in those high school pieces, that to be able to support some of that wellness learning happens in the school and have their voice heard. And then in our K to threes particularly, there potentially could be students involved, but it's mostly adults that are leading the way with those things. So across our school in the context, it's both. And we encourage everyone taking after role. And we try to be very welcoming of the selection process you mentioned. What I've seen has been very inclusive to allow those people that wish to participate and be a part of this, and will remain that way. But sometimes we need to encourage our students to participate in some of these pieces, and staff and students, everybody, and community members. So sometimes it's, do you want to participate in this sort of things based on your expertise, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Chad. We will now move on to E2, our place-based learning. Chad Kuzik, Associate Superintendent, Programs and Innovation, and Jason Clifton, who is joining us virtual, Place-Based Learning Supervisor, will provide an update on place-based learning throughout Livingstone Range School Division. Are you going first, Chad, or are you just?
I'm actually going to mention to the group, I'm handing this over to Jason. I'll be here to support him in his work, but he's got a beautiful presentation he's going to provide for us, and go from there.
Awesome, perfect. Welcome, Jason.
Hi guys, I'm also here with Griffin Cantini as well.
Oh, welcome, Griffin, too.
And Nikki, did you want me to share the presentation on my screen then? Okay. Are you guys able to see my screen and the presentation?
Yes.
Looks good, Jason.
Perfect. All right, well, we appreciate the opportunity to share what we've been doing at Peaks. This year in particular, I think we've done some fantastic events, rich in learning, hands-on experience, and building collegiality with the students and rapport with the teachers and creating long-lasting memories. And we really believe in what we're doing at Peaks. And so I'm very happy to share this brief presentation with you guys. And here's just some pictures. Not all of these are from recently, but we felt that these are just some good pictures to kind of show the different things that we do. So our utilization to date is pretty high. We've had approximately 1,300 students. It's actually more than that. We're almost at 1,400 now to date. We're on track to exceed the 2,500 student visits that we saw last school year. And it's important to note that that number does not include FACES, which would see about another 600 students. So we will be around that 3,100 mark. I also want to note that we actually could have been busier. We typically see a slow time near the end of November, leading up to the Christmas break. Schools are busy getting ready for Christmas, things like that. And at that time, usually we would reach out to schools and say that we've got these specific programs. Would you like to partake prior to the Christmas break? This year, we made a strategic decision not to do that, specifically because we are launching 2 new programs. So we had the research program with the U of L, or project rather, and also the collegiate, which is firing up. And so we're meeting with collegiate partners and building programs for that. So kind of building programs within the program. So we also worked on the website at that time. Griffin's been really instrumental in making that look tidy and sending the right message to our stakeholders and to the public. We most recently launched our social media sites as well, so pretty happy about that. We have been gaining traction with some schools in the north, namely WCCHS, and we'll host them this year for 2 overnight camps. We've already done 1 for them. It was a great success. They had a great time, and so really looking forward to getting them back. Been working with Stavely a little bit and WA Day as well, so we'll talk about that. And lots of other schools as well. But specifically those ones in the north, we've seen a big uptick in utilization from those schools. We've been doing lots of place-based educational programming at alternative sites, and we've seen a big uptick in that. And we've been actually directing schools to some of the areas that are closer to them for some of that offers itself really well to place-based programming. And Griff, do you want to speak maybe to the compass work that we did?
Yeah, so we had grade 4s and 5s from WA Day are going out to Beauvais Lake February 5th. And what we did for that, basically this program is typically navigation work. There's a lot of details that go into it. Learning it on the day can be quite overwhelming. So we're got up to the students and had a day where we had visited all 5 grade 4 or 5 classes at WA Day to do an introduction lesson on navigation, so that when we meet them out at basically to set them up for success for a place 1 through intro place-based lesson, and to extend that further at Beauvais Lake, which we're really excited about.
Yeah, Griff did a phenomenal job that day. It was just class after class after class. He was able to see all the 4s and 5s that day, and just did a master class in introducing the kids to compass work and then degrees, which tied into math. I think the teachers were really happy with it, and I think it'll make a more successful day when we go out to Beauvais. And then, so that was 2 weeks ago, and then just last week, actually, Griff was working with Avalanche Canada. That's one of our partners. We've been growing that relationship over the course of 2 years now, and I kind of handed it over to Griff, and he's taken it to the next level. Did you want to speak about that one, Griff?
We're really excited about this one. This is like so much to be excited about with Avalanche Canada. I think just we're working with their head instructor now, Logan LeBlanc, who's the instructor for our area, and he visited so many schools just around southern Alberta. But we were able to host at least I wasn't able to get exact numbers from him, but I know there's at least 250 students in our division alone, which is awesome. So last week we spent some time collaborated at Canyon School and did some experiential place-based programming where kids actually got to do kind of like rescue scenarios in the playground. We dug beacons and transceivers in like the gravel and snow or where we could, and we also had a great program with CCHS Pursuits. But one of the great things about this is that now our students are one of the forefront youth leaders of avalanche awareness in Canada, which is pretty, when you think about it, it's pretty cool and pretty special. So we keep kind of rolling on that train as, you know, having that as a staple for our kids, and especially with what's around us, and knowing that having those skills and foundations are an important aspect of living where we are. And we reached out to Jeff Stork, who is the executive director of Avalanche Canada Foundation, and just to let them know about what's going on. And we're setting up a meeting for further collaboration. They're very interested, along with other partners we have talked to about our site and our building and using that. I think our site has a lot of potential for our partners, and getting them in here and extending those place-based opportunities for our community. So really, really cool stuff going on. Awesome. Thanks, Griff. So here's Griff actually at W8A teaching some of the kids, and you can see all the kids up out of their desks, and this is, it's like an icebreaker that we do to kind of hook the students. And the way that we were teaching degrees here is Griff would yell the degrees, and then the kids would have to jump and turn the certain degrees, and he was telling them to jump cardinal directions and stuff. So just showcasing for teachers how you can teach some of those things in a different way, in a place-based way. And then the follow-up that we'll do at Bovey Lake, I think will really solidify that. And then this picture on the left, this is a group of students that we work with. These are our international students. We bring them to Waterton. We've been meeting with Waterton and building that relationship as well, and that continues to grow. And we'll be actually doing some practicums with Waterton this summer. And so we're pretty excited about our work with the parks as well, both Alberta Parks and the national parks in Waterton.
Jason, I think they want to know what lake that is. That's what I'm reading.
That is Forum Lake, and so these international students, we really, we prep them and build them up to this, and then we hike them up to Forum Lake. So it's quite a hike. It's very beautiful. And it starts in one of the burn areas from the fire that happened in Waterton, but then you get into the areas that didn't get burned. And so they go all the way from kind of the valley up to the subalpine. And, it's something to write home about. So we love showing what we have in our division. We've got so many beautiful parks, so many great places to take kids and do this type of programming. So, yeah, we feel pretty honored to be able to do this. A lot of celebrations, too many to mention, really. We hosted several place-based learning professional development sessions. For schools, they've been booking us. We started the year, ISS actually booked us for a staff event prior to the students coming this year. We've done things at Divisional Day, IC Day. We hosted the FNMI Wellness Gathering Committee, and that was Alberta Mental Health that actually asked us to host that. That was a phenomenal success. So yeah, just seeing a very diverse group of user groups coming out here now, and the word is spreading. I actually had a phone call yesterday. Just in the last few days, we're having to turn away bookings because we will be starting construction in August, and so so the word's getting out there, and I can't, the building can't be built fast enough. I think we'll see utilization jump even further. And again, I already mentioned this, but the web page and social media platforms, they're really, really looking outstanding. Griff's done a phenomenal job in tidying those up. We've been co-writing the stuff, vetting it with Chad, of course, and Chad's put some great stuff in there as well. So, it's a start. It's really coming together, and I think it gives us a way to put our best foot forward and kind of show everybody what we're doing in a pretty quick and easy way to get the word out that way. So really happy to see that growing. The number of colonies that are now able to travel to Peaks, we've been building that relationship for quite a while. In the beginning, we had to go to the colonies to provide programming, which is fantastic too. We love doing that. But just with the trust and the relationship building now, we are seeing a lot more colonies who are saying, yeah, we can come to you guys. And they absolutely love it. In the winter, we're cross-country skiing, lots of paddling, lots of field science, all great things. So really happy about that. We're getting more interest from some of our schools, specifically for Indigenous youth programming. So we've expanded beyond our Livingstone Range actual land-based camps. That was kind of our flagship program for our Indigenous program that we do at Peaks. and now we've been invited in to help plan and carry out some of the Blackfoot Culture Series. So 2 of those events will happen at Peaks. Some of them obviously happen at different sites. But really excited to be part of that and to be invited into the fold for that. And I just wanted to show this graphic. So me and Griff spent a lot of time going back and forth, and then again bringing this forward to the group, specifically Chad Kuzik, to kind of just make sure we were meeting the mark with this. And then this is now hosted on our website. So now we're meeting with collegiate partners and industry partners to co-create programming, college, the university, Alberta Parks, Waterton. It's easy for us now to say, here's what we stand for. And I think when people read this and they see this, they it's really easy for them to identify with this and have empathy for what we're doing and help us champion what we're doing. And so just making good steps forward, I think, in our optics and our online communication that we're putting out. One other thing I think that is noteworthy is that we did host the SAIL Leadership Kickoff this year. We had approximately 80 high school students, and those are the leadership students, not just from our division, but from Horizon, Palliser, Lethbridge. And we did a phenomenal day here, and I think the students really enjoyed it. It was a great way to kick off the year. And so this is our 3rd leadership event, but this was definitely the biggest one that we've done, and I think we'll see more of that based on the feedback that we got. And it was our honor to host those students. They are true leaders, and it was a great day. And we've dug in recently and started to work with those industry partners. Like I mentioned, I've got a list of them that we'll share. That list is ever growing. And the ones that we'll share today are ones that we have actually formalized like a pretty strong relationship with, to the point where we are engaged in co-building programs, or there is commitments to sending instructors to our collegiate days, or commitments for student work practicums. The U of L research project is well underway, and prior to the Christmas break, we co-presented with the research team from U of L, and that was at the Alberta Research Network Symposium, and I believe that the project was really well received, and there's some excitement there for it. And then we had our first collegiate field lab multi-day experience. That would have only been 3 weeks ago, I believe. Yeah, a couple weeks ago. And that went really, really well. I thought it was fantastic. And I do have some pictures of that as well. Just touch more on the research project. I think the why about, why are we doing this is just going to be solidified by the results there. I believe we've seen already around 110 student responses and about 6 teacher responses. And I believe we've had 20 positive responses for people being willing to actually be interviewed by the research team. And the research team feels that that's a very high response rate for interviews. So we're seeing some success there.
Sorry, Jason, what is PBE?
PBE, place-based education. Yeah. So some people will call it place-based learning, place-conscious pedagogy. There's a few different names for it. But I've just used PBE as the acronym just to stay consistent and shorten it up a bit. So again, we've started these meetings with our industry partners to discuss student practicums. Student enrollment for next year for the collegiate has increased significantly from this year. We've got strong community support for the programs as evident. And recently Livingstone Range staff, Lethbridge Polytechnic, Alberta Parks, and Frank Slide Interpretive Center teamed up to host our inaugural Peaks Collegiate Dual Credit Field Lab or Field Experience. And here's some pictures of us here. So we were actually able to meet with a geological engineer that provides some educational programming. They met us at Frank Slide. We were welcomed in the building for some hands-on. We got to handle a bunch of rocks, learn about the Lewis Thrust, learn about the Frank Slide, and then we did a hike around through the the rocks, and it was an awesome day with the students. And then on the right-hand side here, Griff, I've been talking for a while. Do you want to explain what happened with Alberta Parks here?
Yeah, sounds good. We've had a lot of great programming with Alberta Parks. Brenda Klein, who is the third person from the left, did a phenomenal job of basically getting kids out learning ecology from our surroundings. And so we had finished we were cross-country skiing around the area doing a few activities, but this one specifically, kids got to match the skull with a taxidermy, also dissect owl pellets with a basically data dissection sheet, which is really, really interesting. And again, like not something that kids get to do every day, but also the kids got a really good idea of what she does for a career, setting a good path for what they kind of are looking for their future. So it's a really, really great opportunity for learning, but also a really, basically for their courses, but also a really great opportunity they had to get an idea about what they wanted to do and just kind of seeking out advice and next steps, which is often steps we don't get to talk about in schools and whatnot. So yeah, they seem really appreciative and grateful for that specific point.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that this experience really showcased community as classroom well. Yeah. And working with community experts, where the community experts are actually teaching the students and the teachers that they're facilitating, and that was pretty much the theme for the entire event. And so we were really, really happy to be able to work with Alberta Parks and Frank Slide and Lethbridge Polytechnic, obviously, as well. So these are just a few of the collegiate partners that we are currently co-creating programming with, or at least in talks for student practicums. Grumpy's Greenhouse and Native Plant Nursery. And this is a really interesting business. They provide native plant species for reclamation for both Waterton. They do some work in Banff National Park and
Jasper.
Yeah, with the fire in Jasper, actually, Parks Canada bought their entire inventory from all their greenhouses last year, so they've depleted to nothing. So they're really looking forward to getting some students to help them replenish their stock. They've got a lot of work to do in Jasper still, and we're really excited to get our students in there growing some of the native plant species and learning how to do that. And they're also in the catchment for our school division, so we're really, really excited about that. And recently our students actually got a chance to plant a bunch of their plants at it would be just a little bit east of Crow's Nest Pass during a reclamation project that's been put on by the Nature Conservancy of Canada. So we've actually already had our students working with Grumpy's Greenhouse in that capacity. The second bullet point there, it's Viate Environmental Construction. They were also involved in the reclamation project that we had our students involved in. And they're going to be providing some instructors for our May Collegiate field experience. So again, using the experts from the field to come in and teach our students. We're going to be able to visit some of their actual work sites where they're currently doing reclamation. And then they've also committed to taking some summer students in a work practicum. And the students will receive credits for that. And yeah, so I mean, it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, the general feeling of how these companies and who are visiting basically respond, or they're quite receptive to this entire program. I don't think we've visited, I think everyone we visited has been like, oh yeah, this is great. We wish we had this growing up and had this opportunities. Having kids, getting a chance to extend their learning and getting real life relevant experiences has been, something I think they've been looking for, and also as like an investment into the company's futures or organization's futures for who they can kind of stream into the organization to have kind of like a continual flow of workers in a way. So yeah, lots of wins. Win, 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 win.
Absolutely. Students that are ready and prepared to enter the workforce. So those career-connected skills that Griff was talking about, that's absolutely what this is about. Alberta Parks, again, they're already providing program with us, co-building programs. They'll be back for our May collegiate experience, and we are working with them to kind of solidify an agreement about alternative sites that we can use when Peaks is under construction. And again, we're so blessed to have so many parks in Livingstone Range School Division within our catchment area. Just the opportunities are endless. The Nature Conservancy of Canada, we actually have a meeting with them right after this. Again, we've already started to get our students boots on the ground during reclamation projects that they're in charge of. They've come out and done half-day instruction for our students during our junior high collegiate learning events. We've been able to access and hike some of the lands that they steward and actually own. They're actually Canada's largest landowner now, which is phenomenal. And even for the kids, just to learn about what they do and the different land use zonings and stuff that they have is pretty phenomenal. Rupert's Land Institute, we just started to work with them on a few different things. They visited our site over the summer and last school year, so they've been out here a couple times. And yeah, really excited to see where that goes. We don't have anything, we haven't provided any instruction to students yet, but we are on the doorstep of co-creating some resources with them. And then various departments of Lethbridge Polytechnic. In fact, on January, this is actually expanding. On January 30th, we've been invited to go to the college, the Polytechnic, and meet with the mycology department. And we're also going to be looking at the greenhouses, the aquaponics setup that they have. But specifically what we're looking at on the 30th is they just received a $250,000 grant from Alberta Innovates to basically rehabilitate some of the grasslands. And it's in our school division is where the studies will happen. And the way that they're proposing to rehab these grasslands is by introducing different fungi and microorganisms into the soil and then monitoring the soil health and monitoring the plant growth that results. And so the meeting on the 30th is for us to figure out what are the inroads to get our students involved in this research project in the most hands-on experiential way possible. So working right beside the college students and instructors during this, I think it's a 3-year study. So pretty excited for what's gonna happen there. And here's an actual picture of our students. Griff, you can talk about this one actually.
Yes, this was a project with the Nature Conservancy of Canada and Grumpy's Greenhouse.
Invited.
Oh, Invited, yeah, right. Thanks. This was at Leach Collieries, and it was a really, really cool experience. It was in September. Kids got to basically plant indigenous species into a reclamation site, get a chance to hear why and how these things happen, get to talk with the actual scientists about like processes and systems, pick their brains about what they do, why they do it. You know, it's just a great way to get kids outside in the community. And now every time kids drive past that, they can look back and say, hey, I was involved in that. And it's a lasting community impact that we'll have for hopefully a long time. And Nature Conservancy and Vitae were quite receptive with this whole process, and are really hoping that we can do something like this or more of these activities in the future. Yeah, it's a great way to build our community and again, further connect our students with what's around them, and yeah, building basically a sense of pride as well.
Absolutely. So challenges and support that we require from the board or that we would ask for is just just continued support to spread the word and promote place-based educational programming throughout the division. I think there are some teachers, especially some new teachers or teachers that see Peaks as being too far away. They don't know that we go and do things in other communities, and maybe they don't know that they can call on us. They don't know about all the partnerships we're working on and I guess the opportunities that we can provide to their students. And so just keep spreading the word. And yeah, really that the increased buy-in from schools in the north, we're starting to see that more, like I had mentioned, especially with WCCHS. But we really want to try to create more balance there. And obviously that's going to happen when we build a new building with the overnight accommodations. It'll make it worth schools from the north traveling here. But again, we can travel, and we've done stuff in Elk Stavely Campground, a few other areas up in the north. But we'd like to see that. We'd like to see that continue and grow.
Yeah, and it's like PBE is for everyone, and it's like super important. I always stress that and communicate that to everybody. We are really basically like working hard and trying what we can do to encourage and get to those northern schools. And we've talked about creating like north specific programs that will encourage that as well.
Yeah. So some of the perceived upcoming challenges will be, how do we accommodate the growth of the programming? And I mean, it's so evident, it's growing on all fronts. There's just so much opportunity. There's so many leads, so many things that come across our desk now that it's almost hard to, a lot of them are really, really good. And then we're just trying to field them and dig in where we can. We've got this upcoming build as well. And then coupled with the growth of the collegiate and building out those programs. And then of course we've got the research program as well. And so definitely firing on all cylinders, and like the growth is phenomenal. It's amazing, but it just becomes, I guess, that balancing act of time and prioritizing where we spend that time, I guess, is the big challenge for us, for sure. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. We have time maybe just for one or two questions. Does anybody have anything? Trustee Charchin?
I'm not sure you guys really work. Just kidding. It's really an amazing opportunity for our students. One question about the northern end, and maybe I'm supposed to know this. When schools, let's say from Nanton, were to come out there, do they pay their own transportation costs to get out to Peaks? And that's probably maybe a Chad question. Not sure who it goes to.
Yeah, transportation's on the school, so.
Thank you.
Trustee, okay, we just have a few more minutes, but Trustee Long?
I know when we first started looking at the idea of a Peaks campus, we were concerned about the fact that it was only going to benefit the schools and students of the Crow's Nest Pass. But obviously, you have, what's the word? You have rid us of those worries, I'll put it that way. I think it's wonderful and so important that you continue to expand outwards into other communities. Other institutions are involved, other schools, other adults, other students, and you're doing that, and I hope it continues to improve for you, because the more it improves for you, the more it improves for us.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you sound very excited about this, and your enthusiasm is probably helping a lot with improving or doing the programs and that. So thank you very much for all the work you've put into this.
One more question, Trustee Gimber?
Thanks. I don't know if mine's really a question or more of a comment, and it's with regards to the communities in the north. I know that there was some work in the past coming out to the Elks campground for activities, but I honestly haven't seen that much lately, and that cost to transport the students down to Peaks is a huge barrier, and it is definitely something that we are going to have to work on in order for our entire division to take advantage of the incredible programming and things that I just saw in that presentation.
Thank you. Trustee Tunay missed his, so will be the last question.
Thanks. Yeah, again, appreciate the amazing work that you both are doing for our students, and echo the comments previous. I would maybe not have a question because of time for that gets answered here, but just in your talking of the development of the upcoming building and the challenges that are going to be faced there, if just some of the strategies that are to help mitigate and whether it's off-site or things like that, if that just could be provided to us to help with our advocacy, so we could talk about the things that are evolving while we expand, because we do understand that there are going to be some challenges, and just kind of what kind of maybe changes you see in the programming to help facilitate the expansion.
We might have cut out. Yeah, I think that we just got cut off at the end. We just missed the last part of what Mr. Toon was saying.
Jason, I just think that the strategies we're going to implement for construction time, we're going to provide that to the board to allow them to advocate for us as well.
Thank you. Thank you both for attending today. And I know there's so much information to share, and we really appreciate all the work that you do and bringing everything to our division. So thank you again.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate the opportunity.
Oh, we didn't. All right, everyone, moving on to our action items. We have F1, attendance at the Cass First Nations Métis and Inuit gathering. Trustee Poitras will discuss and seek approval for the Elders Consult Council Committee trustees' attendance at the Cass First Nations Métis and Inuit gathering. Rationale: missed opportunities for engagement. The elders who play a vital role in supporting FNMI initiatives within the school have been unable to meet with trustees this year due to their demanding schedules. 2, elders' attendance at the gathering. Since the elders will already be participating in this event, it presents a unique opportunity for trustees to engage meaningfully and collaboratively with them. 3, professional development in current context. Trustees have not been able to participate in professional development or discussions concerning FNMI struggles and successes during the 2024-2025 school year. Despite efforts, no such engagement is scheduled in the coming months. Provincial perspective. The gathering provides an invaluable opportunity for trustees to gain insight into challenges and accomplishments of FNMI communities on a provincial level, enhancing their ability to support FNMI initiatives locally. By attending this gathering, the Wisdom and Guidance trustees will better equipped to fulfill their roles, responsibilities, in contributing to informed decision-making and the success of ongoing initiatives. It is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees directs the Elders Consult Committee trustees to attend the Cass First Nation Métis and Inuit gathering as representatives of the board. Trustee Poitras has made that motion. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for reading through everything that we sent in. So this is coming from Trustee Gimber and myself, who are currently sitting on the Elders Consult Council Committee. It's been a very busy year for our elders, and we have tried endlessly to be able to get together with them, but as you would imagine, and as we prefer, they try and spend as much time as they can with the students in our division, and there's been an extremely high demand this year, and so they have been unable to meet with us because they've been spending more time in the schools. Elder Charlie Fox is a representative for Zone 6, and I have a bit of a relationship with him. Trustee Gimber doesn't know him very well at all, but as we just have Elder Betty Ann currently, we're hoping that at this gathering, where we often see him in the past, that we can build a stronger relationship with him, and maybe also be able to utilize that relationship as well to help benefit our division. It's very important to fulfill the calls to action, that we are up to date on what's happening in the province as well as in our division, so that when we're sitting here at this table, we can have that as much information and knowledge as we can to represent the FNMI side of things. We also all know that we have not been able to, at least in the last 5 to 6 years, we have not been able to sit down and meet with the other school boards, PBOE and KBE, sorry. And so we haven't been able to do that as well. So Trustee Gimber and I both feel it's very important that we are able to attend this gathering and have both of us there so that we can accurately represent what's happening in the division. And that's why we're asking for this.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Did you want to speak to it, Trustee Gimber, too? She did a good job. Trustee Yegas? And then, okay.
In the past, trustees have been allowed, they asked to go to CAS. So what's the difference now by asking to go to this? Because you can ask the board if you want to go to this session, and we have given permission all the time.
Trustee Poitras or Trustee Gimber, did you want to answer?
Yep, absolutely. So over the last 4 years, partway into our term, we rearranged how our PD dollars were used, and trustees, although we sit on the Elders Consult Council Committee, it's always been our focus to meet with elders locally as often as possible. And we have chosen to use our personal professional dollars to go to the CAS gathering because it's such an important perspective. However, there are no dollars in personal PD to attend this gathering, and that's why we're asking. There's also no dollars dedicated to the Elders Consult Council Committee, and so that's why we're asking to go as representatives as the board assigned by the board so that it can come out of our regular trustee fund rather than individual personal PDs.
Thank you. We got Trustee Toon and then Trustee Long.
Thank you, Chair. When seeing the motion, I appreciate the rationale and the great background on why it's necessary. I would ask the committee members who are presenting this to include a budget amount. I don't know what the cost of it's been a long time since I attended that conference, but just in doing this, as Trustee Giga said, traditionally the approval to attend this is out of personal PD dollars, and it seems like kind of a blank check motion where I would feel more comfortable having a dollar amount tax attached to that. So I apologize for putting them on the spot, but I just in seeing this, typically something like this would have projected cost when it's a dollar item.
Trustee Long.
So I have two parts to this. First is clarification. So would this funding come from our group PD?
It would just come as regular trustee pay. Instead of going in the PD section, it would come like when you're assigned to do something from the board. So all of our regular dollars when you're assigned to go to like one of the what's it called when all of our regional school council, one of our regional school council members attends the ASCA conference. If one or more of our parents is attending, that comes out of our regular trustee budget. This would be the same thing. So trustees on a committee are being asked to attend. So,
so this comes out of regular trustee budget.
Yeah.
Right. I will throw out a negative. I'm taking the opportunity. This is a result of the motion we passed where we changed the PD allotment for each of the 4 years of a trustee. And now all of us are in our 4th year, and we do not have sufficient PD funds to do the PD that we'd like to do. And this is a result of it. This is the consequences of that decision. And yeah, now we suffer for it. Definitely, it's a we suffer for it. But I do am more positive about the fact that it does not come out of Group PD, but out of general funding.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Churchin?
Thank you. I think my question when I was reading through this last week kind of fits along the budget end. When I looked at our items, this item and the next two are budgetary items. And I'm not exactly sure how all of that works. I understand now it's the regular budget. But my question is, although I think it's a good opportunity, and the opportunity to maybe to connect with the elders is invaluable. My question is, do we have the budget for this and the following items that we're going to be talking about? So I'm not asking for the answer to that, but that's a query that I have, and yeah, that's my query.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, I would agree with Trustee Charchin. I think that's my concern, is not having an amount, and I hope we can amend the motion to do that. I don't want to throw out a number because it might not be sufficient to what the trustees say that would possibly be attending would need. I disagree that this is a result of our structure of PD funding. When we did the 4 years allotment, it didn't change the amount of PD dollars that were spent. This is not a situation where it's the amount this year that is the issue. It's a budgetary issue. This wasn't planned for. Attendance out of personal PD, which it has traditionally had, has taken place. I feel bad that this the opportunity hasn't been able to take place with the elders. I think it's crucial that we do that, but I think it's a challenge when we're having to spend additional dollars because we can't meet them locally, that we have to travel to meet with them outside of the jurisdiction. I think that there's other opportunities that provides that, but my question would be, if we had met with the elders, and so, would there still be this ask to attend this conference out of the regular budget? And the question why I bring this up, because is this a one-off because this year is it a perfect storm where we haven't met with the elders and there's no personal PD dollars, so going forward we just rectify the scheduling and the budgetary issues, or is this something that is asked for going forward?
Thank you. Sure, Trustee Poitras or Gimber, did you?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. It's been added to our agenda for the Elders Consult Council Committee to discuss, should this be something that's included with the terms of reference and put into place, that one or two of the trustees would go. So that's something that should be discussed on the council and then again as an entire board. But in speaking to, would this ask have come? I can't really speak to that because last year we were able to meet with the elders, and we also had additional PD dollars and we were able to use them, and we were able to go. We have made it a priority to use our PD dollars to go to this conference as often as possible because it is so valuable. So I don't know whether we would have asked or not. Is this year the perfect storm? We have 2 elders in our division, and we currently are only working with 1 elder, which is Elder Betty Ann, who's wonderful, but now that we have 1 rather than 2, she's stretched even thinner. And so yes, I would say this year is a bit of an anomaly, which is one of the main reasons we would really like to connect with other elders that are in our in our school division, but also in our zone, like Elder Charlie Fox. So is this a one-off? Yes, we're asking for this at this time. We have no idea what will happen next year with an election coming and only having 1 elder now and what that might look like next year. I don't know if it will be coming in the future or not, or if that's a term of reference change that's going to be proposed, but for this year at this time, we felt important that this come forward.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I'm really putting you on the spot. I realize that. But could you make a choice between this conference with the elders and Rural Symposium? Not go to Rural Symposium and go to this one? Do you have that option?
Sure, thanks for asking that, Trustee Long. When it was said, this is PD that we would like to do, but might not be able to afford to do. The Alberta Rural Education Symposium is something I would like to do, and I'm happy to not do it and put my dollars towards this one. However, I don't have enough PD dollars, and neither does Trustee Gimber, to even cover one conference this year. And that's not just the case for the two of us, it's the case for multiple members of our board sitting here. So part of that will be coming out of my pocket. I believe all of it would come out of Trustee Gimber's pocket. So yes, we would be happy to forego the Rural Symposium. However, I don't believe this is PD that we would like to do. This is PD that we need to do. We live between two of the largest Indigenous reserves in Canada. We have a large number of Indigenous students, and representing that perspective at this table is extremely important. It's the reason we created this committee, and it is our responsibility to make sure that when we sit here as trustees, we can say, we know what's happening on both of those reserves right now. We know what the concerns are. We know what the current struggles are. We know what's happening with their school divisions and the struggles they're facing compared to what we're facing. We've, talked with different elders. We've been at this gathering to hear provincially what are other divisions facing, how are they approaching it, so that when we sit at this table, we can say we've done our due diligence and we can speak in what's best for all students, including our Indigenous population. So while there is some PD that we would like to do, this is PD that we need to do. And my question would be, can we afford not to do this? If we don't go to this conference, I firmly believe that we will get to the end of this year and we'll be able to say, me and Carla will be able to say, we did no work and were unable to engage in any way, shape, or form on our Elders Consult Committee.
Thank you. Trustee Long and then Trustee George.
Yeah, just a response, playing devil's advocate again. And this is a comment for all of us, but it pertains to this specifically as well. Our responsibility as trustees with our PD funds is to manage our PD funds properly. And so at the beginning of the term in September how much you have in PD funds. And so at that point, if you had planned on going to this, would not have been prudent to not have done any PD prior, other than ASBA, prior to this.
Sure. Thanks again, Trustee Long. And I agree, planning our PD dollars is very important. We do everything, I personally know that I do everything I can by ride sharing. I even hotel room share to make sure I can stretch those PD dollars as far as possible. However, I did not know that this year I would not have the opportunity to meet with any elders in our division, that I would not have the opportunity to have any engagement. We did not know as a division that we were going to lose one of our elders. And so, yes, if this comes down to, if this is a no, then I will ask to use my personal PD dollars, and, I'll have to pay out of pocket for some of that, and that's, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But I agree that planning is very important, and had I known what this year would be, perhaps I would have planned it differently.
Thank you. We have Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. One more time, I just want to say I don't devalue this opportunity even a tiny bit. I'm a little bit stuck, okay, I'm quite a bit stuck on budget. One of the pieces that also I struggle a little bit with, and maybe you can provide clarity, is Trustee Poitras, you said, and it may have just been your words, that you're hoping at this gathering to be able to connect with the elders. I think I would feel a little bit more comfortable if I knew that you could solidify a time where you would have time with those elders. I know conferences might be difficult, but just going in hopes that you might be able to connect at a really busy time for them and you guys, I'd feel a little bit better knowing you had some designated time to meet with them if you already don't.
Sure, thank you. With our elders, like with Betty Ann, and not just our elders, but we also have other FNMI leads from our division who will be there. So with them, there will be guaranteed time together, and we will attend classes with them and stuff. We would like to connect with other elders like Elder Charlie Fox and other elders from Southern Alberta who aren't in our division and don't work with our division currently now, but are affiliated with Zone 6 or the South, so that we can go out of our way to go and sit with them, meet with them, go to the classes they're going to, and make those connections and speak to them there. So our elders, our elder and other FNMI leads, we will be able to meet with at this conference.
Sure, thanks.
Can you tell us what that guaranteed time looks like, that you will be able, what that organization piece looks like?
Sure. So, when we go and we attend these conferences, as we have in the past, we always sit together at a division at a table. And so when we're in our keynotes and at our meals and stuff, we will sit with them, and then we will attend classes with them. We have not yet reached out to our elder or any of our leads to see if there's additional time when we could, have dinner together or sit, because we don't want to set something like that up and then cancel because we're not going, because we want them to know when we're asking for time with them here in the division or outside of the division that we value that. So we don't want to ask them, can you set this time aside, and then have to cancel on them and have that, going into the future being like, well, they have canceled on us in the past, and that's valuable time. So we haven't reached out for that purpose, but yeah.
Thank you. We have Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Toon.
Hello, there we go. Okay, I think Trustee Poitras has done a really good job speaking on behalf of the Elders Consultant Council Committee. First of all, I just wanted to clarify something Trustee Long said. I have not attended any PD at all this year, and I have $500 is all I started the year with. That doesn't even cover the registration fee for this conference. So that was the first piece. The second piece, all of the trustees took cuts in other places this year that were not budgeted for. So if you're actually looking for a spot where you could take this money from, it could be from the cuts that we did that were never planned for in our budget. I would be willing to do an amendment to this motion. At the end, if you could just put the registration fee, 1 hotel room, and kilometers will be covered. I just think this is so ridiculously important, and I personally don't have the funds to pay out of pocket for me to do this.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. I think it's had great discussion. I support the motion. I appreciate the amendment from Trustee Gimber. I think it helps clarify what the expense on it would be for the trustees that would possibly be attending this. And I think that you have put a lot of work and effort into this committee, and it's not just a name change. You are both very intentional and dedicated in your work on this, and I appreciate it. at the same time, we need to make sure we're doing in the future, doing everything we can to make sure that the resources are there at the start of the year, budgetary wise, to cover off anything that is in the board's work plan. So I just hope we can have those discussions in the future.
Thank you. Trustee Yegas? Yeah, we're just speaking to the amendment, right?
Yes,
The registration fee, 1 hotel room and kilometers will be covered.
yes. Thank you for all of the information that's been presented, and I guess I am still concerned about the budget part of it with these even with the amendment. There is no dollar amounts put on the amendment. I assume this is in Calgary or Edmonton. I didn't look at the actual, but it still is going to be a significant amount. In terms of the registration, these are usually fairly high also. I guess in this time, we are really worried about our budget, and it is coming out of direct funds. And I guess we've already applied this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas.
I have not finished. I was just waiting for the. Anyhow, I am trying to balance the importance versus the budgetary, because both of these are really, really important to us. And I do know we've already approved that they go to one of the trustees goes to the council, the school council
ASCA.
conference. And I guess when I'm looking at this, are we going to be looking at it in terms of other people, like the rural people who should be going to that conference too, the ones who are? I guess at this point, as I said, I am concerned about the budget part of it, as this is a major concern for us in this division.
Trustee Toon and then Trustee Gimber.
Thanks. I looked up the early bird rate for the conference is $560 plus GST. There's still lots of time to get in on that. The Trustee Gimber did not include any per diem or meal expenses on there, so I would ask that they consider 2 conferences would be $1,100, and then hotel and accommodations and travel, that it maybe reflect a dollar amount of $3,000 if that would cover it. I'm just fearful that the intent of that is great, but I don't think it covers per diem and it doesn't cover meal expenses, and I don't want trustees to, if we're supporting them to go, I want to support them to go and not have them be out of pocket for it.
So Trustee Toon, were you making an amendment to the amendment?
I don't want to make an amendment to the amendment. I would just ask that the trustee consider a budget dollar amount for it, like a $3,000 with just a quick farmer math on it.
Trustee Gimber, you have made that amendment. So I just am wondering, would you consider adding a dollar amount to it or rewording it? Okay. Okay, so we're still speaking to the amendment then. We have Trustee Long and then Trustee Poitras and Trustee Charchin.
I'm against the amendment. And the reason I'm against the amendment is because if you're going to go, then I think we should pay for it. I don't think there should be money coming out of your pocket. I totally disagree with that. So I'm against this amendment. And actually, I think I'm actually for it. So when I bring up things that are, if you want to consider them negatives, it's because they're things we need to think about. I just want to make that clear. I am for it, but I want to reiterate to everybody there are consequences. And this is the consequences now of decisions we made. I know Trustee Toon doesn't agree with me, but absolutely, it's because we split up our PD. If you had the same PD this year, other than yourself, Trustee Gimber, I don't know what happened in the past, you'd have more money to go. And maybe we'd still have to be topping it off, but it wouldn't be to the extent that we have to now. But there are, so yeah, I want to say it again, there are consequences for decisions we make. And even though I sound like I'm against it, I'm for it because I really want you to go. But I want everyone to realize that this is consequences that why we're dealing with this.
Thank you.
Once again, I'll say I'm against the amendment. I would be for funding you completely.
Okay, so we have Trustee Charlton and then Trustee Poitras, I believe.
I hope I'm speaking to the amendment. It's more of a clarification question, I think. Would Trustee Gimber and Trustee Poitras be putting all of the remaining personal PD dollars towards this? Or you're looking for full funding outside of that?
That doesn't have to do with the amendment, but given the way that it reads either way, it would not be coming out of PD. So there would have to be an amendment saying that the Board of Trustees direct the Elders Council Committee trustees to attend the Cass FNMI Métis and Inuit gathering as representative of the board, period. The board will cover costs after PD dollars are used. So you would have to make that amendment.
Sorry, Trustee Poitras, do you have a question or a comment?
No, I just want to speak to the amendment. I appreciate what Trustee Gimber is trying to do, but I would also be against the amendment. I guess I'm not really against the dollar amount. That's the farmer's math, but I don't know why we need to put a specific number on it when all of the same things are always charged for all of our PD or gatherings or symposiums that we go to. I don't think we need to list them, all of the things that will be covered, or give a dollar amount, because we all know what it will be. It will be the registration fee, the hotel room, the kilometers, their per diem, and meals that are not included with the conference, which the majority are with this conference. So that's why I would vote against the amendment, because I think as it stands is fine. And I would call the question on the amendment.
Okay, question has been called on the amendment. The amendment adding in the registration fee and one hotel room and kilometers be covered. All in favor? Seeing none. Defeated? We're back to the regular motion now, that the Board of Trustees directs the Elders Council Committee trustees to attend the Cass First Nations, Métis, and Inuit gathering as representatives of the board. Any other questions? I don't know who had their hand up first. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, I don't want this to drag on. I think we've had some great discussion on it. Just again, one of the challenges in bringing this forward was for me to approve this was not knowing what it was. I Googled it and got the registration fee. So saying that we know what registration is, we don't, as a board collectively know that. Some registration's $1,000. This one's really relatively inexpensive. The challenge I had was going in this, I've proved this, what, as Trustee Charchin stated, what is the impact on the budget? And do we have the dollars there to do that? And I'm in favor of this, but I still don't have that complete clarity. It's me doing the math on this. I understand trustees don't want to put a dollar amount on it. I don't see the appetite for that, but I still think we as governors need to know where we sit and the implications. We have other things on the agenda to talk about dollars. This decision, in my mind, impacts making those further decisions, and I don't have clarity on how that will fully impact without me breaking out my phone and doing some quick calculations.
Thank you. We have Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Gimber. Oh, I thought you had your hand up earlier. Oh, Trustee Gimber?
I just want to add a little tiny bit of clarity to that. The 2025 rate is not online yet, and that's why it was never brought up or considered. It still says to be announced. I'm looking at it. TBD plus GST, registration coming soon. Yeah, early bird cost $560. Well, if you can get it for that, then book it for us, please.
Thank you. Any other questions? Trustee Charchin?
Well, this is a real tough one. I still concur with Trustee Toon in that, you know, this and the next two items and the agenda. And so at this point, I would be voting against this motion simply because of those unknowns, not because of the work that Trustee Gimber and Trustee Poitras do and the importance of it. It's all solely around the budget.
Thank you. Just as chair now, I would like to just ask a question at the end here. I just would like to hear why both of you need to go. In the past, we've done by the chair of the committee going, and so I just want to hear rationale as to why you feel that both of you need to go to this, because we did the ASCA when we did rotating years. So if you could just clarify that for me, please.
Sure. As the Regional School Council Chair, you sit as chair and you're there to help school board chairs and vice chairs understand their role. We as trustees are not members of ASCA. We don't have a vote at that table. And so we attend so that we can share perspective with them when they're voting, especially after we've had our Regional School Council meeting and discuss some things. They have some information. We are there as a consult. We are there to support. This role it's the Board of Trustees' way of having First Nation, Métis, and Inuit perspective and represented on the board. So when you just have one person there, it's that one person's perspective. They don't have a second person who is like, remember when they said this, or do you think that this affects us? Can we talk to our elders about it? No, I interpreted that a different way. It's that collaborative voice in the room to make sure that we both understood the same thing and that we both, when one of us is hearing and the other one is hearing, that, we're getting that same information and that we're representing that properly here at the board level. So that's why, it's the same reason we asked to have two trustees on the Elders Consult Committee rather than just one. So that's why.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, Trustee Poitras or Trustee Gimber, did you want to close?
I'd love to close. So I appreciate all the conversations we've had here today. I appreciate that this is a consequence of the changes that we've made, and I think we've made some changes that have definitely negatively impacted the board's ability to be informed, gather knowledge, and properly represent education here at the table in some situations. And I appreciate Trustee Long for bringing that up. Again, I understand that, our budget is something that we're very aware of and it's very important. We're looking at $3,500 in a $52 million budget. So that when we get to the end of this year, we can say, yes, we have met with and done PD on our FNMI perspectives this year. And although it's not as thorough and robust as we would like it to be, at least we have done what we can do, not get to the end of the year and have none. I cannot stress how important that is. And in the end, I want to say to the Board of Trustees here, is this PD that we can afford not to do? Are we willing to get to the end of the year without having any of that engagement and be held accountable for that?
Thank you. All in favor? Oh, sorry, I should read the recommendation again. Just kidding. Sorry, the Board of Trustees direct the Elders Council Committee, I just didn't want to say that 3 times fast again, trustees to attend the Cass First Nations Métis Inuit gathering as representatives of the board. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to F2, ASBA Zone 6. Oh, would we like a health break? We would like a health break. We will now take 10 minutes, please.
Even if it's just 5.
10 minutes is good.
Okay.
All right, everybody, if we can call us back to order, please. I know. All right, calling us back to order. We're moving on to F2, ASBA Zone 6 AGM and monthly meetings. The ASBA Zone 6 meetings are an important source of information for all trustees. Currently, there are regular monthly meetings except during the summer months. Two of those meetings are significantly important, the budget meeting and the AGM. The Zone 6 budget meeting includes a presentation with a question and answer period facilitated by the ASBA executive. It includes valuable discussions and requires a vote from the LRSD board. The Zone 6 AGM is where LRSD trustees may be nominated, sometimes from the floor, for Zone 6 executive positions, and subsequent voting for these positions is done. The regular Zone 6 meetings include valuable board sharing and professional development that is created by ASBA and is often timely in nature. Currently, all trustees may attend the ASBA Zone 6 meeting. However, only the Zone 6 representative is remunerated for attending these meetings. Recommendation that the board recommends, given the evolving nature of the AGM and budget meetings and in the valuable professional development offered during these regular monthly meetings, that the ASBA Zone 6 representative be remunerated for attending all Zone 6 meetings in person or virtually. All trustees be remunerated for attending the ASBA Zone 6 AGM and ASBA Zone 6 budget meetings in person or virtually. All trustees be remunerated for attending the ASBA Zone 6 monthly meetings virtually. If they choose to attend in person, travel expenses will not be covered. This motion is made by Trustee Gimber. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure, thank you. The pieces, I guess, that I want to bring up in addition to the lead-in here would be, well, one thing that occurred to me actually last night when it comes to the AGM. We have it in our policy right now, if a trustee wants to run for a position on ASBA Zone 6, that they need to have board approval in advance. So we had an instance before where a trustee had board approval in advance. We went to the AGM, and unfortunately that trustee did not get the position, but nobody else could run. So because nobody else had approval. So we changed our policy at that time to say that as long as we had quorum at the meeting, then somebody could be nominated from the floor. We have since changed our policy yet again to say now that it is only one person that is going to be at those meetings. So there goes quorum. We're going to put ourselves right back into that position that we were in back when that trustee was not voted into that role and nobody else on our zone, on our board could run. That would be one reason for this. The second is that budget presentation. I understand the reason why you have a Zone 6 representative is to bring a lot of that information forward from the zone to the board and vice versa. But when it comes to the budget presentation, there is so much that is presented by ASBA, and along with that is a huge amount of understanding and education that they just even offer up at that meeting. So those two meetings in particular, I think, are just imperative that all of the trustees have the ability to attend and be remunerated for if they choose to go to them. When it comes to the PD, the virtual piece, one of the most expensive pieces of our budget is travel costs, and those meetings are held in Lethbridge or a surrounding community right near Lethbridge. So by not having travel expenses covered, just the virtual component, I think kind of addresses a piece of that. I know Trustee Charchin's going to bring up the budget piece of this in her questions, and the only thing I'm going to say about this is all of these changes. At the beginning of the year, when our budget was in place, we were all permitted to attend everything. So this in itself would still be a cut from what the original one was.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any questions, Trustee Charchin?
Okay, thanks for taking care of that, Trustee Gimber. Of course, that does loom. But I want to just add a piece from my perspective as a year and a few months in as a trustee, that when I first joined, we immediately went to Edmonton to ASBA, and I saw what happened there, and I saw what happened here, but there was a big disconnect for me from the zone perspective. So from a new trustee perspective, I think that that would have helped. I was able to attend 2 or 3 of those meetings. Just because of scheduling, I couldn't. Others are not meetings, but those days. So I think from a new trustee perspective and, you know, a new board coming in after the election, that it completes the piece. So I find it valuable from that perspective to be required and allowed to attend.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I would ask that we, a motion to separate. I think these are 3 distinct things with rationale that's great for all 3. But I think it's too much to put this all together. What Trustee Charchin just spoke to has nothing to do with the first bullet point being on there about the rep or about the importance of a AGM or budget. So just for it won't make the process quicker, but I think it will, in good governance, to separate all 3.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to separate all 3, so we will just be speaking to the first point then. The ASB Zone 6 representative be remunerated for attending all Zone 6 meetings in person or virtually. Oh, yes, sorry, we do need to vote on that. So there is the motion to separate all 3. Any questions or comments around that? Trustee Poitras?
Just a point of order, the ASBA Zone 6 representative or alternate will be remunerated for attending all Zone 6 meetings in person or virtually is already in our policy. So if we're going to separate them out, then that one would not need to be a motion because that's already our practice. So
I thought that was
I
too.
would recommend removing that one.
Yes. Sorry, Trustee Gimber, did you want to answer that?
So the reason it was here was just so that there was a lot of clarity over all of the different circumstances in which each trustee involved in ASBA Zone 6 would be remunerated or not. That's why it was all presented as a package deal. And I think I should probably add that this conversation is not just coming from me. It came up at our policy meeting.
Thank you. So we're just speaking to the motion that to separate all 3? She had her hand up first. Sorry, Brad.
I agree with Trustee Gimber. I think these should all be together because they all are, you know, one comes with the other. I don't think that, if I remember, is that we can attend this virtually, but we're not being remunerated virtually if we're attending virtually. Well, this says we will be remunerated if we attend it virtually. So, Trustee Poitras said that that 3rd bulletin that's already there.
No, the first bullet is already in policy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said the 3rd one. Okay, I apologize.
Trustee Toon?
Thank you. With that clarity from Trustee Poitras, I would ask to just separate the 2 bullets out, the AGM and budget attendance, and that the second one, that all trustees be remunerated for attending Zone 6 monthly meetings virtually. I think that's another distinct item there. And to the point that this is coming forward from policy, I think that is totally out of order, that this isn't a discussion that should have happened at a pause from a policy side of things. How and where we are remunerated for what meetings isn't in the purview or terms of reference for policy committee.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So you have amended your motion to separate the last 2 bullets, second and third, so all trustees be remunerated first, and then the 3rd bullet be the second point. So we are now just speaking to the last 2 points, and we're speaking to the separation, the motion, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, amendment on the floor. Any questions or
Point
comments?
of order. Do I get to respond to that? Because I don't think that was right for him to say that about policy. We were tasked with doing that, with amending policy 8 for all of the things that the timesheet committee noticed that were of question. So that was definitely within our purview to bring this up.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any other questions or comments around the amendment on the floor? Motion to separate. Trustee Toon, did you want to close?
Just a point of order. That was, to me, was closing on the thing, so that's
Okay,
why.
so sorry.
That's why I felt it was, yeah, the comment and reply to rebuttal, and I'll address that in a future statement.
Okay, sorry, Trustee Toon, I didn't realize you were closing at that point. So, motion to separate the last two bullets. All in favor? Passed, yep. All right, so now I'll be speaking to the second bullet. All trustees be remunerated for attending the ASBA Zone 6 AGM and ASB Zone 6 budget meeting in person or virtually. Trustee Toon, you have made the motions to, did you want to speak to this for separating them out, or Trustee Gimber? Okay, okay, I wasn't, so any questions or comments then? Trustee Charchin?
Okay, hopefully I can ask this question. Could somebody clarify, maybe Trustee Gimber, why attending the AGM or the budget meeting in person would be important for other trustees other than the chair, and not just virtually?
Trustee Diego says that I should say to discuss things while we're sitting there together at the meeting, I suppose. I don't have any response to this.
Trustee Yegus and then Trustee Long?
I think Trustee Gimber pointed out that, especially at the AGM, if one person isn't voted in, then as a board, we're sitting there, we could ask for another one to get voted in. So I think sometimes, especially for the budget, which is an important one, only one person, only the representative could vote. But I think for the budget, there's a discussion that could go on and the questions that could be asked. Because sometimes one person maybe doesn't think of everything else. And that's the same with the AGM. We discuss who's going to, the best, just like we do at our meetings with our fall and spring ASBA meetings.
Point of information. Does our policy not say that they must have board approval through motion? Like sitting at the table there, you couldn't just give someone else permission, or you could?
I'll let Trustee Gimber respond to that as she's policy chair.
The policy was recently amended to say that nominations could happen from the floor if we have quorum.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you. And then we have Trustee Long and then Trustee Charchin.
So at the AGM, at the regular monthly meetings, that's pretty well executive and reps. But the AGM is a meeting of like all the trustees from Zone 6. And so you do get a big turnout at an AGM. There's a lot of people there. So there are things besides the voting, which is very important, maybe the most important reason for all of us being there in person, is the discussions and things that go on from all the different boards and divisions about things that are on the agenda, which only happens once a year. So it's good for all trustees to be there sharing, discussing. You get to hear what other trustees are doing and thinking. And
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Charchin?
Sorry, I obviously did not make myself very clear because all of you are telling me what I already know. I just thought it could be done, we could attend virtually or in person. And I just wondered, and I think Trustee Long, you've just clarified a little bit about what an AGM looks like. I've never been to one. And what could be gained from being in person versus virtual, if it's even offered virtual. So that's all I was questioning, not the importance of being part of them, but about thinking about from a cost-effective perspective that virtual would be significantly cheaper. So that was my query.
We have trustee Toon and then trustee Long.
Every ASBA zone meeting is offered virtually. They haven't made any changes to that since COVID. They've allowed it to be hybrid. I can say I've attended an AGM, zone AGM hybrid, while we had board members in person and just messaged back and forth what was happening in the meeting, because some things it's hard to pick up on the mic what's going on. It's not ideal, but I agree, significant cost savings not having the travel and stuff of everybody being in the room.
Trustee Long and then trustee Poitras.
Communication and relationships, as you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know already, so much better in person than sitting by yourself on a screen, and you're not really totally involved, but you are when you're in person, and that's what happens at those AGMs.
Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I think that's specifically why the policy committee, when they were discussing this, probably chose to say that if you want to attend the monthly meetings, you can do so virtually with that minimal cost, but to have the AGM and the budget be in person, because, you know, even when we have had trustee Toon sitting on, nope, when he's been Zone 6, the Zone 6 representative, and he's been at the front of the room at our ASBA meetings. Although he could text while we're all at the table, he's, you know, he refrains from doing that because it sets you behind and you are trying to vote on something and all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're calling the question, everyone needs to vote, and you're still trying to get the text messages and and they're saying, I didn't hear the end of that, the mic cut out and stuff. So especially when, you know, as a board, we've discussed being together in person when we have a vote, and then the budget piece is very important, because when we go up and approve the budget, that is the time that we have with usually our president and vice president of ASBA in the room to discuss the budget, that we have to decide on whether we want to make an amendment together as a board or not. So it really is that piece of having those immediate conversations and, you know, not trying to, ASBA Zone 6 is notorious for terrible communication ability with their virtual. You can never hear anything. It's why I don't like to go anymore, but virtually, I mean, but these are important conversations and discussions that we need to be able to have, and that's why these two meetings we have traditionally always tried to attend together in person. So I think that's a justification. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the policy committee or on this motion, but that's the justification I see for it and thought that they would give based on reading the motion beforehand.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I just have a quick comment too. I do feel that sometimes too, our Zone 6 budget actually falls in line when we have our Edwin Parr, which traditionally is up in Tabor. And so we do typically attend our Edwin Parr as long as we have a nominee, and the budget conversation will happen sometimes up there. Sometimes it happens prior to, you never know sometimes with ASBA when the budget conversations are going to have. I do believe when we are voting on a budget at our SGM, that it is very important that all of us understand the budget. And if we're not in the room and hearing the direct conversations from the executive who are presenting the budget, because they always ask, please ask questions and send them in too if you need more, then we're not doing our due diligence in managing a budget through ASBA. So those are just my comments as chair. Seeing no other hands, Trustee Gimber, would you like to close? On the first one, please, the recommendation that the board approve all trustees to be remunerated for attending ASBA Zone 6 and AGM and ASBA Zone 6 budget meetings in person or virtually.
No, I have nothing further to add.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Carried. Oh, are you throwing stuff around the room? All right, moving on to the recommendation number 2, that the board approve that all trustees be remunerated for attending the ASBA Zone 6 monthly meetings virtually. If they choose to attend in person, travel expenses will not be covered. Any questions or comments around that? Oh, trustee Poitras.
I think this is a great motion. It's ASBA Zone 6 it's really great. It's valuable to hear what's going on with the other divisions. We hear, what they're struggling with. We talk about transportation, all those things. I do find it really frustrating to join virtually, and it's hard to hear what's going on. But I also believe that our representative does a great job of reporting back. Of course, you can't catch all those pieces that go on in the room when you're there and like the conversations. But our current representative does a great job of reporting back. I don't know that I would take advantage of this because virtual is terrible with ASBA, but I'm sure they're working on it. They have been trying to in that room, so I appreciate the motion.
Thank you, trustee Toon.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be against this motion. Just a rough math, it's about $1,000 for the other 6 members of the board to attend if they all attend. I don't think there's $1,000 in value of all of us being there, even virtually, to cover the cost. We have the option to attend. It's not an arduous thing for us to Zoom into a meeting. If I agree, it's not ideal, but I think for the additional 4 or 5 meetings a year, $5,000 expense to the board is a lot on our budget, and we can't continually to approve and add things to the budget without having costs be considered.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Poitras?
Sorry, just a point of information, is that 6 trustees attending based on a 4-hour meeting or a 2-hour meeting?
Yeah, 160. It's never 2 hours for zone meetings. It's always over 2. So it would be $164 by 6 is 984 or something like that.
Even since they changed the starting at 10:30 to 1:30 is what I've typically seen? Okay, thank you. Just wondering on the math there.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Yep, trustee Gimber?
The zone has been making an effort to keep the meetings under 4 hours for the last several months. Regularly, it's about 10:30 till 2:30, 2-ish, 1:32, somewhere in there.
Thank you. I'll just throw my comments in too. As a board, we have really been cutting back on PD. I think that we are really doing a disservice if we can get PD for $200 for each of us once a month and keeps us up to date with everything that's going on, because we get a report from the president, Marilyn, we get a report from the vice president, we get a report from the director. I know that that can all be shared through our representative, but the conversations that happen and the questions that happen in the room don't necessarily get captured. And with all the bills that are coming down through the government and keeping us aware of what's happening out in the other zones too, I think when we took this away, we really did a disservice to this board in being able to make decisions effectively with knowing everything that's happening out there. I think the conversations at the zone really help us at the FGMs, and it helps us with the SGMs. So I'm in favor of this because I feel like I'm out of the loop now in not being able to attend. I do have to take time off work to attend these meetings, and I'm not willing to just lose money and not make any kind of money to be able to be an effective trustee. Those are just my thoughts. And so, Trustee Gimber, did you want to close it all?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, I'm going to call the question that the board approve that all trustees be remunerated for attending. Trustee Toon, are you asking for a recorded vote? Okay. That the board approve that all trustees be remunerated for attending the ASBA Zone 6 monthly meetings virtually. If they choose to attend in person, travel expenses will not be covered. All in favor? So 5-7. So Trustee Gimber and Trustee Toon were against. Any against? Trustee Toon and Gimber, thank you. We'll just give Nikki a moment. Okay, moving on to F3. This is something I will remove myself as chair from. Trustee Poitras, are you comfortable chairing this, or did you want me to get Mr. Perry?
No, that's fine.
You're comfortable
Yep.
chairing? Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Poitras.
Okay, F3. 5.3 F3, professional development funds. This motion aims to ensure access to unused professional development dollars for trustees to ensure our board is utilizing professional development dollars for their intended purpose. The Rural Education Symposium presents a valuable chance to gather insight and strategies that can benefit our board and the communities we serve by allowing unused PD dollars to be reallocated, the impact of its professional development budget, and encourages board participation. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve the reallocation of unused professional development funds from trustees who do not intend to use their full allocation to support other trustees in covering expenses for attendance at the Rural Education Symposium. This is being moved by Trustee Hodges. I'll turn it to her to speak to.
Thank you. I realize there's a lot of budget talk today, and never was the intent of this to be a full budget meeting, but I am going to speak to this. We have unused funds from previous years. We are always allotted, each trustee, so much money, and so every year you're only allowed to carry over $2,000. It is set at the beginning of a 4-year term. Not all that money has been used. And so when we planned for PD dollars was developed, conferences were not as expensive as they are now. I don't believe it was designed so that no one could attend at least one conference in the last year. It is still very important to maintain up to date with what's going on in our divisions and to keep up with PD to be able to make informed decisions. And for these reasons, I would like the board to consider using leftover PD dollars for trustees to go to the rural conference. And just to clarify, it is not asking for extra money. It is what was already allotted amount at the beginning of our 4-year term. So there, I'm done with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Hodges. We'll now open it up to questions or comments around this piece. I guess the first question is are there any trustees at this table who have dollars that they're not planning to use this year?
Sorry, just to clarify, I think that the opening statement and the bottom statement don't actually miss, because I wasn't actually wanting to ask for this year. Any of the unused from the previous years, as I spoke to in the beginning part, and I'm sorry, I didn't realize it until we read it out that it didn't match my beginning introduction.
Just before we move into
So just the unused professional development dollar funds.
From this term?
Yes.
So, yep, I'll just let.
Or if trustees were not going to use, I guess, I'm sorry,
Okay, so just for Nikki, the Board of Trustees approved the reallocation of unused professional development funds from this term of trustees who do not intend to use their full allocation to support other trustees in covering expenses for attending the Alberta Rural Education Symposium. Is that correct, Trustee Hodges? Is that how you want it to read?
Sorry, I should have really looked at this a little bit better. When I read it, when I created it, in my head, that's why I had it. I guess I'm looking at it two different ways, because at the beginning of our 4-year term, we have so much money. It is divided out between the 4 years in allocations of the percentages. In last year, we have the 25%. Every year, we're allowed to carry over $2,000. Sometimes some trustees didn't do any conferences, and so they had more than that year left over in their budget. So they carried the $2,000 over. I still felt like there was potentially still some money left over. And so moving into the next year, money was still carried over. And some trustees, again, didn't use all their money. Some of it was carried over, some of it wasn't. So I guess I'm looking to see if there was leftover money still in the allotted amount for all the trustees, or if any trustees were not intending to use their PD and wanted to pool it together. So.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do you believe that how it reads now reflects Thank you, Trustee Long. Reflects what you're asking.
And maybe instead of, you could put or.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Trustee Toon, and then we'll go to Trustee Yegus.
Thank you for providing the clarity on the intent of that, Trustee Hodges. I struggle because not knowing what the dollar amounts are, what's left over, what was carryover, what was unspent. I think this isn't really an equitable process to do it. I think Rural Symposium, Education Symposium is fantastic, and we've had a lot of trustees attend it in the past. But in saying that, we're going to support trustees who have spent all their dollars and others that have saved and planned those get nothing in that. I really think that's not an equitable system. If we're going to pool things, that we've done that in the past, we've allocated some dollars out. That was a discussion that happened a long time in advance, so everybody could take care of it and everybody got the same amount of dollars. It was split between trustees equally, so I wouldn't be in support of the motion as it stands.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Yegus?
Yeah, and I guess with Trustee Toon, I just was wondering how much money, that hasn't been spent. And I just assumed that it has been all allocated in some way. So I agree. I am against this motion too.
Thank you, Trustee Yegus. So any dollars, my understanding, and perhaps Mr. Perry can speak to this, if at the end of the year a trustee has not used all of their dollars, they can roll over $2,000 to the following year. I'm assuming Trustee Hodges is speaking to if there was $3,000 left over and only $2,000 were rolled over that $1,000 in there. Are you aware that there are dollars in that category, or are you assuming? I know that one trustee can't ask.
Yeah, if Mr. Perry has anything he'd like to add, that would be great. Just looking at the sheets before, I would assume there would be, yes.
So the only thing I would say is, and I was trying to look up real quick to see if there was, but the budget that we bring forward in the year only includes the budget that we anticipate for that year, which would mean the amounts that were eligible for carryover and that year's allotment. We wouldn't have calculated what was left over by everyone and carry that over into the new year's budget. So, but I would need more time to confirm that that's actually what happened, but that's typically what happens.
So at the end of the year, if those dollars aren't used, then they're put towards something from that year, either into the classroom and then you move forward with the next budget. Is that our understanding?
Yeah, they just like if we have dollars left over at any budget, they go into the pot and then we divide the dollars out in the next year's budget.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. We'll move to Trustee Long.
Well, we know that there's 2 trustees that aren't going to have money to give. And for the rest of us, you roll over those $2,000 and what you're allotted for your 4th year, you just about spend that to go to the Rural Symposium. So I don't know if anybody is going to have much to roll over to give to anybody.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Is there any trustees that are aware that they will have additional dollars that they would, sorry, Trustee Long. I don't know why I call you Trustee Toon all the time. Anyways, are there any trustees that do feel they have dollars that could fall into this category for this year? Okay, Trustee Gimber.
Point of information. So at the end of this year, because this is the end of our term, anything that's left over, there is no rollover. Is that correct?
That's correct. You cannot roll over PD dollars from term to term. Even if a trustee had $2,000 and is returning again as a new trustee, a new term is a new start. Trustee Toon, the actual Trustee Toon?
Yeah, just to tag on to that, one of the big discussions was how fair is that to a new trustee coming in? You haven't had the ability to roll over an existing trustee comes in and they have an extra $2,000. So that was one of the rationale not to do that if we had that, yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Okay, so the recommendation currently is that the Board of Trustees approve the reallocation of unused professional dollars or unused professional development funds from this term or trustees who do not intend to use their full allocation to support the trustees, other trustees in covering expenses for attending the Alberta Rural Education Symposium. Is there any further questions or comments before we have Trustee Hodges close on this? Trustee Charchin.
I think I'd just like to add that PD has been a difficult use for me coming in midterm in terms of, and I've shared this last year, in terms of the professional development that would be really important to me as a new trustee was really not being offered, although I sought high and low for it. I registered for the ASBA governance course, which unfortunately was canceled. My issue is, I think I could say that I may have some left, but I have no idea what that would be, and I don't really feel like it's fair for me to have, and I don't think that's what you're asking me either, but I don't think that I can pencil everything out now because professional development is very important to me, but meaningful professional development is critical. So there is potential I might, but I don't know what that would be if it were. So I just wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Seeing no further questions or comments, I will ask Trustee or Chair Hodges if you'd like to close.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I just misunderstood how the four-year term worked, and I thought we had a budget at the beginning of the year and then every year at the beginning of the term, but then every year after that, it was still part of every year. And so I'm not even in support of this motion anymore. So due to my own neglect in making sure that I had the facts straight. So I'm just calling the question on it.
Well, yeah, because you're closing.
Yeah, I close. So let's just vote on it and get it done.
Okay, so the recommendation that the board approve the reallocation of unused professional development funds from this term or trustees who do not intend to use their full allocation to support other trustees in covering expenses for the attendance at the Alberta Rural Education Symposium. All in favor? All opposed? That is defeated, and I will turn the chair back over to Chair Hodges.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, moving on to F4, we have the item from our consent agenda around the professional learning. We'll start with Trustee Yegas.
Yes, there are two virtual presentations being done, one on January, they're both through the ASBA. One on January 30th, the advocacy session on provincial priorities, which I think should be quite interesting. And the other one on February 6th, it's called Future Ready Trustees. And once again, I think that would be quite interesting. So I'd like permission to attend those using my personal PD funds.
Sorry, we have a motion on the floor for Trustee Yegas wanting to attend the January 30th session and the January 5th session from ASBA. Mm-hmm. Trustee Toon, you have a comment?
Yeah, I support the motion in light of the discussion that we've had and all the things that are going on provincially. I would ask that the board, after this motion is passed, consider a motion arising that we approve all ASBA offerings to be used for professional learning dollars. We have the checks and balances in the system that allow it to be reported, that it's going to be reported back to the board. There's going to be written and in committee of the whole. So I think covering off not the fears of the past of not knowing what is offering, I think ASBA, all of it is pertinent to the jobs and roles that we're doing here as trustees, and that there's a lot of last minute things with bills and certain things happening that in between meetings something arises and then we have to come back and ask for forgiveness for something that we didn't know was occurring or wasn't on our radar yet. So that would be after this is approved, that we entertain a motion to approve anything ASBA offers for professional learning dollars to go towards that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions around the, yep, Trustee Chartrand?
Sorry, is it okay if I add my name to those two dates
Yes.
with Trustee Yeagus as well, please? Well, if
Would
we
any other
pass it-
trustees like to attend the January 30th and February 6th sessions? Trustee Long, Trustee Chartrand, Trustee Gimbert, Trustee Toon, Trustee Poitras, all of the trustees. Sorry, Nikki. All right, the board approve all trustees attend the ASBA January 30th and February 6th sessions. All in favor? Carried. And Trustee Toon, you had a motion arising from business?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, that the Board of Trustees approve trustees using all ASBA sessions and both online and in person be approved to attend for this remainder of the 2025 school year.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Approve all trustees to attend ASBA sessions, both online and in person, for the remainder of the 2025 school year. Any questions or comments? Oh, who had their hand up first? Trustee Long.
Yeah, it's a wonderful idea. It sure would help with scheduling. And as Trustee Toon said, sometimes you see something, it's after the board meeting and it's something you want to attend, and it's in between the two board meetings, and then you're asking afterwards. I think it's a great proposal.
Thank you. Trustee Chartrand?
My question was just to include the to use personal PD, but I see that that's already been added. Thank you.
Trustee Poitras?
I would make an amendment just to put the period after in person so that can go into policy. It's a good idea for the school year. It's a good idea for the future, attending anything ASBA and using your personal PD dollars for it and not having to get approval beforehand, as long as all those checks and balances are followed, which is also in policy. I think especially with an election coming up and new members or potential new trustees, this is just a no-brainer going forward because ASBA can be such a asset when it comes to professional learning. So I would make the amendment to remove the remainder of the school year. Thank you, Nikki, for capturing that.
I have an amendment on the floor that the Board of Trustees approve all personal PD to attend ASBA both online and in person, period. So we're just speaking to the amendment now. Trustee Toon?
I would like to call the question on the amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay, question has been called. We are voting on the amendment, which would read that the Board of Trustees approve all trustees to use personal PD to attend the ASBA sessions both online and in person, period. All in favor? Carried. Now that is the main motion. Any questions or comments around that? That the board approve all trustees to use personal PD dollars to attend ASBA sessions both online and in person. Seeing none, Trustee Toon, did you want to close? Okay. All in favor? Carried. All right, Trustee Chartrand, you had you have one more? Okay, sorry.
I know there were other ones involved with this, but I do not know if I had approval or not. So I did listen to it, and because it was so late, I didn't have a chance to put it onto the agenda. On the 23rd of January, Alberta Education did a virtual session on gender policy legislation, which was extremely interesting. I got a lot of information, and I also got, they also sent out right away. They said anybody who was registered to get this information, and I have got it already for the people who, who are registered. So I would like to ask forgiveness and also to be reimbursed for that. It was 1 hour. I will be doing and sending the next one, the write-up on it.
All right, we have a motion on the floor that the board approve the January 23rd Alberta gender policy legislation that trustee Yeagus attended. Any questions or comments? Yeah. Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, I attended also. There were some great things. I'm not asking for reimbursement on it, but I do think that we need to have some future discussions as a board around the policy side of things.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other questions? Trustee Yeagus, did you want to close?
No, I think it was pretty, no, I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. Motion on the floor that the board approve trustee Yeagus to be reimbursed for the January 23rd Alberta Ed Gender Policy Legislation Session. All in favor? Carried.
Just a point of information. That's from her PD dollars, correct? We're in the
Correct.
PD section here? Okay,
Yes.
just making sure.
PD dollars. Yes. All right, trustee Charchin?
Okay, speaking of checks and balances, trustee Yeagus and myself attended ASBA Speaker's Corner on January 20th, entitled Board Dynamics with Jane Halford. It was an excellent session. You have a copy of our joint PD report, which was a really great experience in doing it together and the further conversation that occurred as a result of that. And so just wanted to open it up if anybody had any questions.
Did anybody have any questions? Trustee Poitras?
No, I just want to say I appreciate the report and definitely made me go and look up the Speaker's Corner, and I think it's valuable. I appreciate ASBA offering these things, and I'm glad you guys did your report together, and there's a lot of key pieces that were grabbed, and I appreciated that. So thank you both.
Trustee Yeagus?
One of the things we recommended in this is that, I know this is going to be on the, continual to be on the Speaker's Corner on the ASBA site. I really think it's going to be of interest to trustees next year, especially new trustees, because there was a lot of excellent information in it.
Thank you, Trustee Toon, and then Trustee Gimber.
Yeah, no, I appreciate sharing the insight. One of the things, though, when I kind of caught me off guard was the joint submission of the report. I think it's valuable when we're using personal PD dollars to get the insight from the individual trustees. So I don't know if that needs to be a discussion in the future, because reading it, I struggle when I can see everyone attending it, what they got out of it. It's hard because everyone takes things so differently. So I would love to just tag my name onto your reports because everyone does a phenomenal job with the trustees around the table, but I think I would be doing a disservice, even just in communicating with the trustee and saying, yes, ditto, put my name on it. I think when we're investing in personal PD dollars, I'd like to hear individual trustees' voices on it, and there might be some repetition in what we get back, but I think it's valuable exercise, and if the intent is to allow joint submissions in the future, I'd like to just have a conversation about that.
Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. I tend to agree with Trustee Toon on this, and I'm also kind of questioning why we're having this conversation right now, because I thought that the presentation about your PD was supposed to occur at a meeting of the whole. So I want to just make sure that that's still forthcoming and we can talk more about what you got out of it at a meeting of the whole.
Thank you. Trustee Yeagus, you had your hand up?
I am going to respond to trustee. I think this is important for us, was important to bring this up. Also, we did put our individual responses on it, and we did spend time together doing this, other than what we did, listening to it. We we went and did this online together.
Thank you. Okay, moving on in our agenda, I'd like to consider something out of schedule. I move that we suspend the rules and consider moving our discussion to the 4-day school week till after lunch. And so because that'll take longer and we are behind in our agenda, so I'd like to move our 1 o'clock discussion, Jordan's principle, to the next one. This is open for debate. Any questions or comments? Trustee Poitras?
Did you want to move the whole discussion section, G2, 3, 4, and 5, and just move through that section and then come back to the 4-day? Since we have a half an hour and these are all together, which should take about half an hour?
Yeah, okay, yeah, we will, yeah, thank you, Trustee Poitras, that's a great idea. We will just move the G2 to G5. Trustee Long?
I just wonder if we should ask Ms. Bond if she can extend her afternoon past whatever it was going to be, 2:30 or...
Any other comments? Trustee Charchin?
Totally not related to that, but I wanted to ask your permission for something, so is now the time to do that? In PD.
Okay, no, we can't right now. We have to do this first. Any other debate around considering we must suspend the rules of order? Okay, all in favor? Carried, thank you. So we'll move on to G2, our Jordan's principle. Is that what we're doing, Jordan? Okay. In response to the December 17, 2024 board motion that the Board of Trustees approve receiving a report at the January board meeting of outstanding costs, if any, of the unapproved Jordan's principle funded staff, Jeff Perry and Mr. Jordan, Will Gunderson, Associate Superintendent Business Services, will discuss the unapproved Jordan's principle funding staff information. So thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, so we had 2 schools that have current Jordan's Principle applications in place, and we haven't received a response on if those will be approved or not. Both of these schools had carry forward funding from the previous year, so they had been previously approved for funding, and we had not spent it all, so it was available for us to use in the current year. The total amount we had available at the start of this school year for FP Walsh and WA Day, those 2 schools, was $159,948. As at the end of December, we had spent $84,673 of that carry forward on positions that are currently being filled at both of those schools. That left us at the end of December with $75,000 available to keep funding these positions out of Jordan's Principle. Throughout the rest of the school year, if these positions were to may stay in place at full time or at their current rate of pay and their current FTE, we would incur an additional $137,560 of costs. And so if we receive no Jordan's Principle funding and we were to maintain those positions, the extra cost to us as a division would be $62,290. So we have Jordan's Principle funding to cover them up to that $159,948 of costs, but there would be an expected charge to us if they're not approved of $62,290.
Thank you, Jordan. Any questions or comments? Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I have a question, and I don't necessarily think it's for you, Jordan. It might be something more for Richard, but when we look at the dollars that we got from Jordan's Principle last year and moving forward, we had just under 160,000. Can you speak to why those dollars were unable to be used last year? I assume it has to do with being able to find people to fill the positions. That's why I think maybe Jordan's not the right person. But could someone speak to that?
I can speak to that actually, because I was involved in preparing the reports that showed what our outstanding balances were. The big thing was delayed approval, so we didn't hire any positions until we received approval, but they gave us funding for a full school year. So from the time we got approval and then we started the hiring process, getting people on board, there was just a big time gap from when the start of our approval was and when we actually hired people. Another thing is that when we apply for funding, we always apply for what the top pay would be for a position because we don't know who we're going to hire. We want to make sure we have funds to hire someone who will be at the top of the pay grid. The people we hired weren't at the top of the pay grid, so there was a little bit of a buffer there from what we had applied for and what we actually ended up costing us. So those are the two factors, but the biggest one was definitely the timing between when it was approved. We waited for that approval to hire these positions. And so there was just months and months of funding we received to pay someone, but we didn't have someone hired during those months.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? I have a question. So when you speak to two schools still not being approved, is there a process where we can see where they're at? I realize that it's gone beyond the typical approval part from my understanding, but I just wondered if there's any information that we've been able to get as to why potentially those two schools with the highest needs are still not approved. Pause for effect.
There we go. In short, no. But the background information is that we continue to send emails from both schools to the governing body to determine where things are at, and we have yet to hear back from them. As we know that there has been a mandate to make sure that all of these grants have been addressed, and they were supposed to be addressed by the end of the month. So we'll see further from there as to whether or not these escalated requests have been granted or not.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
I can actually share from a zone perspective that this did come up at the zone meeting, and ASBA has been advocating on behalf of all of the schools that have not received their funding yet.
Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up? Thanks.
Two questions. First would be operationally, is there anything with the pattern of delayed approval, and is there anything operationally that you see changing in the staffing for next year or the application amount or process that you see? I know there's been talk federally about some changes, but we know those things don't happen quickly. And the other one is there a desire from administration to do any other advocacy work? I know some of the boards that had larger amounts outstanding advocated, and it wasn't a positive experience. They all got denied. So that's where I'm hesitant to say we talk to MPs or other media on any of this issue. Just would like to get your thoughts on those two questions. Thanks.
Everybody's looking to see who's going to speak. Mr. Perry, are you speaking?
Yeah, by
Okay.
default, I'll
Okay.
say something. I mean, from a budget perspective, it really makes us consider whether we can actually guarantee that positions will be filled in the time frame that we have knowledge of the approval. And if closer to the budget we have an approval for the ones that we currently have, there's potentially dollars that'll be carried over to be able to take that into consideration. So those are two operational thoughts that come to mind as we consider this. But yeah, the biggest is whether we will guarantee positions while we wait for approval of these things is certainly a consideration.
Thank you. Did that answer all your questions? Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much, Jordan. All right, moving on to G3, purchase of our transportation shop building. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, will update the Board of Trustees regarding the recent purchase of the transportation shop building. Mr. Perry.
Okay, Nikki has brought up a picture, but I'll speak while that's up there. So for many years, actually, even before I arrived here, which was back in 2011, the division has held capital reserves in place to acquire an additional transportation / maintenance shop. This is evidenced in a report that we provide on our division website. I think the latest one we have is 2016, 2017, but it's called Reserve Facts, and on there it identifies why we hold our capital reserves, and even back before that time period, it has been to acquire or build a maintenance/transportation shop. Over the years, we've kept an eye open for the right fit, and we've viewed multiple facilities over that time frame. We actually considered, as part of the amalgamation of the town of Fort Macleod and the school division here in G.R. Davis, we acquired a property here in Fort Macleod, and we considered building a shop on that property. However, the cost to build continued to rise, making this a less attractive option for us. Since the move to the current division office here, we have housed our transportation coordinator, transportation admin assistant, various members of the maintenance department in our west wing, which was not modernized when we amalgamated with the town of Fort Macleod here in this building. Although this area has worked for office space, the need to provide area to store supplies, equipment, vehicles, including buses, has made things a little challenging and less than ideal for sure. In the fall, we were made aware of a few facilities that had become available, and we took the opportunity to tour these facilities. One stood out and was appealing on many levels. So the facility that you see on the screen is the facility. You can go to the next picture if you'd like. We've got a few. The facility is in very good condition. The facility is newer, having been built in 2021, and built by a reputable organization here in the community of Fort Macleod. The price of the facility in our research would be less than what it would be to cost us to build the same facility. The facility, I'm kind of, can you hear me? Okay. The facility, when built, was built with the flexibility to accommodate the needs of future owners. The facility definitely has the ability for us to adapt to our needs and our uses for the school division as far as the transportation side of things go, as well as the maintenance side of things. The facility, like I mentioned, is here in Fort Macleod and is, again, central to the division. The facility is usable now with limited need to use significant resources to make many changes to it. As this was related to the purchase of the land, the board was made aware of this opportunity. As this was a land item, the board was made aware of this opportunity back in an in-camera session, I think November, if I remember correctly. Administration looked into the potential acquisition in greater detail and brought a recommendation forward to the board in December. And an approval was provided at that time for administration to pursue the opportunity. An offer was made and accepted by the current owner on December 17th, 2024. The division has since, over the latter part of December and beginning of January, done our due diligence on the facility, and as such, conditions were removed with the allowable timeline of January 17th, within the allowable timeline of January 17th, 2025. As such, the sale is official and will be finalized on or before February 27th, 2025. Possession of the property will be turned over to the division on that date. And you can go to another picture there, Nikki. So you can see that the facility has larger doors that accommodates our buses, as well as other equipment that we might utilize for the maintenance. Next picture. There's a yard that is actually bigger than the one that we have in Pincher Creek bus shop, which will accommodate the storing of our buses within a secured fenced area. Go ahead, Nikki, another one. Not too many more. You can see that the facility is wide open, so we have the ability to utilize it how we intend to utilize it. So we can accommodate maintenance in some area as well as transportation and other other parts of it. And I think there might be one or two more. And then there's some office space that we will likely have to do some adjustments to, but can do that in-house and within the time that we have. So there's not a significant rush to try and make our maintenance guys do a ton of work on this facility to get it up to date and ready to be usable. The majority of the more immediate focus will be getting it tooled up to be able to accommodate the repair of buses in this facility as well. So, yeah, I think that is the majority of the information I have. If there's any questions in relation to this purchase, then I'd be happy to answer any of those.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Any questions? Trustee Toon?
Just maybe if you can, you mentioned at the start of the how long this dollars had been set aside for this program. I remember when I first became a trustee, it was talked about of having a more centralized maintenance shop for buses and for general maintenance crews. What other uses could those dollars that were earmarked for that been used for?
Yeah, we have debated other potential uses for the facility within other programs that we offer. I can't speak to those too much at this point. Right now, we're strictly intending to use it as a bus garage and a transport or a maintenance shop, and we'll look at other uses down the road.
Trustee Toon?
Sorry, no, just to clarify, if the building wasn't purchased, what else could those dollars been spent on? Because I know when we go out and talk about this, that we're going to get a question, why weren't these dollars used to go towards classroom or other staffing shortfall?
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I misunderstood the original question. These are considered capital reserves, and so capital reserves are resources that we hold outside of operational dollars. They can only be used for capital purchases, so facilities, vehicles, larger equipment, things of that nature, things that would be capitalized and could not be used for operational purposes. Ministerial approval is always required to transfer anything from capital reserves into operational, but it's not looked upon very openly because those dollars have a specific purpose, and that is for this. So we have had over time an investment that we've received the dollars back over time, and so the capital reserves have sat there for quite some time, not totally available to us until this point in time where we now have access to those capital reserves and have the ability to go after this opportunity. But hopefully that answers your question.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. That definitely does. So to clarify, the sale of the former central office in Claresholm, those dollars were earmarked for capital reserves after that happened. And then just last follow-up would be, what is the long-term intent from administration side for the lot that we had got in the deal for this building with the town of Fort McLeod? What are the long-term plans for that?
Perfect, yeah. So the sale of the division office building, yes, it was a capital sale, and so those resources go into the capital reserves and are used for capital nature type items. The use of the current land that we held with the anticipation that we potentially would build a facility on there, we're reviewing as to whether we have other needs for that. If it's determined that we don't, then it would likely go through the provincial government's process of disposal, and which is quite a lengthy disposal before it could be offered outside of the government departments and things of that nature. So,
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Perry. We'll move on to G4, Facilities Update, Peaks, Nanton Schools. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, will present updated information regarding Peaks and Nanton Schools. Take it away, Mr. Perry, again.
okay, it doesn't want us to talk at the same time. So the first one that I'll update that I'll provide is the Nanton Schools projects. And I'm just going to jump to my... Okay, I don't. Okay, I was just checking my email because I had sent an email away for a further update. But what I can tell you is that on January 14th, our Alberta Infrastructure representative on the project identified that the project had been approved for tender. So the project overall, for those who are not familiar, that may be watching this video, Nanton Schools was approved for, or Nanton, the Livingstone Range School Division was approved for capital projects in the community of Nanton, which included the building of a new elementary, converting the old, larger elementary into a high school. And so we've been working for many months on design with GGA Architects out of Calgary, as well as Alberta Infrastructure on this project. And so we have received word that it has been approved for going to tender on that project. GGA, the architects, is submitting or was submitting the issued tender package to Alberta Infrastructure on January 20th. Alberta Infrastructure was then going to put it on APC, which is the Alberta Purchasing Connection website, where all opportunities go for tender. It's a provincial government website that ensures that we follow the legislation with regards to opportunities. The only other thing that I have in relation to that, the email I was waiting for is to see if it was put on the APC, because I can't go on there and look at that without having a certain type of account. But we know that Alberta Infrastructure and GGA have both been responding to questions to contractors as to when this will go out. So we anticipate that there's good interest in the projects out in Nanton, and which makes it more of a competitive opportunity. And although we're not managing the financial side of it, Alberta Infrastructure manages the financial. It gives us more likelihood that the tender would result in a competitive bid, meaning no challenges going forward. That's not a certainty, but we're looking forward to that. So when I get more information on that, I'll bring that forward to the board. Any questions on the Nanton? Oh, I'm not done. Sorry. I should look at my notes. We also have been working on a decanting plan. It's been a journey. There's been lots of ups and downs with regards to locating space that we could use to accommodate our students during the 2-year project. We are coming close to finalizing that plan and getting agreements in place, as well as having our health and safety officer tour the facility to ensure it can accommodate our students and staff in a safe location. We're currently discussing logistics of our plan with our maintenance department, with our IT department, and with administrators. Administrators have been involved in the process the entire time. And we anticipate that we will communicate our plans by the end of next week, which is February 7th. So stay tuned. We hope to have a communication in place to be able to provide that on the 7th of February. So now with that, is there any questions with regards to Nanton projects?
Seeing none, did you want to just do the Peaks update though?
Yep. How's that? Oh, I could do that. Is that better? Okay, I'm tired of hearing me talk, but okay, the Peaks project, which is our collegiate project out in our Peaks campus in the Crow's Nest Pass. Jason in his presentation earlier to the board brought up the facility that we're adding an enhancement to the current facility that's out there. The board has seen some renderings of that. I'll just give you a quick update. We continue to work towards our 60% design development drawings. Our goal for 60% is end of next week, which is still within the time frame that would allow us to put shovels in the ground middle of August or after FACES program is completed. So that's our goal. The project has gone through various renderings. One of the biggest challenges that we faced is that construction continues to increase in costs. And so as we get to a certain milestone, we send the renderings to our cost consultant, which is a requirement to have a cost consultant. They will send us back a report that identifies what they anticipate the costs are for building what we've presented. And at least 2 times we've gone to that process and come back and it's been over budget. So we've spent significant time trying to adjust the project to be within the budget that we've received. We have an understanding that there's no available resources outside of what we've been approved for. And so we're continuing to, how do we meet the needs for the collegiate in ways that can be adapted to what we can build. And so there's been some changes to the facility from the original renderings that you may have seen. I don't have any drawings to show you today, but we actually continue in that mindset. We recently had a rendering that came back that was within budget, but there was a couple concerns with it. And so our architects are currently working on that as to how they can adjust while continuing to be within the budget so that we can move beyond the 60% and forward. 60% renderings have to be sent to the Alberta infrastructure as well, and they have to have a week or so to be able to review them and ensure that there's no issues on their part. So that's where we find ourselves at this point. And yeah, if there's any questions, I can try to answer those as well.
Thank you. I just was wondering, Mr. Perry, if you could please just for the public, just remind us how this is being funded and that as a school division, we aren't currently funding this and that's done through some partnerships. If you could just explain that.
Yeah, absolutely. So none of these funds are coming from divisional resources. All of the funds are coming from a grant through the collegiate application that we made to the provincial government. So the enhancement is entirely to be funded through that grant. So it's outside of any resources that we had internally. We believe that the programs that we currently run within that area will allow us to operationally cover the costs beyond this project. And so we're in a good spot there, which means that those resources would not have to come out of operational funding for basic construction and things of that nature. The programs that we run will provide the funding to be able to accommodate and take care of that facility. So those are good things. As we've said before, our focus is sustainability. Programs that we operate need to be able to sustain themselves. And with the collegiate, that's one of the biggest challenges that the collegiates have throughout the entire province is how do they operate without pulling dollars from instructional basic funding. And so we feel fortunate that we have the ability to do that. We feel that our collegiate is on solid ground that way. So the enhancement is entirely funded by the grant. We're still looking for other grants and applying for other grants to be able to enhance it as far as green alternatives like solar and things of that nature. But we'll look to outside sources for that as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. You mentioned the programming that we offered. And I think we're all well aware of the amazing impact that FACES has on our students and the division as a whole. Is as we go through this process of building this building, do you foresee it, it affecting the number of students that are able to attend FACES?
So at this point in time, we believe that the number of FACES sessions that we currently have are at a good level, and so we're not considering growing that at this point, but 600 students in a summer is significant, but we believe the enhancements to the facility will also be beneficial to all of our programs, including FACES. And so, but the focus with regards to these dollars is entirely on the collegiate and how we can enhance and grow that program. Yeah.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, clarify, as we go through the process of building the building, will it adversely affect the numbers of FACES students? So will there be a reduced number because of operational challenges with logistics?
So the conversations that we've had with our architect and with some of the engineers is how do we allow for the continuation of FACES and other programs during the construction. So we may have to do things a little differently. We have talked about, how we would protect students from any construction that's ongoing, but we do know the construction will be longer than a year, so it will be during the time frame of some of our programs, FACES included. But we've been working with the FACES leadership and discussing how we can alternatively provide the program during construction process. So we're proactively having those conversations and thinking about that. And the engineers actually are coming forward with ideas as to how we could do that, whether that means we upgrade electrical early and have a different source of electricity during that time period. There's all kinds of alternatives that we're looking at. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, moving on to G5, our budget review process. Enclosed with the agenda is a copy of the proposed budget calendar related to the 2025-2026 school year budget. Jeff Perry, Associate Superintendent of Business Services, will use the budget calendar to provide a review of the division's budget process for the trustees.
Okay, I'm going to do this one fairly quick. You guys have seen this document before, and I know you can read through it, and you've had opportunity to look at it. So other than to just say that the budget process for the division begins long before the school year. So in January, we provide enrollment projections for the 2025-2026 school year. We've even, before that time period, began thinking of things that we would like to do differently, seeking feedback from various groups and so forth. So it's an ongoing process the entire time. Once budget is even passed, it's a continuation of monitoring the budget. Throughout this document, we have quarterly reports where we bring that information to the board and provide an update on that as well. So I won't go through in detail, but if there's anything in particular that you want to ask questions about, then maybe I'll open it up for that.
Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Toon.
Shocker. Just a question as to, from the governance side of things, when would you think that a review of our PD and what we control as trustees would need to be completed at to make sure that it doesn't delay the process and can be reviewed by administration and the overall budget cycle? So what would the timeline frame for that need to occur?
Perfect, yeah. So in February, at the meeting of the whole meeting, we will review the board's budget, current budget, and provide an opportunity for feedback over the next month or so. We would hope to have finalized the feedback by the end of March so that we can apply that to what we allocate out to schools and other departments, and the board would be no different at the same time. So between February 11th and March 25th, which is the final board meeting of March for the trustees, we would hope that we would have a finalized direction as to where the board is going and what the requirements are there.
Any other questions? Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Perry. All right, we will now break for lunch. It is 12:08. All right, going to call us back to order at 12:39. And we will move to our agenda item that we moved out of order, which is, I just need to get in the right order here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Sorry, it's at the bottom. Our 4-day school week. Carly Bond, in response to our April 22nd, 2024 board motion, number 32-202, Trustee Poitras moved that the Board of Trustees approve the 4-day school week developing project scope and engagement objective plan as presented. Ms. Carly Bond, Coordinator of Communications and Culture and Engagement, will report back to the Board of Trustees. Carly, I'd like to turn it over to you now, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. This has been such a long time coming and so much good stuff. So I'm really excited to talk with you today. I'm just going to start with a really high-level view of the reports. There's 3 reports. There is a comprehensive report for the Board of Trustees. That's your binder that you have. That has everything, including all of the stakeholder comments and feedback. There is also a detailed public report. It's a little bit shorter. It's 156 pages. And it includes just about everything that the trustee report has, except it does not include a lot of the comments, because there was quite a bit of personally identifiable information in those comments. So to protect the confidentiality of those stakeholders, those comments are not included in that. There's also a 1-page summary report that highlights kind of the timeline, the 3 criteria, budget efficiencies, and our stakeholder engagements, including comments from our 3 main stakeholder groups. Those last two, the detailed public report and the 1-page summary report, will be posted on our website this afternoon at www.lrsd.ca/4dayweek. The report is focused around the 3 criteria that you set out to review 4-day school week, which are student success, budget efficiencies, and staff retention and recruitment. There's also chapters about how to write colonies and childcare that came up through our stakeholder engagement and research. And each of these chapters has some key sections. So there's research, which includes publicly available research on 4-day school weeks. There are opportunities and risks that we see for our local LRSD context. Their stakeholder feedback will be included. So even in the detailed public report, there is a summary and themes of the stakeholder feedback, and then professional insights, which is made up of the professional experience, the research, the local context, and that is from senior administration and staff. The reports also have appendices, which includes early project development documents, all of our communication resources, along with media releases and publications from media about LRSD's exploration of a 4-day school week and that feedback from stakeholder groups. Yes.
Sorry, can I just ask one question? When we're looking at the comments and it says admin, does that mean then that those are from administrators in the school, but the professional insight comes from the senior admin and leads here, or are those also included in the comment section? Could some of those comments be from senior admin or leads at central office?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, any of the comments or feedback that are in, let's say, the May survey or the November staff survey, that is not from senior administration.
Thank you.
Only school-based administration. Thank you. So we have used artificial intelligence to assist in data theming and analysis. We've carefully reviewed all the aspects of this report with human eyes and lenses and can ensure that it accurately reflects and is consistent with all sources. So that AI was used just to pull out the themes, the amount of data that there is, as you can see from your giant binder, necessitated some other tools to help us with that. And so that's where AI was used. We've seen this background many times, so I won't spend too much time on it, only to say that from surveys and then increasing budget constraints, the idea of the 4-day school week was explored by senior administration. And in December of 2023, the trustees passed a motion to develop an exploration plan by April of 2024. In April of 2024, the trustees passed a motion to accept the project scope and engagement plan and formally begin the exploration of a 4-day school week. In developing that project scope and engagement plan, the trustees looked at some problems that you were trying to solve, such as saving money, mental health and wellness for students and staff, recruitment of new staff and retention of current staff, decreased student absenteeism, and a stable school calendar. When considering the purpose of stakeholder engagement, the trustees believed it to be important for good relationships, important to have buy-in and support from staff, parents, and students, to gather the real perspectives of stakeholders because it affects them most, and to identify things you may not have considered. So the approved project scope and engagement plan is as follows. The Board of Trustees will decide if implementing a 4-day school week is in the best interest of student success, budget efficiencies, and staff retention and recruitment. Trustees will inform, involve, and consult stakeholders to understand and acknowledge their perspectives and concerns and provide feedback on how their input influenced the decision. The key stakeholder groups that you identified in April, excuse me, were parents and guardians, including parents of early learning kids, staff, and we later added union executives to that, student leaders, and elders and Indigenous partners. The stakeholder engagement phase has proved to be very rewarding. I can say confidently that we have been successful in this stage of the project because we both, one, followed the plan we had set out, and two, were responsive to new opportunities and needs as they arose. I think you'll find the stakeholder feedback to be representative of our diverse educational community and insightful into what matters to our students, staff, and parents. We are now at the reporting end of January phase, and what comes next is the trustees to review, debate, and decide. In the research phase, we discovered there's many school districts in the United States that have moved to a 4-day school week, but very few in Canada that have done so. The research about a 4-day school week, its impact on students, its impact on budget, staff retention, and recruitment is mixed where it is available. And so we've included that research in the appropriate sections of the report. We also then spent considerable time in scenario development. So these resources have been available on our website since April of 2024. lrsd.ca/4-day week. It has included tons of information, including a 4-day school week overview, 22 frequently asked questions, 9 stakeholder snapshots, 4 versions of a draft calendar. So we have a general staff and parent, and then a Hutterite Colony staff and parent calendar, and some childcare options. It is estimated that the staff time investment is approximately 1,300 hours for research, presentation development, stakeholder engagement planning, survey questions development, calculation, impact of instructional hours and assignable hours, budget forecasting, draft calendar development, excuse me, staff impact assessments, communication, FAQ development, report writing and presenting, and more. And I think since the time of this report being finished, that number is higher. I think 1,300 is a conservative number. So I can assure you that this significant commitment to the project has resulted in a thorough examination of a 4-day school week. Yes.
Sorry, I just want to, would you like questions as you go or just wait to the end of the presentation?
I have some spots where I'm going to ask questions, but
Okay.
you're free to ask at any time.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted, so the board knows just how you'd rather it be asked.
Thank you. Please feel free to ask, and I do have kind of in each section an opportunity to talk about that section in particular.
Perfect, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so what does a 4-day school week in Livingston Range School Division look like? Alberta Education says that grades 1 to 9 students need to receive at least 950 instructional hours a year, and grade 10 to 12 students 1,000 instructional hours a year. In a potential 4-day draft calendar for the 25-26 school year, there's 157 instructional days, and that's compared to 180 instructional days in the current school year. Yeah.
When we talk about the instructional hours as mandated by Alberta Education, the 950 and 1,000 for high school, have those numbers changed over, I don't know how many years?
No.
They've been consistent for many years, is that fair to say?
Yeah, I can't even remember a time when it wasn't 950 and 1,000, but.
I couldn't either, and I've been
Yeah.
around a long time, but just wanted to see if I'd missed something. Thank you.
Thank you. So in developing draft timetables for elementary, junior high, and senior high schools, you can see that we've exceeded the Alberta Education mandated instructional hours. This would be a true 4-day week where Monday is a holiday, there would be a full day of school on the Friday. Staff would work approximately 2 Fridays a month. So teachers would continue to work up to the 916 instructional hours and continue to have assignable time limit of 1,200 hours. They would work a similar number of hours, but it would be reconfigured from the week, during the week.
Carly, staff would work approximately 2 full Fridays each month?
That's right. Yeah, thank you. Non-operational Fridays would be teachers' time free from instruction. Operational Fridays would see all staff engaged in professional development, staff meetings, even safety training, and even uninterrupted work time. Yeah.
Can you tell me, please, what the instructional hours are per year right now?
I think Daryl can.
Well, that depends on what school you're attending. But at minimum, 950, well, 960 and 1,010. So the board approves a base calendar and it provides enough time for those hours, 950 and 1,010. What happens is, based on their local context, schools will then apply for modified calendars, which are developed to meet local needs. Might be professional development needs, might be a preference in the school community around Halloween, for example. And so schools go through, school administration goes through a process where they talk to staff and school council about any additional days that they would like off for that particular school based on professional development needs or other context. And then they submit that to me by, I think it's April 1st or April 30th. And I review that and make sure they still meet the required number of minutes and send them an approval. So we have some schools out there who are probably closer to that 963-ish range, maybe 961 for elementary or grade 1 to 9. And then for high school, I would say most are fairly close to that 1,010, might be as much as 1,013 or 1,015, but they come pretty close.
Sorry, Carly. And just in follow up with that, a move to a 4-day school week would eliminate most of those type of days or hours. That would mean the calendar is the calendar and different schools aren't going to have flex days where this school might not be having school on November 1st, while this school is. That would kind of eliminate that. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct. In order to have a uniform calendar that all schools follow, so that we can ensure professional development happens on the majority of those non-instructional days, we felt it was best to make sure that all schools follow the same calendar. And you'll notice in the 4-day week, there are the same days for elementary and high school students. Everybody attends on the same days. The only exception that might be out there, well, that would be out there, is with our Hutterite Colony schools, there are certain religious holidays that would require a little bit of tweaking. But other than that, the ability for schools to request additional days off would not be available.
So regarding stakeholder engagement, I am happy to report that we did what we set out to do. Between May and November 2024, we informed, involved, and consulted our identified stakeholder groups to understand their concerns and perspectives about a 4-day school week. We strategically planned a variety of engagement methods to help us get the best data possible. The next slide will show the reach of our engagements. It's important to note that we did not use open houses or town hall meetings as an engagement tool. From the beginning, we felt that this would not be effective because the information gained would not be different or significant from other methods. It was not more inclusive than other methods, and town hall meetings can attract loud voices which may or may not be representative. So we have invested 64 hours of in-person engagement with 384 people. Those include union executives, Indigenous education partners, 2 sessions with regional school council, sessions with staff, Hutterite Colony leaders and German teachers, and Livingstone leaders, our student leadership group. We have done 5 surveys, 2 for staff, 1 in May of 2024 and 1 in November of 2024. And the numbers in brackets behind the surveys are the number of respondents in each survey. We did 2 parent surveys. One in November was a child care need survey for parents of students who are currently in kindergarten to grade 5. And we surveyed Granham School parents. Granham School started a 4-day school week in September. Not a pilot project, not related to this project, but we felt that we could get some interesting information in their first several months of the school year. We also surveyed...
Carly, sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
You've given us a number of staff, et cetera, that responded. Do you have the total number of people in whichever category, whether they're parents or staff, that had the opportunity to respond?
So there's about 600 staff that were invited to each of those 2 surveys. I can find the parent number for you there. And the Granham School parents, 16 responded, and I think there's 18 families.
Okay. For me, I would find that information helpful to identify what percentage of our response we've had.
Great, thank you. I'm going to make a note of the things I need to follow up on. All right. We also surveyed licensed childcare providers in our communities, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on, why and what kind of information we got. We received 19 handwritten letters. All of those were from Hutterite Colony parents, and we received 135 emails. So that was 103 from parents, 9 staff, 10 students, and 13 that were unknown. They didn't identify their relationship to Livingstone Range School Division. Okay, any questions about our stakeholder engagement?
Can you speak a little bit more to the Indigenous engagement that you went through?
Yeah, you bet. So we met with the superintendents from Kainai Board of Education and Pekani Board of Education. We had a really great conversation with them. And as they are representatives of their communities and the educational needs of Indigenous students in their areas, we really enjoyed that conversation and got a lot of really good feedback. We didn't seek out other Indigenous families in our division, but they had the same opportunity that all other parents did. I'll make a note here that we also did not seek out special Hutterite colony conversations, but they came to us with their concerns. So most of the feedback here, well, all the feedback opportunities, I shouldn't say it that way. These 135 emails, there would have been hundreds and thousands of people that could have emailed in, that could have shared their perspective. Of those 135 emails, none self-identified as Indigenous families. They may have been. And we feel like the engagement points that we had and the opportunities for people to participate was equitable across the division.
Okay, sorry, maybe I should clarify a little more. So the superintendents, is it superintendents of the other board, school divisions, there we go. Did they partake in anything on their side to gather information, or was it just a meeting that you had superintendent with superintendent kind of thing? Or was there any active input from their communities to them before they met with you?
No, we didn't ask them to do anything on our behalf before they came to the meeting. They came with a rich background and understanding of their communities, but to our knowledge, there was no engagement beforehand.
And then just a final question with that piece. You know, at the beginning of the year when we started this and the end of last year, we did have 2 elders working closely in our division. Was there an attempt to meet with the elders to get feedback as well, or I just know that in our plan it specifically says elders and I can't remember what the other wording is there, but so I wondered if there was an attempt to meet with our elders, or if, because they work in the school, they were also able to respond to the staff surveys, although staff is not quite technically what they would be under. So just curious about that.
Thank you. So I think you're referring to originally the identified stakeholder groups was elders and Indigenous partners. We did plan to connect with elders, and it didn't work. Schedules and things didn't work. So no, we did not get their perspective in person. They would have had the same opportunity to email or things, and they were not included in the invitation to take part in the staff surveys. Thank you.
I noticed on here that there were 35 students who responded. I think I don't know how to put this question, but I think some of the secondary students would have given some really interesting perspectives on this, and there didn't seem to be a survey amongst them. Could you explain the reason why we didn't delve more, seeing that student success was one of our primary objectives on this?
Great, thanks for asking that question. In order to get good feedback, there's an investment of explaining the situation, explaining what a 4-day school week looks like, how it works. And we did talk about maybe some opportunities to do that with students other than the Livingstone leaders, but the time it would take to give them a really good understanding in order to get good feedback felt like that wasn't feasible to put on to classrooms, to ask to take more time in classrooms, etc. The Livingstone leaders, however, in the fall have a day-long meeting, and so they were already getting together, and so we took the time there to be able to have that discussion. Here's what a 4-day school week looks like. Here's what it would look like for students and others. And then with a greater understanding, then they could provide us with feedback. So that's why we focused on that Livingstone leader group. They are representative of their student bodies, and we feel like some of the comments and conversations from these students were really, really insightful. So I feel like we have good student voice there. Okay. Great. So let's turn our attention to what the data says about student success. Research. Mixed research. You can find this is great for kids, this is not great for kids. There is some suggestion that it may reduce absenteeism. That's something that we would consider in our division, as Fridays are the lowest attended day across the division. And so if there's 4 days in a week, families may be more likely to make sure that kids are at school for all 4 days, meaning they're getting that full amount of instruction, which may positively impact student performance, among other things. The opportunities and risks that we're going to talk about in each section, this comes from a combination of stakeholder feedback and professional insights related to our Livingstone Range School Division context. So some opportunities, slightly longer class periods may allow for deeper engagement on curricular topics. Slightly longer student days, but fewer of them, may create concentrated learning time. And by moving staff professional development opportunities to the Friday, staff have greater access to professional development, which can positively impact the quality of student instruction. One thing also that's not on here is if those meetings are all on Fridays, then there's a reduction in the need for substitute teachers in the classroom, so teachers are more consistently in front of students, which may have a positive impact on students. Risks that, oh yes.
I would just say too that sometimes when teachers need to get a sub for professional development, even if that sub is a cost that's covered, they still have to do their sub plan for the sub, which can be a big deal. And so I do think that teachers being able to get access to the PD without having to leave their classroom and FaceTime with their students and without having to prep a sub plan, I think that that's a benefit for teachers as well.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So some of the risks to student success, this comes again from stakeholder feedback and professional insights and research. There's a concern about learning retention over a 3-day weekend every weekend. And we heard from all stakeholder groups a concern about vulnerable students, not only with a lack of access to engaging activities at home, but also food insecurity or potentially unsafe home environments. Okay, let's look at the stakeholder feedback around student success. This is what students were saying. They were concerned about increased stress and workload, but saw some potential for improved well-being and time management. Here's a couple quotes from high school students. Having Fridays off gives high school students more opportunities to work and spend time with family. I'm worried about not having one-on-one time with teachers. More school would be missed on normal days if you're sick or for any other reason. So you can look in the section on student feedback and see everything that they shared in the Livingstone Leader engagement session and emails that they sent back. I was really impressed with these high school students who were concerned about what would families do about childcare. They're thinking outside of themselves. Parents' feedback really focused on what does this mean for my students' learning and academic performance, and worried about how this prepares students for future education and work. So here's a few quotes from parents. My children are often tired and worn out by the time Fridays roll around. I feel they would benefit from having 3 days of rest and then come back to school on Monday feeling rejuvenated and ready to learn. Another one, as parents and employers, we should be preparing our children for post-secondary education and eventually the workforce they will be entering. Virtually all schools and businesses our 5-day week. Hutterite colonies. Okay, I'll just take a moment here to say, and I think we've had this conversation a little bit, but the Hutterite colonies are very concerned about a 4-day school week and its impact on their established colony routines and German language instruction, and on the impact of their students who are learning English as a second language. And so they really mobilized and wanted to talk and meet with us to advocate for themselves. I received 19 handwritten letters, and I hold one in my hand. I'm going to share it with you. This is from a mom on a Hutterite colony. To whom it may concern, I am replying on the proposal of a 4-day school week, and I am not for it. I asked the kids their opinion too. Because we learn English as a second language, we also have German school. Extending their school day would mean too long a school day. And it seems we have a pretty good system. We still have a full day on Friday. Taking away that structure, it seems to me, wouldn't benefit the kids. And then this is my favorite part. As you can see, I'm a busy mom who couldn't even find a whole piece of paper. So really, really great letters and feedback from those Hutterite colony families. Yeah.
Sorry, I understood that we would have all of the raw data in our binder, and I was surprised there wasn't the handwritten letters, so I'm wondering if that's something that can be provided to us as well.
They're typed out.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah, and they're in section...
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
F? Nope, F, that's not right. You need a number. Let's say 13. They're in section 13 under German teacher surveys and letters from parents. So the letters were signed, and so I didn't want to photocopy them, and then that might break some confidentiality. So it should be in there. Are you finding it? Yeah, okay, great. So the Indigenous Education and Partners, their real concerns were on a potential negative impact on numeracy and literacy development, for sure. Especially considering like that 3-day long weekend and students being at school only 4 days. The consistency, the routine, the repetition of that literacy and numeracy learning. And they also expressed some concerns about food security, home support for learning, student safety and well-being. On a positive note, they talked about, they kind of, in the meeting, were brainstorming what some community responses could be and how they could come together and create community resources for students on the Friday. Grantham School parents, we had 16 parents respond to this survey. Oh, sorry, missed that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Sorry, back to the Hutterite colony discussion. Really not surprised in hearing that's the feedback. I know in the past few years when we've toured the schools and had the opportunity to meet parents and doing so, they ask if we could go 6 days a week with school because they see the benefit of their students attending that. Just a general question to administration. When you look at how unique a colony is in operation, transportation, and how it functions, was there any discussion about having a separate recommendation for the colonies outside? I know that there's some comments about in the risks. Just as I'm thinking about when we make a decision next month, to me, I think making a separate decision about a colony could be in line, but I didn't know if that was something that, from administration side of things, that just seems offside, or...
Yeah, if you'll look at, it's page 35 of the report. There are some professional insights or recommendations there that we could look at providing an EA on Fridays, and staff on colonies might be able to participate in professional development at other times. But there is also a strong recommendation that if you proceed with a 4-day school week, that Hutterite colonies receive an exemption from that.
Sorry, so when we're looking, I know we're going to get to the budget shortly. When we're looking at the budgetary savings, if Hutterite colonies, with the recommendation being that maybe they weren't included, whether or not there's a subsequent motion, but if they weren't included, would the cost savings be what they are now, or is this including not having staff on colony on those days? I know we don't bus those students, so would it make a significant impact to the budget savings amounts if Hutterite colonies were included or excluded in this? So I'll just leave that on the table so that when we get to the budget piece, if we could just maybe discuss that at that time.
I think I can say here, there's really, in a Hutterite teacher context, there probably would not be staff savings. And there's no bus savings. So the real risk in a Hutterite colony scenario is we have 250 Hutterite colony students that may choose to educate their students differently if we do this. And so there's that risk.
And the other risk or concern would be PD opportunities for those teachers.
Exactly.
They would then just need a sub for those days, most likely. Okay.
Do you want me to jump in before Brad, or?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it would impact a little bit because if Hutterite colony staff weren't or were still going to miss school to be able to take part in some professional development, then there would be a sub cost and mileage, and well, mileage would be regardless, but sub cost anyway. However, with the slight modification to the Hutterite colony calendar based on religious observances and days, it's perhaps our staff could have professional development, our colony staff could have professional development on those religious holidays. So there might be a little bit of a trade-off, but I think at the end of the day, there wouldn't be quite as much cost savings. I don't think it would be significant, as we only have 13, teachers. So, yeah, the support staff.
Does every colony have at least one support staff, I believe?
I believe so.
So,
yeah.
13
so,
teachers, 13 EAs.
Yeah, a little bit of an impact.
Anything else?
Carly, I'm just going to ask you a question about the process of our meeting right now, because I'm confused. I've just been sitting here letting you go through this because it's a general introduction to everything. So I have lots of questions, but I haven't been asking them. And now, this is not a shot at trustees. Trustees are starting to ask questions. So I'm looking for clarification. Should I be sitting here letting you finish your introduction, or should I be getting in here with my questions as you go?
Thanks, Greg. Trustee Long.
Great, is good.
I've structured the presentation so that we're going to talk about student success, budget efficiency, staff retention and recruitment. And so I think it would be great to ask the questions related to that section while we're talking about that thing. I've left space in my presentation at the end of each section, but if you have questions as we're going through, please feel free to ask them. Is that okay? Great.
So I appreciate that. I'd read about the EAs and the possibilities of it. Where I'm struggling is I have a clear vision of how this process goes. Next month, we approve a calendar or not approve a 40-week calendar with that. So, and saying, how do we take out the colony decision with, is that come as a separate motion? Because it's not an endorsement or strike against it from administration saying you shouldn't go forward with it. But I think having it be a separate motion for colonies to move to a 4-day week sends a clear decision that it is separate from it because it is 100% operationally different. We don't have utility savings, we don't have transportation savings, we don't have all these things. Not that those are the only deciding factors, but to me, the decision making, and so that's where I said, is it out of line to maybe suggest, and this could be a motion arising after this discussion for the whole thing, that it comes as a separate motion going forward. But I wanted clarity that I didn't just raise my hand next meeting and suggest it, and it feels totally out of the blue to the trustees that came prepared to make it as part of the whole general motion.
Yeah, you raised some really good points, and no motion has been presented yet. And so I think understanding and seeking clarity today through this conversation will help create that motion. And so perhaps the motion comes forward with just a blanket approval of 4-day school week for everyone, or not, move ahead with it, or it comes forward with a caveat in there or an exception for colonies. Could be two separate motions. I think all of that will need to be determined by the board before the next meeting about how that motion or motions come forward. But I think those are good points to consider right now and over the next month.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask two questions, two comments. I have a comment about the solving the attendance problems. And my comment is that, so we have students who don't attend school on Friday. They attend school Monday through Thursday. So we have a 4-day school week, those same students are still going Monday through Thursday. So I really don't see how that solves an attendance problem. The students that come Monday through Thursday are still coming. The attendance problem, kids come on Monday through Thursday. It's Friday that's the issue. They don't come on Friday. Well, now none of them are coming on Friday. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm saying I would debate that there is any improvement in attendance because the students came on Thursday anyway, the ones who don't come on Friday. The other thing is community-based, and we talk about the family time that could be improved. And I tend to think that that's definitely probably true in the farming and ranching community, but not necessarily so in the communities themselves, the towns. I can speak for the Crow's Nest Pass and say that it's a family where both parents work, or it's a single parent family. So because the students are not in school on Friday, it doesn't improve Friday time because really, for the most part, in where I come from, the parents aren't going to be there on Friday. Some Fridays with the minors on the 4-on, 4-off shift, but for most part, it's families where both parents work.
Sorry, Greg. I just want to remind the board that today we're just seeking clarity.
That's why I was asking what the process was.
Okay, yeah, today we're just seeking clarity on the information that's presented to us. The debate will happen next month, and so I just want to remind everybody that these are just clarity-seeking questions that we're asking today. No personal opinions, just if you need more information about something that's presented to us in the binder, the information that we've gotten, then that's where we should be headed today. And then, yeah, the debate and everything will happen at our next month's meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
That was very helpful.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. So students would still receive the Alberta Education mandated instructional hours. The school day would be lengthened, pardon me, an average of 10 to 20 minutes. Schools would really need to ensure an effective use of instructional time that Monday to Thursday. As we talked about, there may be a reduced need for subs, moving the staff PD to the non-instructional Fridays. And that PD could provide more consistent, high-quality instruction. And LRSD would develop plans to assist students, not just with food insecurity, but with other supports that we offer currently. Those would continue to be offered. That's the end of the student success portion. Any questions about student success?
So in some of the, like, what are these articles that you've shared here, that we can, does 4 equal 5, that we can look at, they don't often refer to how much longer each period would be. And we're looking at our high school periods being 4 to 5 minutes longer. I'm wondering if there is evidence that I'm not seeing here that adding an additional 4 to 5 minutes to one block or one class will significantly increase that ability for deeper learning, deeper engagement. There's, some suggestions in here that having that longer block of time allows us to really get into it or move to project-based learning, different forms of, but when we're talking about in a school day, we're talking about 12 to 15 minutes. So it really is only, 4 or 5 minutes per block. Are these reflecting the same amount of time that's added to the blocks in these research pieces here? Or where can we find more information on that to see if it would reflect the same, or if they reallocated their blocks to be longer, bigger, like a full afternoon of math, and then the next day there's no math, or it didn't talk too much about that. So just curious if there was information to back that up, or if that was a perceived and anticipated benefit.
Great. Daryl?
Sure, I can help a little bit. So we didn't research that particular, like the length of a class to see what's the optimal length. From my own experience and any reading that I've done, I mean, there's a big variety, a big spread out there between, is a class 35 minutes long, or is it 80 or 90 minutes long? Or if you think of some schools that have gone to a quarter system, there's big blocks of time, right? And so they might only take 2 cores a semester and have some options in there too. And their class lengths, I don't know, are probably well above 90 minutes, maybe 120. So I don't think, I don't think that necessarily matters. A few minutes, like you suggested, adding on to each of the classes isn't going to be, I don't think, statistically significant enough to be more positive or detrimental. It really depends on how that block of time is being used. And we know that the longer a period of a class is, the more that teachers will need to make sure that they have a variety of instructional strategies that they're using throughout that time. Get up and move around and have kids moving rather than a sit and get for any longer period of time. And so could be project-based learning or other cooperative group learning activities where the kids are up and moving around rather than sitting and getting. But I don't think a few minutes is going to make any significant impact.
Okay, perfect. So it says topics and curricular topics and more project-based learning experiences. Our division is doing project-based learning experiences regardless of if we move to a 4-day school week at all. This would just allow longer class periods to facilitate that, but that's still something we are doing.
Yeah, there's pockets out there, of course, in every school, and different teachers have their preferences about how they use different instructional strategies. But if you could think of, for example, in a 60-minute or a 64-minute high school biology class, right now to do a lab, maybe that's sufficient time, or maybe it's a little bit rushed. And so if you had that extra 5-10 minutes or whatever, or if they decided to take a different approach and make the classes 80 minutes long at high school, because it would work better for a more project-based kind of approach, then the kids would be able to dive into that lab more fully and not be as rushed. So those are just some examples.
Trustee Gamber?
Thanks. My question kind of elaborates a little bit on that. And I was looking at the section that said it allows schools to consider more innovative teaching methods. Is there something specifically that you would consider an innovative teaching method that we're not able to employ right now, that because we're at 5-day school weeks, where a 4-day would allow us to do that? And I was thinking of Chad when I wrote that question down.
Yeah, I mean, we have lots of academies out there, and there are these pockets of teachers using more project-based learning that would like that extra time. If you think of, automotive or construction class or something like that too, where you're bringing out a welding and the saws and you're working with materials like, or if you just get into fixing an engine and then it's like, oh, we have to close this up because the next class is starting. Whereas if it was a little longer, you could really get that full experience. So I don't know if Richard or Chad have anything else to add, but nothing specifically I would say that we're not doing now. It's just, could we do it a little differently? That's all.
Trustee Agus?
I understand what you're talking about is maybe the junior high, but definitely the high school. I look at the elementary, and the time is similar because they're going to be going the same amount of time as junior senior high. So plus their bus time. So how are we going to measure the effect on these elementary? And we're looking at the primary grades. That, to me, that's an extreme amount of time. So how are we going to measure the effects on these students? We could talk other than just achievement. I mean, that's an easy one to measure. But we could look at all the other effects that could happen with these students.
So I'll just remind you, the elementary length of day is probably 10 minutes longer on average. So our students right now are probably attending 350 to 360 minutes already at elementary school. So the 20 minutes longer a day is really reflective of that high school piece in order to meet that requirement. So our high schools would be attending 385 minutes. Our elementary would be attending 365 minutes. The length of the day that they're at school is the same because they're coordinated with and busing and that sort of thing. But the elementary's students would have more breaks in the day than the high school, or longer break periods. So that's where the difference comes. It's not that much instructional time in addition to what's already being provided in our schools. We've got a different breakdown when I presented to you in the past, 2021 or 2022, I can't remember, probably both of them. I showed kind of the current schedule now of each school's instructional time and how much additional time would be needed. So we could go back and look that up. But some of our schools like Stavely and Granham right now have longer days already. And even this school year with Granham moving to a little bit longer day for a 4-day school week, I spoke with the administrator there, and the teachers there are not noticing any difference in the kids' abilities to be engaged or be involved in their learning. And it is a little bit longer, much like the impact would be here. Stavely has had a little longer days already for a number of years because they attend school on average 166 days a school year. And so their day is already longer. And from visiting, that school recently, as well as we toured through there, it's a high performing school. The kids are engaged. It really just depends on how the teachers structure the day and the activities that they have the kids learning. Obviously, there comes a tipping point, I would say, where if the day is too long, that would certainly be detrimental. But moving from our current, 350 or 355 to 365 for elementary, grades 1 to 9 even, I don't think that's going to impact too much for the students.
Is that just a follow-up?
It's a follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my question was basically, how is this going to be measured? Because I think we need, other than the academic achievement, how are we going to measure the effects of this upon these elementary students? Or has there been any consideration of this?
Well, I think the same measurements that we have in place right now through the Alberta Education, survey, there's perception data as well as the academic data. We have the measurable results assessment that we also gather data and we can compare year over year. I wouldn't see that there would need to be anything added necessarily. I mean, obviously, if we were to do something like this, I think we would want to have lots of conversation with our staff and at school councils with parents to see, if there's any impacts that they're experiencing and bring that back through administrators to division office and to the board as well. But I don't see that we would need to implement other measures other than what we currently have.
Point of order. I just think it's important to remember that we're getting the presentation today, and I don't think that right now we can ask our staff to let us know, if this goes into place, how will you measure this? How will you measure that? How will we alter this? How will we alter that? Because it's taken 1,300 hours just to bring us this information, and then there's a whole second part to this. If it's going to be implemented, we could only go so far down the rabbit hole. So I think asking how will we measure these results, what are we putting into place for this or that, I don't think that is appropriate. Is that a point of order?
It's a tough question because she was seeking clarity on some of it, but I think that, yeah. I think that I just want to remind everybody, we're just seeking clarity on some stuff right now. And so so Daryl.
Maybe I could just add or answer it this way. I think we've done a lot of groundwork to get to this point with the information that we have. Certainly can provide you with more clarity. If the board decides to move ahead, then I think we have future conversations about, so how can we measure the success of this or not, right? If there would be anything more requested of the board, then we could certainly go into that at that time. But I think up to this point, as you mentioned, it's a lot of work to think of all the what if scenarios. We need to give you the clarity of information now so that you can make the best informed decision possible. And if that was to move forward with a 4-day school week, then I think, that wouldn't be the end of it. We would have to do certain things on the administrative side of things, but also on a governance side of things too, to answer those types of questions.
Thank you. So we have Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Charchin and then Trustee Gember.
Thank you. So when discussing student success, there is academic consideration here for our academies on page 11, where we're discussing the Ski Academy, Fire Academy, Granham, the Flight Academy. When we look at these programs and we look at the cost savings, some of the suggestions in here would be to decrease the academic schedule conflicts and possibly increase student participation in these. So maybe more students will be participating in them, but we might need staff to be working on Friday if they're going to continue to go. So I'm wondering, is that also included in the cost savings? Did we reduce these staff that would potentially need to be there, or because we're unsure of what that looks like right now, has that not been reflected?
So, I mean, with academies, I'm looking over at Chad here, as this is his area, but I'll maybe start. I think the academy that might be impacted the most would be the Livingstone Ski Academy. And because the kids go out to the hill right now on Fridays, I think, right, as part of the program. And so there would need to be some alterations of that, could be scaled back, or we thought of, could that additional day be like an extracurricular type day almost? And so that the kids that would participate would know that division staff are not part of that day. It's run like through a parent volunteer or something like that. They could still participate, much like you could go to a basketball, tryout or a team, participate on a basketball team that might not be coached by division staff. So there's lots of opportunities. There's lots of things that we could discuss. We would want to have more conversation with the school administration and the director of the ski academy. But again, I think that's almost a little premature. It's just one of those things that there's ways that we can make things work. We would just have to have more conversation, and to go down that far We just haven't at this point. We've gone to a certain point, had some preliminary conversations, but this is as far as we've got for now.
So just to clarify, my question is, are we including these staff members to be working on Fridays? Because we're not sure right now, or is the projected savings including that these staff would not be working on Friday? Is that how it currently is?
We'll try it again. Sometimes tech just tells me just turn it off and restart, and that seems to solve it. So, no, thanks for refocusing that a little bit. I mean, the staff that are included on in the ski academy, for example, maybe one or two. So we're not talking about a huge swing in anything to do with the budget. The budget efficiencies are all estimates. And so one or two people isn't going to really impact that overall budget. Thanks.
Trustee Turchin?
Okay, I think I'm going to rephrase and ask a question. I feel like from my experience as an educator and working in the realm of professional development across the province for the last number of years and currently, that I have some insights, but I'm not sure if this is the time to share them with the board, and if not, when would that be?
That's a great question, Kathy. I feel like at this time, because we're just seeking clarity, I don't know if the insights would provide clarity or if they would provide more questions. So I think
I agree, and that's, I mean, one of the things I wanted to respond to was Trustee Gimber's question about what innovative changes could occur in classrooms, which I think I've got valuable information to share, but I agree this is not the venue.
Yeah.
But
I think
I'd
part
like
of the
to know
debate-
when that could occur.
I think we could make that as part of the debate when we're talking about things like that. We can definitely share certain things and aspects, I think, on the February board meeting. Unless the board sees it any other way, that's kind of my... Okay. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going back to the academies with my question. So thank you, Trustee Poitras, for your bringing up the ski academy piece and the impact on it. I just wanted to, from the comment in here, it looks like they're currently going 3 days and we would be dropping it down to 2 days with the option of Friday. And I just want to ensure that the impact to the families has been, I don't want that success. It's a great success for our division, the ski academy, and I don't want our decision to go to a 4-day school week to negatively impact the success of the ski academy. And on that, I want to piggyback the flight academy. I know we didn't have any enrollments this year, which was surprising to me, but would having the Friday there have been like an opportunity for flight academy people to join then?
That's an excellent question as well. So first things first, we're looking at many ways to ensure that the skiing continues and the programming continues for the students and to maintain that success. And as Daryl said, we're not at that stage yet to determine what the exact path would be, but we definitely accepted the idea, the ideology that it's important to be able to offer that to our students in the community too, and both the Castle community and the Lumber community and the Crozes Pass and Pincher Creek all value that program, and it continues to grow. So we would look for strategies to be able to support that in either way we go on this one. On the other piece, on the other academies, an excellent point too, that Friday may offer more opportunity for kids to participate that maybe hadn't before. But we rely on our community members and third-party organizations as well. And so they're a part of that too. So we're confident we can find a way to support the programming for students during those times. So again, Fire Academy as well, and that one, we have strong community support, and that allows us to do certain things.
Trustee Toon? Oh, sorry, did you have a follow-up? Okay, because we got Trustee Poitras too.
No, I appreciate the insight that you're providing around that. I know it's a lot more than okay, we have Friday available. What does that look like? There's a lot of expertise from the people that operate those academies that can help with that insight to be innovative and what the impact could that be. So I appreciate that the report that we're getting. It doesn't have all the answers, but the willingness of staff to give us some pieces on all these areas, I think, is crucial in making the decision. So I just want to say thank you for the insight you have been able to provide on through the report and on these issues.
Thank you. We have trustee Poitras and then trustee Gimber.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well. These are just questions that have come to our minds that we want to share, and we understand that there won't be all the answers today, but some might need to be brought back to us. So we really, sorry for putting you guys on the spot today, but it's a big decision, and this is where we need to bring our questions. So when I was thinking about student success going into this, one huge light bulb, of course, for me was the RAP program. In my mind, I thought that our registered apprenticeship partners would be very excited about this and having a day where these apprentices can be in the space and get more hours. And so I wondered, I just didn't see anything, and it's a lot that I'm going through here, so the chances are good that I could have missed it. Was there any conversations with our RAP program leads or our RAP partners about how do you think this would in fact affect the RAP program? Would this be a positive thing? I don't have students in the RAP program. I'm not super close with it, so I can't speak to it. That's just what I thought. And so I'm wondering if there is any evidence shared in here or if any specific connections were made about that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'm not sure if Chad has anything else to add, but while there's nothing in the report,
Yeah.
that's certainly something that was considered and talked about with senior admin. As you pointed out, the number of hours that a student needs to get their journeyman is significant, and it's hard to get those hours while you're attending school full-time. And so a benefit of moving to a 4-day school week that was not included in this report would be for those students that are in the RAP program, and it's a small number of students when compared to the total number of students across the division. But that is another day that they could spend working and getting those hours towards their journeyman certificate for sure.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm hearing you correct, this would be a perceived benefit for RAP students to be able to access those hours in a regular week. Okay.
From our perspective, yes.
So I just want to piggyback off of what Trustee Poitras just said and then go to my question. So would that mean that there could be the potential to expand the RAP program then so that there's more students that could go into it, or are we restricted in some way on that?
Yeah, no real restrictions on the number of kids that can participate. I can only imagine that it would be a benefit. Would more kids come or be willing to participate in a RAP program if we move to a 4-day week? I don't know if we could say with certainty, but the possibility is there for sure.
Okay, now my question is with regards to the international program. So can you just speak a little bit to whether you think the international program would benefit or not from a 4-day week, and how?
I'd say it'd be the same as what we see with other students. We treat the international students like all our students that are here. Would it impact people's choice to come here with a 4-day week? It's hard to say, because there's some people I would say parents would look forward to that and some of the activities that were involved with the families on the Fridays and things of that nature, and some may not, depending if they're coming for certain reasons. So that's yet to be determined with the international. If you're asking my opinion, and I'm not sure I'm allowed to do my opinion right now, but I don't see any impact on the international at this time.
Sorry, just as a follow-up to that, do you think it would have, and again, I'm asking for your opinion, if you're uncomfortable, please say, but do you think that, I know homestays are a huge part, so for homestay families, knowing that your international student will now be at school 4 days a week and in your home 3 days a week, do you think that that might impact our homestays? Or are you uncertain? It's fine if you don't want to answer that.
No, it's an excellent question, and I have thought about that. I think some will not choose for that reason, but some will. So again, at this time, in my opinion, I don't see a dramatic impact on homestays at this time, and because there's lots of other values that international students bring to the program, and they part of the family, and a lot of our homestays communicate that. So, but we would probably lose some, and I think we'd gain some as well.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Was there any communication with our mental health staff about both the positive and or negative effects that the longer school day for elementary students and shorter lunches and short recess, what effect that might have either way on our elementary students? Discussion with our mental health staff, did that happen?
Our, excuse me, our family school liaison counselors, the feedback from them wasn't particularly around length of day, but for their context, they could see more students in a counseling capacity Monday to Thursday if they moved all of their casework, paperwork, pardon me, to the Friday when there's no students. So they could potentially connect with more students on that Monday to Thursday.
I know, I was like, it was in there, and I don't know where, but Trustee Charchin?
I'd just like to add a personal experience there as principal of Stavely and having a family school liaison counselor one day a week, and the too often times that a case consult or something would occur on the day that that person was coming to our school. So I can see a huge impact in the consistency of being able to, for those, if FSLs are still going to multiple schools, could provide a lot of regularity that would make a huge impact on schools that see them only one day a week.
And I'll just add, so basically what Carly is saying, and Kathy sharing that experience, is there's potential for our counselors to actually be involved with kids more than they are now, and save some of that paperwork and the meetings for the non-instructional days.
Any other questions? Perfect. So maybe Carly is going to move on to her next section of the presentation. Would you like us to just wait till you pause at the end to answer the questions then, or are you?
Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Oh, good. We're going to talk about budget efficiencies. So this is one of the 3 criteria that you set out, that you're a lens through which you will look at a 4-day school week. Here are some projections, and hats off to our finance department and our transportation department as well for trying to figure out what some of these cost savings might be. In staff scheduling, the total projected annual cost savings would be $513,000, and what that includes is $143,000 by reducing the number of substitute staff days required for meetings and PD when those days are moved to the Friday. And $370,000 savings in staff timetabling efficiencies, bringing staff closer to the maximum allowable instructional time. Yeah.
That was one I didn't understand. Can you explain that a little further? The staff timing?
I cannot, but someone smarter than me can.
Well, maybe someone with some different information than what Carly has. And so here's the principle or the philosophy behind this. So for every 5 hours that all of our teachers teach more in a year, that's a savings of about $120,000 to $123,000. So on average, for example, if our average instructional hours for a teacher in LRSD is 900, By moving that to 905, you save 122,000 and some change. By moving that to 910, you save 245,000. By moving that to 915, so every 5 hours, right, you add an extra 122 or 123,000. A 4-day week allows for opportunities for some greater efficiencies in the scheduling for that to happen. And so that's where you'll see the greatest savings in the report is by having our teachers teach more to the maximum allowable hours, which is 916. And that's something that's set by the province.
Diegues?
Maybe my brain isn't working very fast here, but seeing that teachers are paid on a monthly, yeah, they're not paid. I don't understand how we're saving the money there, because you're still going to need the same amount of teachers. They're still going to be there. The same. I could see the substitute savings.
Potentially, you would need less teaching staff, right? So instead of teachers teaching 900, for example, hours, they're teaching more than that, so you're going to need less staff. Because, yeah, they'll have more instructional hours. That means less other staff need to be hired to cover those instructional hours for the kids. I don't know if that helps.
Trustee Poitras?
So would that result in larger class sizes, or are you still, it's like you are trying to instruct kids for so many hours and you have staff that can cover those hours. So if we're going to, staff is now working more instructional hours in front of the kids, does that mean that, less of them doing more hours, that class size will be affected? Or is that not a guaranteed push and pull there? Like if we do save on the staffing, because they are instructing more hours, doesn't necessarily result in bigger class sizes because the work that they're doing is different aside from instructional.
So if you think of, students are required to have 950 hours of instruction. If a staff member is teaching 900 of those, there's somebody else that needs to cover 50 of those hours. If staff moved closer to the 916, so say 915, you have the gap between 915 hours now that me as a teacher is providing to the students. Now the gap between what I can provide and what the students need is now only 35 hours instead of 50 per teacher. Right, so I wouldn't say that it's not an equal correlation that as you have less teachers, class sizes grows. You have our current teachers teaching a little bit more hours of instruction, so therefore we require less staff to cover that difference. So if you thought about an elementary, like a grade 3 classroom, for example, the kids get 950 hours of instruction. Right now, our teacher might be providing 900 of those, but another teacher has to come in, or administrators and that sort of thing, right, to come in and cover that 50 hours. But if we find some timetabling efficiencies in there, teachers might be able to move closer to, say, 910, 915, and then the gap between 950, what the kids need, and what the teacher can provide is less. So then you still have the same classes, but you just have less staff to meet those instructional hour needs.
So an example of that, sorry, I'm a visual and learner, but so an example of that would be I teach my class, my grade 2 class, everything except for gym. They have another teacher who teaches them gym. Now my instructional times are more, and so now I teach my grade 2 class everything including gym. And then maybe I don't teach them art or something, like, because it's a smaller amount, not a full period. And so then like that school might not have a gym teacher anymore, but that doesn't affect the class size. Is that kind of the idea? Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, that's exactly it. So maybe right now, grade 2 teacher might not be teaching art and music and phys ed. Maybe by increasing the hours a little bit, maybe now they are teaching their phys ed, but maybe not the art and music. That's an example.
Trustee Long?
So one of our criteria is staff retention, and it's just a thought I'm having while we're discussing here. Is it possible then that because teachers are, our current staff are teaching more, that in fact we could possibly have a staff reduction or more part-time teachers? Because individual teachers are covering more time. And you said, then you're actually saving because you need less teachers. Would we need less teachers or more part-time teachers? Could that happen?
Let's try this again. I seem to have to restart it twice, maybe 3 times. It means I'm talking too much. So your question, would we have more part-time teachers? I'm not sure until, administrators have a chance to timetable and see how effective, they can use their staff. I don't know. I don't think so. Would we have, less teachers wanting to come and work for us because you're saying their time free from the instruction may be less than what they currently have? No?
No, I thought so if I have a staff of 10 and those staff members are all teaching longer hours now, which means we're actually, and I understand that now where we're saving, you might not need 10 teachers, you might need 9. So there might actually be a staff cut with the 4-day week. And then I said, and or more part-time teachers.
Yeah, no, that is true. If we require less staff to cover the instructional hours for kids, then there could be some potential reduction of staff. This year, I think, we have 8 retirements. So a lot of that reduction could probably be achieved through attrition, right? Through retirements or other leaves, not necessarily feeling like it would be significant enough that there would be, mass layoffs or anything like that. I don't think that's would be required for the little minor difference in instructional hours. I don't think that would be the impact. I think it would mostly be covered through attrition.
Trustee Turchin?
We have a tricky situation, and when we're looking at staff retention and recruitment, as well as budget efficiencies and maintaining programming. And if we had, the funding that we needed, we would be able to do all of those things without ease. That's why we're examining ways to address those. So one of the questions that I have is are teacher negotiations still bargained provincially?
Yeah, centrally there's the salary, compensation, benefits. That's all bargained centrally, provincially. There is a local component after the fact. But.
Okay, so a grade 3 teacher in Livingstone Range and a grade 3 teacher in Calgary Board of Education who have got the same experience, number of years, all of that would be making the same amount of money, not benefits, but money.
No, we don't have one grid provincially, but increases would be applied provincially if there's an increase.
Okay.
Yeah, it's within a range, but.
I understand that.
So I'll just jump in. I mean, so a teacher in So a teacher in one end of the province and a teacher in our school division, the difference, you know, given everything else the same, years of experience, years of education, isn't significant. But I think what Mr. Perry is talking about is there isn't one provincial grid right now that says all teachers at 6 years of education and 10 years of experience earn this amount. There's little variations that have existed prior to the collective, the way collective bargaining works now in the province, but the variation between one person in one school division who's got 6 years of experience and 6 years of education and 10 years of experience, as opposed to somebody in our school division, would only be a matter of probably, you know, maybe a few $100s. It's pretty close, given everything else is equal.
Okay, thank you. The one thing that is consistent is that teachers can work a maximum of 916 hours. And so it's just making sense to me then that if we've got teachers who are working 900 and others who are working 916, thank you for listening to me sort this out, are working different amounts of other hours with not significant differences in salary. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just to clarify on that, we're talking about 900 or 916 hours in a year? Okay, and when you're applying to a school division and being interviewed, is this a question that comes up? Do staff often say, just out of curiosity, what's your instructional hours?
We've never experienced that, no.
Okay, thank
Because
you.
they know the max is 916, and most school divisions are probably somewhere between that 900 and 916.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gamber?
Thank you. Okay, I'm shifting gears a tad bit to the $370,000 substitute teacher piece. And I'm looking for clarity on where that number is coming from. So I understand that it is the cost savings because we would not have to hire as many substitute teachers, but is that number taken from what we have spent historically, maybe last year, on the substitute teachers, or what it could potentially cost? Because I understand in the last year we haven't been able to actually acquire the substitutes that we've needed, meaning that number would be not accurate to what our actual needs would be in the future.
So I think there's two different pieces. One is the costs or the projected cost savings of $143 annually for meetings that normally right now require substitutes, that wouldn't require substitutes if we moved those meetings to the non-instructional days. And so what we did was we looked at the different meetings that we have and estimated how many of those meetings could occur on the non-instructional days, how many staff attend those meetings, and then whether they were teachers or whether they were support staff, we applied a formula of what the average teacher cost would be or what the average support staff cost would be, and then calculated out if subs were not required for that number of people for these number of meetings, the savings would be $143,000. Okay? The second piece is, as I mentioned previously, every 5 hours that a teacher in our school division, or all teachers in our school division, teach more than they currently are, that's a savings of about $122,000, $123,000. And so the savings of $370,000 is a result of our teachers, on average, teaching 15 hours more than what they are currently teaching. Does that help?
Yeah, okay, so I just had it flipped then. So the 143,000 is the substitute savings then. But right now, we wouldn't have spent that 143,000 because we couldn't find the substitutes. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay.
So we might have right now, our current situation is we might have a meeting that requires 20 teachers to be there. When we can't find subs, maybe only 13 show up. So you have 7 teachers out there not receiving that professional development or training at that time. The projection is anticipating that all 20 teachers would now be able to attend, and then times that by the average teacher cost for subs. That's the projection, yeah.
So I think we'll let Carly move on in her presentation because I think that was going to come up later too, the numbers and stuff.
Great.
That's okay. So thanks, Carly.
Okay, I think this one is a little easier. I hope it is. With lights not on maybe 2 Fridays a month, and temperature turned down, and toilets not flushing and whatnot, there's a possible savings of about $42,000 a year in utilities and supplies, including cleaning supplies and other things like that. Transportation. So let me tell you a little bit about the transportation projections, and our transportation folks have done a really great job on this. So potentially, there's 102,600 that could be saved on fuel and wear and tear. But we would likely need to add an additional route, which is about 53,200 a year. And then we have in Pincher Creek, we're in contract to transport St. Mike's students. And they potentially will still be in school on Fridays. And so we would need to bus those students as well. That's about 48,300. So really, there's about $1,100 in savings in transportation. I will take no questions. Just kidding.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick and sneak 2 questions in. The first one is, what is the term? Is there an indefinite length? Is it constantly renewing with St. Michael's with our contract there?
So the term is continuous. I mean, we don't have a closing date on that. Alberta Education strongly encourages cooperation between boards that live in the same area, and so we haven't to date considered, not providing that service. We provide it the other days of the week, and so as part of this, the other option would be, whether something was positive enough to have them, go to a 4-day week as well, but that's obviously not within our control either. So at this point, we anticipate providing them transportation on those days.
Has there been any discussion? One of the things in the report said possibility, I know they do short Fridays, of asking them to do longer Fridays. Has that initial discussion happened? Has there been any reach out with St. Mike's on any of this, or just a heads up that we're doing a report and review?
Oh, Darryl,
I'll jump in. So yes, we've had preliminary conversations with the superintendent in Holy Spirit, and have mentioned the need to have more conversation around Fridays if the board did decide to move forward with the 4-day school week.
You're done your questions, or was it a follow-up?
Yeah, follow-up. Second, the other one was about the $102,000 savings, the wear and tear and fuel savings on it. The question is, the additional route kind of cuts into that with the $50,000. As we know, the majority of our costs are staff-based. So in adding an additional route, does that truly negate the wear and tear on buses? Like you're putting on fewer kilometers, you have to renew them less often. Is there an actual still a savings? And I know $1 to $2, there's those things show up on a ledger. But if you're only adding one route, that's one more bus. Are we saving the wear and tear on the buses that aren't traveling at that would be greater than the additional route that we anticipate would need to be added?
Are we doing 2 routes?
Not quite sure. I totally understand what you're getting at there, Brad, but the cost of a route is including the wear and tear on the bus. Oops. So it includes the wear and tear on the bus, the fuel costs, the wage costs, everything else. So To say if we are actually, if it's included in that number or not, I think is kind of what you were pointing at. No, it would not be.
To clarify a little bit, would the additional transportation that is anticipated to be needed, would that be greater, would we have to buy more buses, or could we do it with the ones that we got less? And in the end, would we need to replace buses more than what we are? Because we're driving those buses less across the division. Does that clarify it a little bit more?
Yes, it does. So by reducing it by what we project is the $104,000, yes, a bus may last another additional year or 2 years. Whether we have to buy another bus, we do have a number of buses that we can support that route right now. But going down the line, it's going to be another bus added to the routes that we will have to replace over the so many years. The other thing that we did not budget for is the major increase in the cost of replacing them buses now. Projected, we were trying to do a so many buses a year thing, but with the price of buses going up so much, it's having to reduce that number every year. So buses are going to have to last longer. So this would potentially help that.
Trustee Kimber?
Thanks. I'm just going to jump back to utilities and supplies for a quick second. My question's about joint use agreements, and the idea is that we're going to have the schools closed on the Fridays, so we're not going to have the extra utility costs and whatnot, but with joint use agreements, could we, like, is it possible we would have to have them open for the communities to still use, and that, was that taken into consideration for the $42,000 number?
No, typically joint use agreements are after school hours, so we never took into account that the school would be vacant at that time and it'd be available for other than the ongoing tournaments and things we already have with our schools. That is something we can control, though.
Trustee Poitras? Oh, did you have a follow-up? Sorry.
Well, now I want my transportation question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I saw on the map for Stavely, this is coming from, my question is about now there being no choice for the Stavely students. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
We're going to get there. Hold that thought. Okay, yeah. Trustee Poitras.
Yep. Along the same lines as Pincher Creek, or on those lines, it says that a grant application on behalf of both LRSD and St. Mike's students, we receive funding for transportation for these students. My question is if it's $2,100 for the 23 days, resulting in $48,000 to transport St. Mike's students, does the grant funding cover that we're applying for? And if it doesn't, then why would we not have St. Mike's cover those costs, that $48,000?
So the grant that we receive, whether we go to a 4-day or a 5-day, is not reduced. So there's no reduction for us going to a 4-day and reducing the amount of travel that we have on those days.
Sorry, Jeff, is the grant based on 2 schools working together to bus and that way saving the government costs?
Yes, that's right. So there's less overhead for a smaller jurisdiction with 1 school in an area. But we do, so the grant is, for the most part, the grant is based on per student. So we would get funding for each of the students that we transport for the Holy Spirit School Division. We also have, there's also a portion of the grant that is for cooperation, which is a grant that that encourages cooperation between jurisdictions and things of that nature, that if we didn't transport them, we wouldn't get that either. So I would say that it's included in the grant to transport those students. Whether it equates to exactly the amount that it costs to transport them, throughout the year plus those 23 days. I don't have that number, but the dollars that we receive for those students is within the grant application.
Thank you, Trustee Long.
So I understand that we would not have to buy a new bus for this additional Stavely route, but would we have to hire another driver?
Absolutely.
So that then would impact that
Yes.
savings.
Yeah, it's included in the figure, in the projection.
Please, Carly, continue on and maybe we'll get through it a little bit more.
Can I just add one thing? Sorry. We may not have to buy another bus, but we will have to replace that bus. So as you think of the ongoing costs of a change of this nature, the costs of amortization, which is the portion that we recognize every year from a purchase of a bus, will increase with the cost of current buses that we would have to purchase to replace that bus. So.
Sorry, and just for clarity, in here it says, we don't anticipate charging Holy Spirit School Division for these days, and that we're under contract, which you said is just kind of ongoing. It's something, it's not a physical contract for a number of years. So would it be anticipated that this will always be a cost moving forward? That this is something that admin and the division agree that this is a good relationship, the grant is meaningful, and we would continue on with this in the foreseeable future?
Well,
rock, paper, scissors.
Maybe I'll jump in for a minute. Just a couple of things. There are some other possibilities, but to calculate that far and spend the time doing it again is difficult. So, for example, maybe there's 7 or 11 buses that routes right now, right? That 11. Would you need 11 routes, when you're picking up just St. Mike's kids? Could that be less? Could that be a savings? Potentially, right? So this is just a ballpark, just an estimate. The other thing is, remember the savings around wear and tear that could be achieved here are shown over 1 year. So even though we have to replace a bus down the road, remember there's savings on wear and tear each of those years too. And so that would multiply. So just to provide that information, I don't know if that answered the question or if you two have anything else to add.
There's just one thing I want to add to that is when you look at the St. Mike's situation in Pincher Creek, we did not remove that from the wear and tear factor because those buses are going to be running 5 days a week and not 4 like all the other ones. So we did not remove that from the factor in there.
Carly?
Okay, so there may be other savings, unquantifiable savings that we see over time. And there are things that we see over time that might not be realized in the first year. So that total is $556,100. That's about 1% of our annual division budget. Let's talk about, we're going to do Claresholm and Grantham, then we'll get to Stavely Nunn. So right now there are 3 buses for the students in the Grantham and Claresholm catchment area. So Grantham is K-9, and then students get picked up from everywhere. Rick, correct me if I'm wrong. Get picked up from everywhere, come to Grantham, and then the high school students or the 7 to 12 students get on a bus that's going to take them to Claresholm. So right now, the longest bus ride for those Grantham K-9 kids is 59 minutes, and the longest bus ride for a student that's going to Willow Creek Composite is 98 minutes. In a 4-day school week scenario, the buses would be kind of reconfigured. There'd be one bus that picks up for Grantham, and that does increase the bus ride time for those students. And then 2 commuter buses would take students would pick up students probably sort of east and west of the highway perhaps, and take them to Claresholm, and their bus ride time would go down by 80 minutes. Anything I missed?
Just it's 10 to 12 students, right? Grades 10 to 12, because Grantham is kindergarten to grade 9. So
yes, thank you. That the school goes 7 to 12,
yes,
but
the
those
school
students are not.
Willow Creek is 7 to 12.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so Staveley and Nanton is a little bit different. Similar idea of picking up all the kids and then those high school students going, they can choose to go north to JT Foster or south to Willow Creek Composite. There's 6 buses right now for students in that catchment area. In a 4-day school week scenario, the busing configuration would change. So there would be 3 buses picking up the Staveley students. Their bus ride time, longest bus ride time, would be reduced. And then, in order to make the buses work, students would no longer have a choice of if they go north or south. So students living north of Township Road 142 or Highway 527 would be bused to JT Foster in Nanton, and south of that would be bused to Willow Creek and Claresholm. The Nanton commuter bus would have a significant increase in the longest ride time, and the bus to Claresholm an increase as well there.
Okay,
Trustee
I got
Camber?
2 questions. The first one is that 128 minutes, is that a typo? Because that's like a 53-minute increase for that child, right? In one direction or 2?
One direction, and it is not a typo.
Okay. And then my second question is, you said Highway 527. When you get to the west side of that, it splits and it goes south, and then it becomes the Flying E. So would it be everybody south, kind of the 527 that turns into the Flying E, or are you referring to literally a straight line on a map, Highway 527 all the way to the 22 up Beaver Valley Road?
I just took it as far out as what our students are. So basically the road where it turns to go towards your place, which becomes a Flying E road, I guess you'd call it. I just took everybody north of that and everybody south of that. At the far end of the Flying E road, it gets a little more complicated because the end of the Flying E road actually becomes part of the JT Foster. So there is a family that lives at the end there that currently has students, has a bus going there from JT Foster. So those particular students would go out there, to JT.
Even though they're on the south side of that highway?
Yes, because the bus is already existing there. Because there is a Nanton bus goes there, and there's also a Claresholm bus, or Staveley bus that goes there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we've talked a little bit about Pincher Creek and the considerations there. One other thing for your consideration, we're not even sure if our transportation routing software will allow for this scenario where St. Mike's students are assigned to a bus Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but then a different bus Friday. And there's not... St. Mike's students, if they still got out at 1:30 on a Friday, and it was a Friday when our students were in school all day till 3:30, there is not time to pick up the St. Mike's students and take them all home and then be back in time for 3:30 to pick up LRSD students and take them home. So then what do we do with these St. Mike's students for 2 hours? There's not time to run the bus route twice, and that would not be efficient. There would be big budget implications there. So those are just some other things for your consideration.
Before you move on, quick question. Back to Staveley and the town and Highway 527. That highway goes right through the middle of the town, so that literally means half the town's going one way, the other half the other direction? Or is the town different?
I did not consider that as, the Nanton bus has to go right by the town anyways. So if there was students within the town, we could possibly put them on the Nanton bus. It was just the way I drew the line to try and figure out the 527 was the easiest way to draw the line. I never really considered the in-town students on whether they would go north or south. So that would be something we would have to look into a little bit further. have something.
The other thing to consider is that currently we allow school of choice. There is a consequence of that where a parent would have to get their child to the closest point of the route and be able to go to that school. So we wouldn't anticipate changing that. So if there was a family that felt strongly that they needed to go another way, that current practice is in place everywhere else throughout the jurisdiction, and I would anticipate it would be similar.
Trustee George?
I remember back when Stavely students didn't have a choice, they went north or south. And I remember it well because my sister and her family lived on one side of the road, and their neighbor a quarter of a mile down the road lived on the other side of the road, and all the boys were really good friends. And so there was lots of conversation at the time and looking at what that road could be. And I appreciate figuring out those roads and the difficulty because it impacts somebody no matter what your decision. So yeah, we've been through that historically in Livingstone Range.
The one thing that I did find funny is when I was doing this, there was an equal amount of students to the south of 527 as there was to the north that attend the opposite schools. There was exactly 8 students from the south side that go to JT Foster, and there's 8 students from the north side that go to WCCHS. Just a tidbit of information.
Okay, here's some opportunities and risks when we look at the budget efficiencies. Obviously, we're looking for cost savings to help maintain programs, staff, supports for students, and to operate within the resources with which we are provided. There's a risk that 250 Hutterite Colony students may leave, and potentially 123 First Nation students who live on reserve and come to LRSD for school may choose to attend school on the reserve in a 4-day school week scenario. So shifting meetings and professional development to the non-instructional days will reduce the need, the cost for substitute staff coverage. And maintenance and IT, as we've talked with them, have thought about ways that they could do some bigger projects and some things on those non-instructional days. So they could have, there could be some benefits there.
Steve Gimber just has a question.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, I'm a numbers person, so I'm looking for the actual number. How much is that cost, that risk of 250 Hutterite Colony students going elsewhere? What would the dollar value be of that if they all picked up and went? And same for the reserve students? And if you can't get that now, that's fine. I just...
So it's a little more challenging than just saying one number, but so if they were to choose to leave the jurisdiction, that's what you're asking. So the base rate for a student is in the 6,000 area, but there's other things that apply. English as a second language is $1,200. So those two in particular we would leave, but the numbers also build into our maintenance, and like other formulas that take into account the overall number of students. So it would be higher than that. First Nation students, I mean, ultimately it would equate to about the same because for the most part it's based on a revenue funded system. So it eventually would, or effectively would be the same. The challenge with the First Nation loss would be that whatever we charge for that year, we get that year. Whereas with the Alberta Education Funding Framework, It's based on the WMA, so it's a slow loss over the years. So if you lose students, it's over a 3-year time period that you get reduced in revenue. For a First Nation student, it would be immediate as to how much we would lose in that area.
We have trustee Poitras and then trustee Toon.
Oh, trustee Long, sorry.
Sorry, trustee Long.
Just,
Have his hand up first.
just, that is a potential risk, but it could also be a benefit that other students who are currently attending 5 days on reserve may want to come and attend 4 days at our division if this was a move we make. Is that correct? Right.
Yeah, it could go either way for sure.
I mean, I know there's not any other Hutterite colonies that we're scooping up with a 4-day week, but that's a potential possibility.
That potential exists in Pincher Creek as well with St. Mike students.
Trustee Long? Oh.
Yeah, I realize it's all speculation. This is just for my knowledge sake, because it is related. There is a school system, I believe it's church-based, that runs buses in our division. What's the name of that school?
I mean, we have Emmanuel Christian, Providence, Calvin Christian, so there's a few.
There's a few of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Franco Sud out in the pass.
Yeah, so it's basically, I'm just having the same insight Lacey did. We could lose students to that division, but we might also gain students from that division. So I just wanted the names of the divisions, so I knew what I was talking about.
Trustee Toon?
Yeah, no, thanks. Echo what trustee Poitras had said about the First Nation students. That one's a little more challenging because I think it is as much an opportunity as a risk because there just isn't information on how that would go. And to trustee Long's point, I know there's people that say there's 4 different jurisdiction buses that go by their houses north of McLeod and Granham area here. So, and some of those do a 4-day now, some of that. So it's really unknown what kind of impact, if at all, that could have on anything.
Okay. Staff retention and recruitment. This is your third criteria. So more people moving to Alberta has created a lot of growth in urban areas, and there's fewer teachers available to work in rural settings like LRSD. Also with generational working preferences where work-life balance and lifestyle is increasingly important, an alternative school calendar may be attractive. So there may be increased candidate applications for open positions, and there certainly could be increased professional development resulting in better trained staff. Some of the risks that we're seeing around staff retention and recruitment really fall under perception. So we've tried to do a really great job with staff of communicating the details that we've kind of developed in this scenario, and there's still some erroneous perception. So staff have a real fear of losing their time free from instruction, which would mostly be shifted to those non-instructional Fridays and to the professional learning days. Real perceived negative financial impact on support staff. From support staff themselves, bus drivers, very much so, EAs, custodians, administrative assistants, but also teachers and administration being worried about the financial impact on support staff. And there's also, through some of the emails that we've received, there may be a negative community backlash of this sentiment. Teachers already get the summers off, and now they only have to work 4 days a week, which you've heard. So those are some of the risks. We've really tried to communicate with support staff. I'll use the bus drivers as an example. In both of the surveys that we sent out to them, we also sent their staff snapshot, which said that wages and compensation would remain the same, but the the survey results show bus drivers are very, very worried about that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you acknowledging the perception challenge, because it's disheartening when you see the report and we're engaging over multiple months and the perception goes down as the information, I feel, increases to staff. Whereas they have the information and we're still getting increase in comments saying reduction in staff pay, reduction in bus driver pay, and we've made it, I think, really clear in all the communication that we've done. So just want to express my frustration in seeing that, and I'm sure it's even more so for administration when you've done an amazing job at communicating it, but I just don't know how we can land that any harder with our stakeholders saying that, look, that's not the intent of these things, and that isn't, that was non-starters for us in a lot of these areas, but they still, that's the biggest challenge, it seems, in some of their feedback is the risk of those things happening.
Oh, sure, sorry.
No, go ahead, and then Trustee Long has a question.
I've shared this before, that there's a real tension that exists between staff retention and recruitment and budget efficiencies. And so those two things are going to keep each other in check as you discuss and as you debate and decide this. And I feel like the perception that we're getting from staff, I think, is the feeling that they're feeling in their lives, that they're feeling at home. In this economy, in the situation that we're in at home, they feel like, you know, there's not enough money, and then they come to work and the system feels like there's not enough money. So I think even though we've tried to communicate that really well, there's just this deep feeling about, how am I going to support my family? How am I going to pay my bills?
For sure. Trustee Long and then Trustee Charlton.
Yeah, just clarification. It has to do with teaching staff. Of course, a lot of them have asked these questions about the time free from instruction. So does the 4-day week mean that their time free from instruction will change Monday through Thursday? So their instructional time cannot change. They'll put in all their instructional time on Monday through Thursday, and they'll do the difference between instructional time and assignable time. That'll be made up on the 2 Fridays. So, I'll just put it another way. So a teacher might be getting a prep on Tuesday and Thursday right now, this semester. In September, if I understand this correctly, they might not get any preps Monday through Thursday because of the Fridays where their instructional time would be, assignable time would be on those 2 Fridays. Would you, just clarification?
Richard will answer that for us, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Ultimately, the easiest way for me to try to explain it is that in elementary schools, given the 4-day calendar, it's built on 955 hours of access to instruction for students. Our staff can only teach 916 hours. So there's 39 hours between Monday and Thursday in a 4-day week, or 39 hours in a 5-day week. It's the same. So it means that they will still have to have time free from instruction in order to not go over the 916. So there's 39 hours unaccounted for each of our staff that they can't teach. So they will still have to have time free from instruction during the Monday to the Thursday. So instead of having that time free from instruction over 5 days, it will be in 4 days.
So I'm sorry, it's still not clear to me. Wouldn't they be making up those 39 hours, the difference, on their 2 Fridays?
No, they can't. They can't make up that time because they're only allowed to teach 916 hours.
But aren't you getting all those hours in on Monday through Thursday?
You're getting all of those hours on Monday through Thursday.
But there's more than that many hours on Monday through Thursday?
They have access, students have access to 955 hours according to the calendar Monday through Thursday. So if we forget about the Fridays completely, Monday through Thursday, 955 hours of access for students. Teachers can only teach up to 916 hours. So they have to have 39 hours reduced from the 955 Monday through Thursday.
So,
Over a year.
Over a year.
so in the year, there's 39 hours that their students are going to be there that they cannot be asked to be in front of their students.
Exactly.
And
yes.
so that can't happen on the Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
So I'll do it again, Richard. So they will get 39 hours free sometime between Monday and Thursday over the year.
That is correct. Perfect.
That clarifies a lot
Yeah,
for a
thank
lot
you.
of people.
I'm glad that you asked that question because it is something that keeps on coming up over and over again.
Thank you. Trustee Chargent? Oh, did you have?
Yeah, and the high school is more. In fact, with the 107 hours, 1,007 hours in the 4-day week, they would have 91 hours that would be time free from instruction over a year between Monday and Thursday.
Trustee Chargent?
Thank you. Carly, you just mentioned, the balance between recruitment and retention and the budget efficiencies. And I think it's really critical we also include programming in there, especially for high school. I think about when I used to teach at Willow Creek Composite, and I taught 2 sections of Math 30 every year because we had enough kids to do it in semester 1. Semester 2, there's choice. Then we had to go down to 1 because declining enrollment. Okay, you can still get it. And I fear that if we don't really pay attention to programming, and we're already seeing it in some schools, connected to budget efficiencies and retention and recruitment, that the basic programming that we have been accustomed to could severely be impacted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, staff responses in our 2 surveys. So the first 4 points here are key themes about what staff like about a proposed 4-day school work week. I'm going to share a few quotes with you. One teacher said, "Our Friday attendance is poor, so hopefully a 4-day week will help reduce missed instructional time by students. Our staff need more time for collaboration, so hopefully this will allow for more collaboration on Fridays. Staff morale and mental health are very low for many, so hopefully the Fridays of non-instructional time will help improve this. I believe that student engagement has the potential to improve during the week when students have a 4-day week, meaning staff should see better results on student learning. There is the potential for increased family time." So that's one teacher's perspective on what might be positive about it. An EA said, "Initially assumed it was reduced hours for support staff, realized that's not the case, but still have concerns about filling up those Fridays. Our role as an education assistant is just that, an education assistant supporting our little ones with the biggest needs and doing what we love, without sitting behind a screen and taking online courses or doing a repeat of the many courses we've already taken." So that EA maybe doesn't see as much value in the professional development opportunities that they'd have and wants to be with students more.
Thanks, Carly. Can I ask you to jump to section 10, page 54? And I might be the only one, I don't know, but I have no idea how to read this data.
Great, thank you. Okay.
I was so lost for it. I'm like, so if you could just, and if you want to do this after the presentation later, just explain to us how to read this data properly.
Thank you.
But it doesn't have to happen right now, but at some point.
Let me tell you now, for the public, their report looks a little bit different. The reason you have these weird, almost blank pages is because in the reporting software, in SurveyMonkey that we use, if I were to not include this, it would still say 77 pages, and then you'd say, but wait, there's 5 pages missing here, and there's 6 pages missing here. What are you not telling us? So this question, so there's 3 questions in the survey. There's 4 questions that were open-ended. What do you like, what you don't like for staff and for students? And then there are 3 questions that said, on a scale of 0 to 100, how supportive are you about a 4-day school week? We're actually going to get, we're going to get into that. How supportive are you? How do you feel this affects your staying in Livingston Range School Division? And how do you think this would impact your friends or colleagues who currently work elsewhere to come to Livingston Range School Division?
Okay.
So that graph, what you're looking at, you want this average number. The average number on page 54 of the May report is 55. That means of the staff that responded to this survey, there's a feeling that they're about 55% in support of it. If you turn to page 62, if implemented, how would a 4-day school week influence your decision to continue working in this division? The average number is 53.
So 53% say it would influence their decision, and we don't know if it's positive or negative.
The intent was to stay, to continue working. So 53 would say, I would want to stay because it's a 4-day school week. Doesn't mean they would leave if it was, or that they would leave if we did a 5-day school week. It means about half feel, sure, that'd be great, I'd stay. The other half feel like, doesn't really matter, I'd probably still stay.
Okay, so it doesn't mean like 53% would want to stay, but like 47% feel like it would negatively impact me wanting to stay here. Like I would probably not want to stay here.
Right. Or it would negatively impact me, but that doesn't mean they would leave. It means it doesn't make them want to stay.
So these questions on page 62, if I'm seeing someone who's at a 0, that person is like, if you do this, I'm out of here.
Yeah, don't like it, don't want it at all. 100 is like, this is great.
Okay, so that's interesting to note that 0s basically mean that they would want to leave, and 100s are like, this is the greatest thing ever. Okay, thank you so much. I was so confused.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because if I read that question as an employee, how would a 4-day school week influence my decision to continue working in the division? If I kind of feel like I don't care one way or the other, I would answer a 0. It doesn't mean I'm leaving. So
yeah, that's my question.
It depends on how they took the question.
Yeah, was it explained to them, or did they just read this question?
It was just the question.
Because if I read the question too, I'd be like, it doesn't matter either way. I like it here, I'm staying here, so this won't impact me at all. So for me, a 0 would be the same.
Okay, so that's really good, because survey question development is a science and an art.
Yeah.
And as we worked on this question, I felt like, 50-50, it wouldn't affect me either way, I'd put a 50. But you're saying you'd say it wouldn't affect me, I'd put a 0.
Yeah,
okay.
That doesn't affect me at all,
Sure.
so 0. Like,
right.
I don't want to interfere with anyone else's input, so I'm just going to say it doesn't affect me.
So that then would probably be the same, page 70. How may this influence the recruitment of new staff? I think what these middle of the road numbers tell us is staff aren't really sure if this is going to be great or terrible.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the discussion around the interpretation of the question, because I think that's huge. When I see significant numbers of 0s and significant numbers, especially on this last question again, of 100%, some people are like, if there's a job, they'll take the job. And other people are like, this 100%, this would absolutely attract me to seek out a position if you were comparing that to a regular 5-day position. So yeah, I appreciate the flexibility that multiple questions like this give opportunity to ask around the same type of retention and retraction type things.
So that may be where the comments are going to be more meaningful as you review those comments to get a better feel of how staff are feeling.
Thank you, Carly. I didn't mean to jump away from staff recruitment and retention, but it is in their feedback, and so I just really needed to know how to read that information. Thank you.
I'll just say this chart just kind of compares, and it does look like, and again, maybe we can't interpret the data this way. There were maybe 30 more respondents in the November survey, and it does look like overall support declined from May to November. professional insights. A 4-day week may increase the number, and likely could increase the number of applicants for our positions. Definitely, we know generationally that younger staff are interested in alternative work schedules. And the improved staff collective efficacy through PD could make people really want to stay and be here. Like, I love LRSD because we have the best professional development. I feel really confident in what I'm doing as a teacher, as an EA. Definitely, if we go forward with a 4-day school week, tons of communication and reassurance around wages and compensation would be required. Before we move on, I'll just say this also. If you choose to go ahead with a 4-day school week, this is not the only thing that would be required between now and September 1st. So there would need to be a real robust plan developed to talk and communicate with staff, and to talk and communicate with parents, and to really do a lot of reassuring. And none of that has been developed yet, because there's, until we know which direction you're going, we're not going to look at that too close. Okay.
I just have a question under staff retention, because it just kind of came up in the conversations that we were having around the Hutterite colonies. And so I guess my clarity question is, if the Hutterite colonies decide to leave Livingston Range School Division, that then means 13 teachers don't have a job and EAs. So that's correct? Like, we would not have a position to put them into LRSD if something like that happened. So it just really hit me when we were talking about the potential of them possibly leaving, so. Right? Or is that? Sorry, Darryl, you're having so much struggles with that.
I'll just add, I mean, staff reduction at the rate that we're having retirements, that could be absorbed through attrition, right? Or other leaves, mat leaves or other medical leaves. So I wouldn't say necessarily that, a certain number of teachers or support staff would be let go or out of work. There's other people leaving LRSD for a variety of reasons. And so pretty confident that, those positions, if that was the case, that could be absorbed without staff layoffs, that sort of thing.
Okay, we really guessed right on this one. We knew going into this project that childcare would be a priority issue, and it absolutely is. We heard about childcare at every in-person engagement, even, like I said, the Livingston leaders. And so because of the nature of this issue, we actually went beyond the initial engagement scope to better understand the current and potential future childcare needs, and to understand the licensed childcare landscape in our communities. So we did a survey of parents of kindergarten to grade 5 students. We had 596 respondents. More than a third of them responded that they do not require childcare. The percentage of families that use licensed childcare is low, but it's probably because of a lack of availability, but also age limits. We're looking at K to grade 5 students, and a lot of them aren't eligible for licensed childcare in that age range. Definitely parents have a strong preference for licensed childcare facilities, but their availability and their affordability are the main obstacles for parents. So you will know that in Granham, childcare was a big issue in their community when they were considering a 4-day school week, and there was no licensed childcare available in their facility, in their community. And so we worked with a childcare provider in Fort Macleod to expand that facility to a campus in Granham and provide space in our school. And so that being able to have childcare in the community meant that the parents of Granham said, yeah, let's do a 4-day school week. And talking with administration at Granham School, they've actually had some parents who previously took their children to a different community for childcare because they worked in a different community or it was available there, and they have now registered their students in Granham School because there's childcare available there in their community. So Leanne Feller did a really great survey and in-person connection with licensed childcare facilities in our communities. And it's kind of all over the place, what they have, where they're at, what their capacity is. There's wait lists from 0 to up to 120 children for one facility. 77.8% couldn't accommodate additional children in their programs for September of 2025 as they are right now. About half would be interested in expanding, and 77.8% would consider hiring trained LRSD staff, for example, EAs with a certain certification, or even potentially high school students who have training could potentially be hired if facilities were going to expand.
Carly, are you okay if we just take a 10-minute break right now since you're at the end of this slide? Just a few of the board members, I think, need a bio break.
You bet.
Thank you. So I think we'll just take a 10 minutes break. It's 3 o'clock, so 10 after 3.
We're almost there.
Check, check, test, test. Can I just replace his? Okay, I think it's the actual mic on this one, but check, check, test, 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 check, test, test, okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Works perfect that time, Chad.
I'd like to call us back to order at 3:09, and so we'll just let Carly Bond continue on with the presentation. Thank you.
So we've kind of talked about the opportunities and risks. There is the potential to be seen as an active community partner as we help address some childcare issues. Even though our mandate is education, thank you.
Oh,
I could just hear my voice so loud, I didn't notice.
I didn't even notice.
I will try again. There is the potential to be seen as and actually be an active community partner in helping address some of the childcare issues if you were to move to a 4-day school week. And there's the potential for support staff, maybe even high school students, to obtain extra hours of work in childcare settings. The risk of that, though, is then if support staff are doing that, they may not receive the professional development. A couple other risks are that parents without childcare options may choose other schools, and that is something that came up in the parent comments. And parents may also voice their concerns about this through the trustee election process in October. So childcare providers may be willing to work with us and expand their programming for that 5 to 12-year-old age range and could potentially use our facilities and equipment for that.
Carly, sorry. If we did partner and have them use our facilities, that would be reflected in our savings of the utilities and stuff as well, probably?
Then there would be, no. That the number of the utilities savings does not account for having.
If we partnered and had someone in the school on those days. Thank you.
Okay, guess what? We're at the conclusion. The conclusion. I know. This is great. Now, not yet. Okay, so let's remind ourselves of everything that you've done that you set out to do. You have strategically outlined the project scope, engagement objectives, and timeline for the 4-day school week exploration. You've determined 3 criteria for consideration: student success, budget efficiencies, and staff retention and recruitment. From May to November 2024, you engaged parents and guardians of current LRSD students, staff, union executives, Indigenous partners, students, parents and guardians of preschool children who may be impacted, and the community. And you've provided stakeholders with extensive detailed information about what a potential 4-day school week might look like in order for stakeholders to be as informed as possible. So, as trustees, you've done what you set out to do and what you promised stakeholders you would do. When you developed the project scope and engagement objectives, you also talked about what success would look and feel like for this 4-day school week exploration project. Let's take a moment and consider what you said in March 2024 about what it would look and feel like at the end of this project. You said, "We feel secure in our decision and confident it was the right decision. We've had stakeholder engagements that have given us good information. We made the decision in the best interest of frontline stakeholders like students, staff, and parents. We kept the community informed and involved. There is an understanding of our decision. The decision was not about the trustees." And this is my favorite one. "We feel relief." So as you consider what happens next, remember that you have done what you set out to do to this point. With the report you have in your hands, you will take the next steps to consider, debate, and decide if a 4-day school week is in the best interest of student success, budget efficiencies, and staff retention and recruitment. During a stakeholder engagement session, a staff member asked, if the division doesn't move to a 4-day school week, then what happens next? This is an important question. The original idea of a 4-day school week may have come from parent calendar surveys, but now with inadequate public education funding, staff reductions and programming cuts may need to happen. If we don't look at budgetary savings through a 4-day school week, there may be other choices that have to be made, such as submitting deficit budgets to Alberta Education for as long as they allow it, increasing class sizes, increasing virtual school course offerings, reducing in-person high school classes, and other things. So, the trustees will now consider and review this report and debate the pros and cons of a 4-day school week through your 3 criteria lenses at your meeting on February 25th. In the case of a no decision, a regular 5-day school week draft calendar for 2025-26 will be approved. And in the case of a yes decision, a draft 4-day calendar will be approved, and then more planning and communications will begin. We've had lots of questions. You might have more questions, and maybe things have come up. We're happy to answer any other questions that you have about this project as we've explored a 4-day school week.
Does anybody else have any other questions? Clara, do you want to answer some questions? Trustee Higgis?
Yeah, I guess my question is looking, am I on? My question is looking perhaps at a long term. When I'm thinking about this 4-day school week with all of the information we got, and I really have to delve into this in a lot more detail, but what's going to happen in the future if we say yes to this and we find out in a couple years that student success is not what we anticipated it to be? And I'm not talking about the academic part really, but I'm talking more about the at-risk students and that. Has there been any thought to what could happen? Now, that might be a rhetorical question.
I think in the long run, I think that would be a decision up to the board. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, for sure. Any other questions? Oh, yeah, sorry. Jeez, Greg, I'm so sorry. Trustee Long. I know. I'm sorry, you should be.
A clarification question, and especially because we're public, so not just for myself. Do we have the lowest per pupil funding in the country? I mean, I've heard that said, but I actually don't know if that's true.
That sounds like a ETA question.
No, I asked if Alberta has the lowest per pupil funding in the country.
My focus has been all on Alberta. I don't actually know the answer to whether we have the lowest funding per student.
You can find that information on the ATA website if you want to go look at it. I believe it's true.
Trustee Toon?
I just have something after done, but I just want to say thank you to Carly and all the staff for this amazing report. I can't even imagine what the countless hours that you all have put into this, the thorough discussions that have taken place behind the scenes and the great work and collaboration. So yeah, I just want to say thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Was there any other questions at all? Seeking clarity. The window of opportunity is closing. Trustee Toon, you said you had something else? Oh, sorry, Trustee Charchet.
That's the reason you make notes. Let me see if I can, so section 15, page 3, and I numbered them. It talked about a request from the ATA to share challenges of funding and our, as the board, advocacy, what we've done. Has that been shared with that group?
Are you on the section 15? You're on the ATA Local 14 meeting?
Yes, let me find it here. Section 15, and I numbered my own pages that weren't numbered. So on the second, the very last page, actually. It says the second last bullet, request from ATA for the board to share the challenges of educational funding and their advocacy for sustainable and predictable funding, which would address some public perceptions in budgeting and funding. So I'm just wondering if that's been shared with that group.
Sorry, I didn't look at that page, but from what I remember from the conversation, I thought it was a suggestion for advocacy, the board's advocacy committee going forward when we do advocate to the different individuals like the Minister of Education and that sort of thing. Share the challenges of educational funding. Okay, and their advocacy for sustainable and predictable funding. I mean, the advocacy now has asked me to share any advocacy messages with admin council, who then take that message out to their staff and share there, as well as the trustees sharing it with school council too. But I don't think the request was specific to ATA asking for us to share what we've advocated for up to this point. I thought it was going forward. That's the way I understood the conversation.
I understood it that way as well, and I will say that since that time, we have started a page on our website for advocacy that includes predictable, sustainable, ample funding. And in Trustee Hodges' address to Divisional Day to all staff, she also addressed some of the ways that the trustees are advocating for this funding. So ATA members would have heard that message as well.
In our ATA liaison committee too, we have shared with them also, like letters we have written to the government advocating on behalf of funding and stuff like that too. So we are sharing them in that committee too.
Terrific. That's all terrific. When I read it, and maybe when they ask about, or when they comment about addressing some public perceptions in budgeting and funding, I felt as I read that they were looking for the information so that they can help address those perceptions. So we're not doing it alone, but from their perspective as well. So as long as they've got the information, I think we're good.
Trustee Gimber?
I have one more, but it's more maybe just educating me. So one of the pieces that we're kind of riding on is that our savings, regarding savings, is that staff will be able to go and do their personal appointments or whatever on the Fridays that they're not working. So my question is about, I guess, our collective agreements and whatnot. They have a certain number of days that they're permitted to take off. Is there a way for us to force them to make their appointments on Fridays? I guess is how I'm trying to say this. Or I guess I just want some clarity around what that looks like. I'm not familiar with the agreement that way.
So there are, within the collective agreement, opportunities for leave for all our groups. When it comes to sick leave or medical leave and things of that nature, we can encourage, but not necessarily dictate that they take those days off. With personal leave, we can ask that they do it on days where it doesn't affect, the job that they have to do. But those leave provisions typically have conditions, but for the most part, they choose when they take them off. Family medical would be a day that they have a need for their family and they don't always know when that will be. So we can work with our groups to, you know, set times up on Fridays, but there's some professionals that don't actually work on Fridays as well. So it's hard to.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, we haven't, in the cost savings, the potential cost savings, we haven't estimated anything different for that. So in the potential cost savings that you see outlined in there, it's around busing, utilities, and some staffing efficiencies from timetabling and subs in regards to professional development being shifted. Nothing around a medical and that sort of thing. However, I think that's, you know, if the board was to move forward with a 4-day week, then, and maybe regardless, maybe it is a conversation at some point to have with our different groups that we bargain with in terms of understanding and trying to, you know, encourage as much as possible, you know, appointments outside of those instructional days, or limiting the time that staff are missing the instructional time.
Trustee Poitras?
I wondered if, when we're talking about recruiting and retention, when we think about being able to have subs, which although we're moving to less subs, that hopefully that we still will need subs, do we think that this might have a negative impact on us trying to recruit subs on the days that we need them, as we've decreased the opportunity for them to earn in our division from 5 days to 4, and now they'll be working a 20-minute longer day than most schools in Lethbridge for the same pay? Do you think that that would have a negative impact on us recruiting subs when we need them?
Yeah, short answer is I don't think so. I mean, right now, us getting out at 1:30 is different from another school division who we neighbor with, who might get out at 12 or 11:30 on a Friday.
Right.
So we already have a little bit of variance from school division to school division. Yeah, and there are varying times out there that schools in Lethbridge or surrounding school divisions have for instructional minutes for students each day than ours. So yeah, I don't see that having any impact.
Thank you.
I mean, we do have situations right now where I think a lot of our retired teachers come back and sub, but I know in talking to some of them, they feel such a duty to their school division, even though they've retired, that they are subbing more than they want to. They want to enjoy retirement, but when their colleagues phone them and they're still living in our communities and they're like, I'm sorry to even ask, but I know you're retired. I just can't find anyone else. Will you come in? And they're, you know, they come in. So I think the ones that want to work will still have lots of work, and maybe the ones that want to take advantage of retirement a little more will have a little more time off.
Any other questions? Trustee Poitras?
Okay, I was just wondering, in our student success section, there's a few different strategies listed that we would want to or put into place to help with student success for some of our maybe lower or higher needs students. Do these come with a cost that would bite into the cost savings? I know that the nutrition one, helping with food security, that's covered in our nutrition program. Would there be a staff element to that where we would need staff to take time to do that? And then I wondered, it's fourth up from the bottom of page 15, if implemented in LRSD, a projected cost savings resulted, increased intervention and student support will be possible. So is that saying that we can use some of these dollars that we're saving to help increase our intervention and student support? That would be one of the focus of where the dollars would go.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start and ask Richard to comment a little bit more. Just because he has had experience with the nutrition program, say during COVID, when we still had students who who had some food insecurity and how we handled that at that time. That might be helpful to you. But just to go back to the other question around that bullet point, around potential cost savings being reallocated to support students in other ways. Staff have, at the staff engagement, this question was asked. And the first part of the answer is these projected cost savings would firstly go to cover our deficit budgets, right? And so for the last 3 years in a row, I think we've submitted deficit budgets using planned reserves over time. So we do need to find some cost savings somehow to cover that deficit and run on a balanced budget. However, if this projected cost savings was realized and we did have $200,000-300,000 more, then certainly there's a potential. There's lots of ways to spend those dollars, but there is the potential that some additional dollars could be reallocated back to schools to be able to provide increased intervention time. That's one possibility. And Richard, maybe around the food insecurity piece and what we...
Yeah, sure. So, like any other time, our teachers and our staff in all of our schools are always looking for ways to support our students, whether at school or otherwise. And so in the past, providing backpacks full of food for students when they're leaving on a long weekend or over a break are all things that have been considered. In the past, we've also had grocery cards that were given to families to access those food supplies when required. So everything is on an as-need basis for sure, but it's something that our staff are always cognizant of in ways to support our students.
Any other questions? Okay, Trustee Toon, would you like to do your next part that you wanted to after questions were done?
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I sent our chair and Nikki a couple minutes ago a couple motions that I jotted down during our discussion today. So I'd like to make a motion arising, and this is the first one, that the Board of Trustees vote at the February board meeting on approval of moving forward with a 4-day week and 2 separate motions, one for colony schools and another for all other schools. Let's speak to that one. So you can see the first one there. I think from our discussion, one of the great things about going into the debate that we're looking forward to at the next meeting is knowing kind of what we're going to be talking about. And I think with some of it doesn't mean that we need to go forward with a separate one, but I would hate to put it on an individual trustee's responsibility to bring something as big as this up with some of the risks that were outlined in discussions that were in the report. So I know it's not a recommendation from administration, but I feel that this would help set the table for the discussion and the decision making at our next board meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. So the motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees votes at the February board meeting on approval of moving forward with a 4-day week and 2 separate motions, one for colony schools and another for all other schools. The floor is open for questions and comments.
So we're just talking about that first motion arising.
Yeah, that's the only one right now. Then we'll talk about this. He hasn't put the second one on yet. But he hasn't speak to it yet. Spoken, not speaked.
Oh, Nikki's hiding it.
There we go. Thank you. You're distracting her, so that was good. This is not a notice of motion. This is a motion arising from business that he's put on, that's on the floor right now. That's why I said that the floor is open for talking. Trustee Long. Okay.
I'm just wondering, and this is for Trustee Toon, is that clear enough what the intention is when we say in one for Hutterite schools? Or should something little, be added to that to clarify. We all know, I'm sure we do, what you mean there and why you're doing it, which is great, but I'm not sure that, maybe it is clear enough. I'm just asking.
Did you want to
Yeah,
respond?
If
or-
anyone has suggested other wording, this was literally in the meeting. I typed this up as the discussion went on because I think, well, if that comes up and that's part of the debate, I would hate to have to slow down the process to say, should we have an amendment to the amendment and break this out? And I think this just cleans up the process if administration has any input on it as well.
I do think, though, that this is just directing the board to have motions at the next board meeting. I think when we have those motions on the next board meeting, they can go into more detail. This is just asking for it to have two separate motions. So I don't think we need all the details in this one. I think when we do the motions for the next board meeting, there will be more details in then. So those are how my thoughts. Any, Trustee Yegas?
I just think these motions are that motion is very clear
Yeah.
right now.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Trustee Toon, did you want to close? All right, call the question that the Board of Trustees vote at the February board meeting on approval of moving forward with a 4-day week in two separate motions, one for Colony schools and another for all other schools. All in favor? Carried. All right. Oh. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Carly, or do you want to be able to leave?
Thank you for this afternoon. I'll just let you know that there's a meteor that's been approved by Lori that will go out as soon as I go back up to my office. What's happened here today, and I'll post that as soon as I get back. Thank you, sorry.
Oh,
There will be a media release. I'm such a loud talker.
Yeah.
Who knew? There will be a media release and the public report and the one-page summary report. I'm going to go post right now.
Thank you, Carly. And again, thank you for your presentation today, and thank you for reining us in and doing all your hard work. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the binder.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we have another motion arising from business that Nikki will put up. That the superintendent prepare and present a recommendation to the board at the February meeting comparing the feasibility, benefits, and challenges of implementing a 4-day school week starting in September of 2025 versus September of 2026. The recommendation should include, but not be limited to, the following considerations: impact on student learning outcomes, financial implications, staff and community feedback, logistics requirements, staff workload, and time needed for potential partnerships, alignment with the division's strategic goals, risks and benefits of timelines. The recommendation should also provide a clear rationale for which start date, if either, is most advantageous for the division. Trustee Toon has made that motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I thank you. And again, open for feedback. I apologize on the lengthy nature of this. Again, this was in meeting, and I'm not going to incriminate myself by saying maybe ChatGPT got used in helping create this, because I was trying to bring together some of the thoughts I was having. When I read the report, I saw one of the first things that I highlighted was the trustees set the timeline. So we as a board set the timeline. And is this the biggest barrier to having this be successful? And if we make a decision at our next board meeting, I would hate for us to make a decision that could be really challenging for administration, but we haven't given them any leeway to say this timeline is the issue, not give us a opinion on should we move to a 4-day week. We're not asking that in this motion, and I think that that's something that we've been really clear that we're not asking administration to do in bringing this fulsome report. But I think if we do ourselves a disservice, and this is another one I just didn't want to bring up in the meeting because it has such a big impact that I feel there should be information and a legitimate recommendation from administration. If they said September 2025 is the ideal time, or 2026. And I know the rationale a lot of what rested on why we wanted the timeline to be the 25th, because we want 2025. We wanted to be the ones to shoulder this decision and not have this be incumbent on an incoming board to make the decision like we did with a certain decision about COVID immediately following an election. I think this could help empower us to make the best decision possible by having administration weigh in on the timelines of it. And just hearing all the great questions and discussion today, I think having the ability for administration to take back the feedback from the trustees, look at and what they've learned from the report and all the engagement, and say, what's the best timeline for something like this to be considered.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me, because asking admin to bring back a recommendation, I think it's not that far between now and then, and as far as working days go, and I think that a more appropriate way to do it is, if we did vote in favor of moving forward with a 4-day school week, the motion could say, like, the Board of Trustees motion to move to a 4-day school week to be implemented in the 2025, 2026, or 2026, 2027 school year, based on administration's decision or something like that. But I don't know that asking, and especially like asking to answer all these questions and bring it forward, a lot of this is exactly what we have in our binders. Like, the financial implication is the same one year to another, and the staff and community feedback, how would our superintendent get that in the next 18 working days around which would be better? So I don't think this is possible. I don't think that it's something we should be asking of our superintendent at this time. I think we could leave it up to our administrators if we felt that was appropriate, with our recommendation that gets passed at the next board meeting. That's my opinion.
Trustee Yegas? Oh. Yeah. Trustee Yegas? Nope. Trustee Yegas, and then Trustee Charchin, and then Trustee Toon.
I want to thank Trustee Toon for bringing this up, because this answers a lot of my, well, it doesn't answer, but I had some concerns about the putting this forward. Sorry, it's getting late, but putting this forward, and I feel that this would answer some of my concerns. I'm going to let Trustee Toon respond to what Trustee Poitras said. I hope that's what he was going to do, because, as I said, I really support this notice of motion, or motion arising.
Thank you. We have Trustee Charchin first, and then Trustee Toon.
Thank you. Although chat or AI might have helped generate this quickly, and I would do the same thing, being able to, I think, answer this with research and proper feedback would definitely not be. I believe that if our senior administration didn't feel that this could happen, I think we would have heard it. And I also worry about one more year, if we're in a deficit budget, waiting to make some changes, that we're putting ourselves potentially in a deeper hole. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. The list is long. I think my intent on bringing this forward was that no additional work would be done. It would all come from the report. So the feedback on a 4-day week and how the staff and community feedback gets included in the report. I'm not asking that administration go back out. I'm asking that the feedback that we got from the community, how does that impact the timeline, and how does the risks and benefits of doing it this year? And Trustee Charchin highlighted a risk. budget deficit for an increased year, like implementing, that's a serious risk, and that would be going into the consideration on that. I don't feel that we left it open for administration not to come back with a report. They spent a lot of resources and energy bringing a report, and I don't think there was any wiggle room in that motion to say we can't do this between 2025. They said this is what the challenges of it doing it that way, but it doesn't mean that that's the best way to move forward with a 4-day week would be to do it in the 2025 year. And that's what I think, providing them an opportunity to give us that feedback in a correlated manner and not have this be something that arises. And it was very clear at the end of the presentation and in the report and all the communication that we gave a draft 2025 calendar. We didn't give a draft calendar for 40 weeks. We said this is what a draft 2025 calendar would look like. So again, the information that came from the report gave myself pause, and I can only imagine what others feel when they look at this amount of information. The logistics of doing it, I think, are daunting, and I would feel if I was in their shoes of taking a pause and looking at it under the lens of if the board could consider doing it in 2026, that might be the best option. It doesn't mean that it is, but why wouldn't we want to give that opportunity to give us that feedback?
Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Long.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Toon, for bringing this forward. I would say that I expressed some concerns, I think about a month ago, that maybe we were, did we ever really even say that this had to go in for the 25-26 school year? And I kind of went back and tried to remember why we did it, and I get that it was so that it was on us instead of dropping it on another board to have a major decision right when they first come in. Where was I going to go with this? There's some things that have come out of this report that are huge, and the number one for me is that transportation section. There's a lot of change in that transportation section for the entire north part of our division that needs consideration, and I would personally like our senior admin to come back and give me their feedback on whether that's something that is even feasible for 2025 versus 2026. So I really appreciate that Trustee Toon brought this up, because there's a lot to be unpacked, and I'd like to hear if they think that 2025 is even feasible and would have a positive, would leave a lasting positive feeling in the air for our people out there instead of pushing this through.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Trustee Long.
I don't see any danger in passing this motion, because I think it's all going to happen anyway. Even if we didn't have the motion on the 25th, we're going to have discussion, and we're going to have our superintendents here, and we're going to be asking these questions, I'm sure, anyway. So I don't see any danger in passing this. It just fortifies the idea that these things should be asked, and I agree with Trustee Gimber. I would never have thought of the date. I think it's an excellent thing to discuss. So I'm for it.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Trustee Toon? Oh, okay. I'll just share my comments. Although I do not like to put any more work on the superintendent or anybody else that's possible, I do feel, listening to some of the comments here and just even what Trustee Long just said, that these are going to be potential questions that will come forward. And if we felt that the 2025 school year was not a great start time and we couldn't implement, like Trustee Gimber said, the busing and everything like that, then why would we set ourselves up for failure if this passes? So if we need to push it to the 2026, if this 40-week passes, then I'm not opposed to having that conversation. Trustee Long?
I might be doing Brad's closing in a way. Yeah, again, these things are going to come up, and I hope it's not a lot of extra work, because that's not our intention for administration. But it's good that we put this in words so that they can be prepared.
Any other questions, comments? Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, so just for clarity then, you're asking the superintendent to prepare and present a recommendation to the board on whether or not this would be best implemented in 2025, 2026. Then where it says the recommendation should include but be limited to the following, those things are just, you're just listing what's in the binder, but you're not expecting him to address each of those things when he's telling us why, what the recommendation is, the 2025 or 2026. You just want a recommendation on which year would be better, and it should be based on this criteria, but not justified in his recommendation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is just my interpretation. So if there's any, strike it out if that's the holdup, I think, with the motion, or if there's additional language that could help clarify that. Yeah, my intent isn't a list where they bring a recommendation in with 6 bullet points saying based on this. None of that needs to occur. Just 25 or 26, here's the recommendation. We've looked at it based on what you said, and then we'll have a discussion and debate over it. I just think that provides the biggest challenge to not put our administration on the spot by asking some of that stuff in a meeting when they haven't had a chance as administration to sit and talk about, is 2026 better? Well, we haven't talked about that. While we're making the decision today, that's kind of a hard one to put them in.
Trustee Charchin?
Okay, perhaps this has already been said, but if you could say it one more time. Would that presentation occur before or after we've approved a 4-day school week? Or not approved it?
I think it would have to happen before.
Yeah.
So depending on what that conversation, whether the superintendent says September 25 or September 26th, that would have impact on our decision as to whether we're even going to do the 4-day week.
It
Correct?
potentially
Okay.
could, and it definitely would have a decision making on whether it be implemented if it passed in 2025 or 2026.
I understand that. I just wanted to know
Yeah, I'm just
whether
throwing
we'd
both those
already
out there.
agreed to a 4-day week, and then when is implementation, or if when is implementation impacts whether we approve or not a 4-day week.
Trustee Poitras?
I think that it would have to be before, because it sounds like a lot of trustees in this room have a lot of reservations or concerns about, the 4-day school week. I'm just still thinking about that, but the 4-day school week implemented this September is making me feel like I don't know if I can do that. So I think that we need to hear that recommendation from our administration or our superintendent before, so that whether it is 2025 or 2026, the Board of Trustees feels comfortable that admin is comfortable with what we would be recommending or what we would be voting in favor of putting in place at what time.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Poitras. I'm just going to ask at this time our superintendent to just kind of speak to this and make sure that if the language isn't clear or if you understand completely what this motion is asking for.
It's a big question and a short time frame. That's what I worry about the most. Unless I don't understand it clearly, and it's been said by at least one trustee, the information that's being requested is the information that's contained in the report. And there's professional insights at the end of each of them, and that's our thoughts around that particular section, whether it's student success or budget. I was just looking at the calendar, and depends on how big this is. It looks big when it's up there to me to be able to do in, I think there's about 18 work days between now and the next board meeting. But in order to get answers to some of this, to be able to put together a recommendation and presentation, I have to coordinate with not only these 4 here, but others, our other directors as well in the office, and they have full calendars, already in between here and the in the board meeting doing, classroom observations or negotiations or whatever else. So I am very concerned about the tight time frame to be able to put something together of this magnitude. In my mind, it's a significant shift from the original motion to engage and for the board to be able to make this decision at the February meeting. And it was always in from the outset, from the motion, to be implemented in 2025. And so that's the information that we have contained in the report, was all based on if this was passed in February, to be prepared to implement it. I worry that in the next 18 business days to get you the information that you're requesting is tight, whereas if you made a decision in February to do some of the logistical things to implement by September 2025 is 6 months from that decision, as opposed to telling you in 18 days all that would still need to be done in order to implement it. Yeah, but if that's the will of the board, I'll certainly try my best to get you the information you're asking for. I might need to follow up with the board to fully understand, what that recommendation looks like, how extensive it is, because just on the surface, it looks like to me a lot of this information is contained in the report already.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I think I could be more in support of it if you removed everything after 2026, so that it's just a recommendation. I don't even know if it needs to be, I don't think that it would need to be a presentation, but I find it difficult because we set out our goals and everything right off the bat. We were very clear with our intention. The reason we chose February was to make sure that there was enough time to implement. Like, if we're going to implement this by 2025, 2026 school year, then we need to make a decision by February. If we were just making the decision so that we didn't drop it on a new board, as there's an election this fall, some of us may be here, some of us may not, but we could have made that decision by the end of this year, by the end of June, and then it can be implemented at admin's discretion or whatever. But we set very clear intentions, and we said we want to make it by February so that if it is going to be implemented, that it can happen in the 2025-2026 school year. We have not once asked for administration to give us a recommendation on, hey, is that feasible? Can we make that happen for the 2025-2026? Except for when we very first sat in our conversation with Carly and laid it all out and said, if we were going to implement this for 2025-2026, what would that timeline look like? And admin in the room said, the latest you can make this decision would be February board meeting. That's the only time we asked for their input. And now we're at the very end of this process and we're like, wait a second, before we make a decision, how about you guys make this part of the decision first? And I don't think that's fair. I don't think we set it up that way, and I don't think that we should change our mind at the last minute.
We have Trustee Gimber, Trustee Toon, and then Trustee Long.
I know y'all disagree.
Oh, Trustee Toon, sorry, you're going first. Oh, no, Trustee Gimber.
Neither of them, they both agree with me.
Okay, so I just want to say that you said it right there. If we were going to make the decision to implement, it had to be done by February. If is the key word here. I don't think we ever really settled on it had to be 25-26. It was just, if we were going to do it for 25-26, it had to be decided by February. That was the thought process that I've been along this entire time, which is why I even brought it up last month that, hey, is this even feasible? So again, I'm definitely in support of this. If you need to remove the rest of the specifics in here, I would just like to know, I would like to hear in a public forum from our senior admin, can this be implemented in a nice way for our public to accept in 2025? Or is it going to be a huge push, especially given the huge changes to transportation in the whole northern part of our division?
Toon, and then, okay, are you waiting to close? Okay, Trustee Long.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, the same thing as Trustee Gimber, because I certainly wasn't thinking of, I see now with all the things we've added in there that, yeah, it could be a lot of, well, it would be a lot of work for our administrative staff to compare the differences between the 2025 and the 2026. But as Trustee Gimmer said, I would like to hear a general statement about how Central Bend feels about, like, what's the implications of moving it 1 year. So I agree exactly. Take out 1 to 6 and just make it, we'd like to hear from administration their thoughts about moving it 1 more year. Just a one lump statement.
We have Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Yegas.
I would make an amendment to the motion that says that the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting it's being fun for you, Nikki. It's okay. A recommendation. Prepare a recommendation to the board. I would hate to type while people are watching me. At the February meeting, discussing the feasibility of implementing a 4-day school week starting in September 2025. I would leave it there, but I don't know if that changes the intent, Trustee Toon, if it needs to say versus 2026.
Yeah, I think it has to say versus 2026. Then you're asking them to weigh in, is this feasible or not? And then it could be perceived that they're for or against a 4-day week and putting them in a compromising situation.
Okay.
We're not asking them to say, should we do this?
So
One
then
or the other.
it would be the feasibility of implementing a 4-day school week starting September 2025 versus September 2026. So really the board's just looking for a recommendation around, can we make this happen in 2025? Or if we vote in favor of it, would you appreciate the extended time to 2026 to get the ducks in a row and make it smoother? So that would be my amendment.
Okay, perfect. We have an amendment on the floor that the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting discussing the feasibility of implementing a 4-day school week starting in September 2025 versus September 26. We're only speaking to the amendment. We have Trustee Yegas. Did you have your, oh, sorry. So we have Trustee Charchin and Trustee Long.
Thank you. In asking for this recommendation, part of me is thinking about what information are we looking for that wouldn't include those 1 to 6, feedback on those 1 to 6 points anyway. Like, we're not looking for a recommendation that, yes, we're ready for 2025. We would want to know why that recommendation is being made on either end. So I think we're still in the position of a really short time frame because the research would have to be done on that and those adjustments clarified to us. So I'm not sure that we've changed anything in terms of the practical work that the superintendent would have to do.
Nope, Trustee Long withdraw. Okay. Any other questions? I just have a comment if nobody else is. I just thinking about the discussion and everything that's happened here today and just right now and around this motion, I look back to the presentation that Carly just presented to us and how she has outlined what will happen if the 4-day week is approved. She has everything outlined in our binder that says the communication to staff, the communication to parents, and everything else. So I feel like this binder is, and what we've been presented is to implement it in the 2025 school year. There's nothing stating in here that's even outside that range, and that it wouldn't work in the 2025 school year. What's that? Yeah, because I'm just saying, like, the recommendation, again, it's talking about versus 2025, 2026. Yeah, because I'm just saying that Carly's presentation laid out the 2025, and I don't know if there's anything versus the 2026 that would absolutely change our mind. So those are my thoughts. Any other questions or comments about the amendment? Okay. Stu Poitras?
I just think that this allows our superintendent to share which would be better for implementation without putting all these outlined pieces that he feels he needs to dig through and compare 25, 26 when he doesn't even have any information on implementing in the 2026. So I don't know. I think this is better than the original motion, but I still don't know that I would vote in favor of either.
All right, going to call the question on the amendment that the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting discussing the feasibility of implementation a 4-day school week starting in September 2025 versus September 2026. All in favor? The amendment. Sorry, how many hands were up? Okay, passed. Now that is the main motion on the floor. That the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting discussing the feasibility of implementing a 4-day school week starting in September 2025 versus September 2026. Any questions or comments?
I would call the question.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Siri? Sorry about that. She just randomly likes to speak. That was weird. Okay, so the question has been called. That the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting. Recorded vote? Oh, she called the question. Okay. I thought you, okay, sorry. I thought you couldn't when a question was called. Okay, so sorry, Trustee Toon, my apologies. I thought it was, once it was called, we had to go right straight to vote. So would you like to close? Thank you.
No, appreciate all the discussion. Again, I think this helps clarify the discussion and debate that we'll be having when you read through the packet. There's a ton of information and a ton of concerns about childcare and other things, and having the ability for administration to look and see if that's feasible. We saw with Grantham that it was a whirlwind to get everything in place, and that was one community and one school. So I think that this is seeing the information and seeing the feedback is different than what we envisioned for myself, what I envisioned 6-10 months ago, and it's grown with over time. So I would ask that you support this motion and allow our administration to weigh in one last time and not leave it up to an individual trustee to amend a motion to go to a scope that we wouldn't have any correlated feedback on our administration on.
Okay, we will now vote on it. Pardon? Can you raise your hand and just speak into the mic, please? Oh, sorry.
I did, sorry. Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, absolutely. That the superintendent prepare a recommendation to the board at the February meeting discussing the feasibility of implementing a 4-day school week starting in September 25 versus September 26. All in favor? 4? I did. It's passed. All right. We then have a notice of motion. Correct?
Correct.
Once Nikki's got that done. So we have a notice of motion recommendation that the Livingstone Range conducts a comprehensive transportation review prior to implementing any changes to bus routes, attendance areas, or transportation services resulting from the adoption of a 4-day school week or any other significant operational changes. This one is notice of motion. To be on the next board agenda? Okay. Okay. Where's my agenda?
No, it's okay.
Advantage.
Point of order.
Yes.
Just a point of order. That might affect the superintendent's recommendation for implementation, knowing whether or not a full transportation review would need to be done before implementing it. If that does need to be done, the superintendent may feel like it needs to be bumped to September. And if it doesn't, so with this motion looming, how can we ask our superintendent to bring forward that recommendation without him having that information?
Notice of motions aren't board of order. Notice of motions aren't for discussion or debate.
I was actually talking about the one before. If you want to get a legitimate answer from the superintendent or a recommendation, okay, I'll leave it, but I'm just saying.
Point of order,
Yeah.
you're still referencing the notice of motion as the problem. You said
yeah.
the notice of motion can affect something that is already
Okay,
passed.
so.
You can't discuss or debate a notice of motion at all unless you want it to be a notice, motion arising.
I'm fine with it being a motion arising if that's what you want. I just think that it's important to note that the superintendent preparing a recommendation, we've asked him to prepare a recommendation that may not be relevant 10 minutes after we get it.
Point of
That's
order.
all I'm saying.
We can't discuss this.
I'm not discussing it. I'm saying we're asking the superintendent to do work for us that may be irrelevant 10 minutes later. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we're gonna end the discussion right now. And so we have a notice of motion to go on the February board meeting where we can discuss it at that point. And so we have a notice to go in camera at this point, but I would actually like to move that we do our, move to consider something out of schedule because I would like to do our key messages first, and then we have our press release from Carly that will be shared out probably right away. So if we could do our 3 key messages, we have our 2 presentations for number 1. What else would the board like? Oh, sorry, we have to vote on whether we consider something on this. Is the board in favor of doing our 3 key messages and our potential press releases before in camera? All in favor? Thank you. Sorry. So now we'll just move on to our 3 key messages from today's meeting. Trustee Long?
The public has the method of, I think we should remind them of viewing our discussion, our questions on the 4-day school week. I just think it'd be good to remind them that it's been taped and they can view it.
Okay, so just a conversation around, they can watch our board meeting anytime they would like to, and everything will be on the website too for them to go look at. Would you like that to be part of it too? Just the whole thing around the 4-day week?
It's just that I think this is an exception, this board meeting.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll reference this one for sure, and then I think we'll just talk to them that they have the availability to go look at the website too. Anything else? Trustee Poitras?
Perhaps the purchase of the building and moving our transportation to the Fort Macleod building, the new Fort Macleod building that was purchased. That was a big purchase for our division, and there might be some questions around the dollars and stuff, so I think it's important that we highlight that.
Perfect. Trustee Gimber?
Yeah, that whole G4 facilities update.
Okay. Just all encompassing the whole Mr. Perry report there. All right, we had the potential press release, which Carly, I've already approved, and Carly probably has already sent out. Was there any others? Perfect. Can I get a motion to please go in camera? Trustee Poitras at 4:14. No.